Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 7 of What If a Noob Found Himself Trapped in Sword Art Online, trained and cleared all 100 floors. Let the tale begin. Chapter 151, Maze Floor. It took Drifter all of 30 seconds to decide he didn't like the 25th floor. The frontliners advanced cautiously, too spooked by the sudden change of scenario compared to the previous 4 or 5 floors to march recklessly. Still, Drifter felt as if he was almost alone. Other than Yuna, Nautilus, Kirito, Asuna, Liz, and Valork, who were around him, the others were lost in the darkness of the tunnel. His line of sight was restricted to a small bubble around him and the occasional flickering torch in the distance. It got worse when Litton and the ALS players, who were leading the way, halted. Drifter stretched his neck to try to look over the heads of those in front of him again, a futile effort in the near pitch-black darkness. Litton? Kibu? Speak to us. What's going on? The answer came in a soft grunt, much more subdued than Kibu's normally were. Fork on the path. Left or right? The confirmation that they were in a maze resulted in several groans from the frontliners. Mazes were never a good thing. Just trying to navigate the labyrinth each floor was already time-consuming and infuriating, but a whole floor like this? Fucking hell. How many months is it gonna take us to clear this floor? Someone cursed. Drifter couldn't say he disagreed with the sentiment. Argo's going to make a killing selling maps of this floor. Nautilus murmured, and Drifter snorted. It was an uncannily accurate prediction. Do we split up? No way. We are going to get so lost if we do that. Unless you want to wander around for Cardinal knows how long, we don't really have much of an option. Well, there was a lot of grumbling from the gathered players. Drifter frowned. Safe zones were usually close to the entrance/exit of the tower, but that didn't really apply in a maze. One wrong turn and... Alright, that's it. Guild leaderships, huddle up. Conference time. After some grunting and a lot of elbowing people out of the way, the leaders and vice leaders of all the frontliner guilds eventually met up around Reaver's Requiem. Drifter looked around and then at Kirito to see if the younger boy wanted to speak, but the swordsman just shrugged and dipped his head. Drifter nodded. Here's how things stand. We are in a maze, tired, our equipment with low durability, and 7,000 anxious players are waiting for us to open this floor. Splitting up to explore is the only reasonable option, but until we find the safe zone, we need to be smart about it. He looked around to see if anyone had any comments. They didn't, so he continued. Finding the safe zone is our priority, and until we do that, we have to collaborate. We split into teams, no less than 2 parties per. And we share everything. The map, traps, mobs we find. That caused some grumbling, although no one refused the idea outright. The gamer mentality of hogging everything they could was still very much strong amongst the players, especially Kibu and Lind, but they also weren't stupid. And Drifter was glaring at them, forestalling any objections the 2 guild leaders might have. An angry broken spear Drifter was something they wouldn't wish upon their worst enemies, much less themselves. I mean it. We don't need people getting hopelessly lost and wandering for hours in this maze because we were selfish. He saw Kibu scoffing out of the corner of his eyes, but the spiky-haired player kept his silence other than that. Shivata whispered something to Lind, which also calmed down the Dragon Knight. Drifter shot the friendly shield-bearer a thankful look. It's just until we find the safe zone and activate the teleporter. After that, it's fair game. Inwardly, Drifter thought that all that intel would end in Argo the Rat's hands anyway, and she always gave Reaver's Requiem a discount if he showed her his puppy face. A little underhanded of him, but hey, nobody ever said Drifter was a saint. Are we all in agreement? All the guild leaders and vice leaders nodded. Even Kibu and Lind, although the former scowled and the latter had to be prodded by an elbow. Good enough for Drifter. Good job, Drift. While the others went back to their guilds, Drifter turned to Kirito, who nodded and gave him a thoughtful look Drifter didn't quite understand. Ignoring the oddity, the Spearmaster grinned. Thanks. Shall we decide who goes with who? Let's. Their voices carried out in the long corridor, so everyone had already pretty much heard everything that was said. Splitting up the Reavers was simple, even taking in consideration party compositions for when they needed to separate again as they got further into the maze. Drifter had barely waved goodbye to his guildmates going to the left path when his group, who had chosen the right one, stumbled upon another fork on the road. Only this one offered 3 alternatives. The Spearmaster exchanged glances with the group leaders from the other guilds. One of them was Orlando, who had joined hands with Klein and Furinkazan to explore. He nodded to the silent question. "We will take the left. We'll go with you. At least until the next division." The groups from the ALS and DKB also chose their paths. Just like that, their numbers had gone from 130 to 60, and now 20. Drifter was certain that they would have it very soon. He was right, although something new finally appeared before that. A creepy hissing sound echoed from the darkness ahead, and the players ground to a halt. "What's that? I don't like that," Enkidu whimpered. It sounded very much like a snake hissing, and he hated snakes. The others also looked uneasy. Drifter fingered his trident, eyes narrowed, trying to see what awaited them. "I guess we'll find out very soon. Orlando, Klein? Any of you want to take the lead?" "Nope. Don't look at me. Honor's all yours, Drifter." The Spearmaster rolled his eyes. "Gee, thanks." The others laughed at how much sarcasm he imbued in the words, and a smile flashed across his face. Laughter was better than the tension from before. "Valork, Nautilus, you are taking point. Silica, Ran, we will stick close to them as one unit. Everyone else, maintain some distance just in case it is a trap." "And if it's mobs?" The Spearmaster rolled his shoulders non-concomitantly. "If something stabs you, you stab back." Drifter meant it partially as a joke, but his friends just looked at each other and shrugged. "Sounds good." Outside SAO, a group of very worried family members wrangled their hands and screamed that no, it didn't sound good. Step by step, the 5 walked forward. The rest stayed a good 5 meters behind them, so they wouldn't be caught by a trap, if that was what it was. Hiss! The hissing noise was getting louder. Drifter squinted. Vague shapes had started to appear in the dark. 3 of them. He called back to the others. "Mobs. Everyone ready?" "As ever." "Yes. Here they come." The atmosphere made Drifter tighten the grip on his trident until his knuckles were white. It didn't get better after the monsters finally revealed themselves. "Yokai." Someone, Kinemits, whispered behind Drifter. And he was right. The mobs looked remarkably like the creatures of Legends Nirana. It wouldn't be the first time Kaiba based enemies on Japanese folklore. 3 giant snakes with the heads of women slithered forward. Unlike their legendary counterparts, they had a pair of arms, also vaguely human, but covered in scales and ending in claws. The reptilian tongue flicking out of the human mouth was particularly disturbing. So Drifter stabbed there first. The mob blocked. Clawed hands came up to intercept his trident, and Drifter huffed. With a grunt, he slapped the butt of his weapon with his palm in an imitation of dirty play, breaking through the monster's guard. Nailing its hands to its chest, and Drifter grinned. Next to him, Valork stood still as a great wall, the enemy's claws drawing sparks from his shield, but failing to move him. Silica ducked under his arm, her dagger biting deep, leaving 3 wounds before the mob could react. The third monster was met by Nautilus and Ran, and a shield smashed in its face while a blade knocked its claws aside, and another pierced its heart. Weapons glowed in all colors in the dark. Skills that left any master in the outside world envious, for they knew anything they tried to replicate would be only a shadow of what was possible in SAO. And then they would watch the players fight and realize. System-assisted skills didn't matter. Even without them, especially without them, because then there would be no excuses. Very few masters could stand at the same height as the players. Drifter's eyes flashed with steel, and he slashed with the trident at the mob in front of him, then used the momentum to whip around and clobber the snake woman facing Valork and Silica on the side of the head. The Spearmaster stomped forward until he was almost touching the first monster, and when he pulled his trident back, it raked across its face. The mob hissed, and he stabbed it. Skills no one else could replicate. But not because of inhuman stats or because they were assisted by Cardinal. Because their lives depended on it. Watching Drifter absolutely demolish a mob while at the same time hindering two others and assisting his guildmates, the ones who identified with the Spearmaster the most were not the weapon masters who spent decades in their dojos training, but people in much lesser standings across the world. Soldiers, mercenaries, and lowlives. Those who knew how it felt to bet your life in the next second. That was how Drifter fought. Like every blow would be the last. It wasn't a thought many enjoyed. Especially not his parents. But even they watched in fascination as Drifter leaned his body out of the way of an attack and stabbed a mob through the jaw before kicking it away. No matter how many times they witnessed it, it was always mesmerizing to see a master of their craft. And Broken Spear Drifter, or just Drifter, or even Ogawa Itsuki, whatever you called him, was doubtless a master. The first enemy fell when Drifter stabbed it through the stomach. Unsurprisingly, it was the mob he had been facing from the start. A quick glance to the side, and he swung his trident in a tidal sequence, catching both of the remaining mobs, and cutting down one of them permanently. The last barely had time to recover from the skill before a curved blade severed one arm, a long sword piercing its body, and a dagger went into an eye. Nautilus, Ran, and Silica never found out which of them actually landed the killing blow. As the shards of three monsters lit up the corridor, they stood there panting. Drifter was also a little winded, but he clapped Valork on the shoulder and turned to the people who had wisely stayed behind. The corridor couldn't be considered cramped, he was able to use his trident freely, but it definitely wasn't suitable for large-scale fighting. What did you think of that, Klein, Orlando? The hero of the legend Braves rolled his shoulders. They weren't anything impressive. Drifter nodded. Yeah. Which means the main challenge of the 25th floor isn't going to be the enemies, but the floor itself. The maze and traps. Klein furrowed his brows. He was a very straightforward man. The samurai would much rather fight his way through an army of mobs than have to deal with traps and the like. Ran, sort through the loot please. Meanwhile, let's keep going. Not 30 paces and a curve later, Drifter was proved right. He had his searching skill intermittently activated, and caught sight of a glowing red outline of one of the rocks in the path. He grabbed Nautilus by the shoulder just before the shield-bearer stepped on it. Wadash! Trap! The ash-haired player froze, and, very carefully, took a step back. Then another, until Drifter nodded. By now, some of the others who had the searching skill had also spotted the trigger. Isin whistled. That's some well-disguised trap. I don't think anyone with less than 400 in searching can see it. What do you suppose it does? The players looked at each other, then both Drifter and Orlando shrugged at the same time. Only one way to find out. The Braves, Reavers, and Furinkazan exchanged wry smiles. Triggering a trap on purpose sounded like a bad idea. On the other hand, the information could be valuable. Everyone, go around it. Carefully. Valork, Beowulf? Sorry to say, but you'll have to be our lab rats. Meat shields more likely. The two shield-bearers grumbled good-naturedly. As the two players with the highest defense stat in the group, it was no surprise that the task fell to them. Everyone else went around the trap and put a predetermined distance between them and the two test subjects. Far enough that they probably wouldn't be caught in the trap when it sprang, but close enough that they could assist in a matter of seconds. Valork threw one last glance to Drifter, seeking confirmation. The Spearmaster nodded, and the mixed-blood player kicked over the rock and waited with bated breath. Nothing happened at first. Then, just when everyone started to relax, 24 bolts shot from the walls. Any unsuspecting player would have been turned into a sieve. As it was, Valork and Beowulf spun, one to the right and one to the left, raising their shields to cover each other's backs. Ugh! Uff! They both grunted from the continuous impacts. A single bolt slipped past Beowulf's guard and grazed his cheek, leaving a red line. The two players stood still for another half a minute, their shields raised. They only lowered it when Drifter said it was okay. That delay was nasty. Yeah. It's meant to let most of the party walk through it so it can catch the largest amount of people in the crossfire. I'm hating this floor more and more as time goes on. Same. You tell me. Couldn't every floor be like the 22nd? I already miss the sun. As the players chatted, Drifter had a frown on his face. Frontliners weren't unfamiliar with traps. But Drifter wasn't liking this one bit. Chapter 152: The Corridor of Traps. Traps were a staple in Sword Art Online. While less common in the normal maps, it was almost guaranteed you would stumble upon someone exploring the labyrinth. Still, the main focus of SAO was and had always been combat. So even when you triggered a trap, the majority of the time what it did was spawn more monsters, usually surrounding the unfortunate souls that tripped the trap. That was still very dangerous. If you were already tired and spent from fighting, and suddenly had more enemies attacking you. More than one party had been exterminated by this kind of trap. What were not common were, ironically, stereotypical traps such as pitfalls, rolling boulders, spears shooting from the ground, and, of course, crossbow bolts from the wall. That the first trap they came across was one of the latter was disturbing. It set an unnerving precedent. A dangerous one. Let's keep going. I want everyone to keep their eyes peeled even more than before. Braves, Furin, how many of you have searching above 500? In normal circumstances, that was an incredibly rude question to ask. One of the worst cases of invasion of privacy that there was in SAO, second only to talking about the outside world. You didn't ask someone about their real lives, and you didn't ask them about their stats. Those were the two most important unspoken rules of SAO. But it was Drifter who was asking. So Isin, Chuchulain, and Enkidu didn't hesitate to raise their hands. And the Spearmaster already knew that of the Reavers present, Ran, Silica, and himself fit the bill. He was their vice-guild leader after all. You are shuffling to the front. We will rotate. Myself, Ran, Silica, Enkidu, Chuchulain, Isin, and then start again. Use searching for 30 seconds and then let it cool down. I recommend you do the same when we split. Which should be any moment now. I see torches in 2 directions. They all groaned. While another fork was expected, it was a maze after all. They had all been low-key hoping it wouldn't come so soon. I guess this is where we part ways. Yeah. We will take the left. Orlando, Klein, until we have a better measure of this floor, I wouldn't recommend splitting up. Trust me, we weren't planning on doing that. That trap scared the ever-loving crap out of me. Drifter chuckled, and fist bumped Orlando and Klein. The 2 guilds disappeared down the right corridor, and he turned to the people who were left, only his guildmates now. Nautilus, Valork, Silica, Ran, Wolf, and Kismal looked at him eagerly. The party configuration was slightly skewed towards very close combat, with only Drifter himself having a weapon longer than 1.5 meters, but it worked. They put it to good use soon, for the next obstacle in their path was another trap, but of the good old kind. Even Drifter had failed to spot that one. And as the characteristic sound of mobs spawning echoed behind him, the Spearmaster's body spun and his trident lashed out before his mind even caught up to what was happening. His slash had been aimed at about chest height, his chest, that is. Always a good height for blind attacks, almost guaranteed to hit something. 2 red-skinned dwarf-like mobs cried out in pain when he sliced a gash across their faces. One of the snake women tried to lunge at him, and Drifter stabbed her through the throat. Around the Reavers, a dozen mobs, between the yokai and the new dwarves, had appeared. Too many to be a normal spawn, and in a perfect formation to encircle the players, which was how Drifter knew they had tripped a trap. That was okay. This was much more familiar to the frontliners. Kismal blocked a hammer from one of the dwarves with her shield, and retaliated with a slash from her curved blade. Ferder dug his teeth on the mob's calf and pulled, making it lose balance and creating the perfect opportunity for Drifter to end its life. A quick exchange of glances and a silent conversation later, Kismel nodded to Drifter, and the Spearmaster turned away, leaving the remaining 2 mobs in the backside to Kismel while he went to reinforce Silica, who was struggling against a dwarf and one of the snake women, having been separated from her usual partner Valork. Kismel bashed another mob with her shield, this time one of the snake women. Her curved sword left silver blurs in the air as she swung it, leaving cut after cut on the mob. The dark elf had been fighting her whole life, which turned out to not be that long since she discovered she was a character in a game, and hadn't that been a fun conversation. Nevertheless, going against 2 enemies at once was nothing new to her. Sidestepping a claw strike, Kismel smacked the second mob with the flat of her blade, stunning it for a crucial half a second. It was enough for her to turn around and use a serration wave to nearly decapitate the first snake woman. With that, her part was as good as done. Parrying an attack, the dark elves saw Drifter and Silica working together to kill one of the dwarves. Good. They were nearly done too. Arg! That was when she heard a cry of pain from someone behind her. Whirling around in a panic to see who it was, Kismel almost lost her head. Ugh! It was only her fast reactions that allowed her to deflect the last snake woman's claws, although not perfectly, and her depleted health was a stark reminder to pay attention to herself before others. You couldn't help anyone if you died because you got distracted. Ignoring the wound, she ran through the mob, not even waiting for it to shatter to turn around fully. Her eyes immediately found the source of the scream. Wolf was quite literally pinned to the wall of the corridor by a giant wood stake. They had been moving around a lot as they battled, and the merchant must have triggered another trap. A wooden stake with the circumference of a closed fist had gone through the player's midsection. Wolf's HP was under 50%. Kismel didn't know if it was all because of the trap, or if he had been hurt beforehand. What she knew was that the Reaver couldn't move, and a mob was slithering its way to him, claws ready to tear him to shreds. Kismel started running towards Wolf, but it was a chaotic melee. She only made it a few steps before her path was blocked. She planted her blade on the mob's back without reservations, not even sparing a glance to Ran, who was fighting it. She was going to be too late. Wolf clumsily blocked the first attack, but his awkward position didn't give him much room to maneuver. Kismel, get down! Drifter's roar shook the dark elf to the core, and she dropped without even thinking. The silver glow of serpent coil impale passed through her hair, narrowly missing her head, and hit the mob with such strength that it carried it a good 5 meters before it exploded in shards. The trident trembled where it struck the wall, and stayed there. Wide-eyed, the dark elf, still on the ground, raised her head. She wanted to scream at Drifter for his recklessness, but also knew that, had he hesitated, Wolf would be dead. She didn't yell at him in the end. Mostly because the Spearmaster had abandoned his own fight to rescue Wolf and turned his back on the mobs he and Silica were battling. Silica was on the back of a dwarf, stabbing it again and again with all her skills while Pina clawed at its face. Unfortunately, that left a second mob free to do as it wished. Uff! A hammer struck his waist, and Drifter went down. The mob grunted and raised the heavy weapon for a crushing and potentially fatal blow. Drifter kicked its legs from under it, and rolled to the side. The hammer still hit his shoulder, but the blow mostly glanced off his armor. Scrambling to get up, the Spearmaster used a martial arts skill to deliver a mighty uppercut to the dwarf. It didn't kill it, but it did give Drifter an opening to put some distance between them. Switch! This time, Kismel was close enough to make a difference. She rushed past Drifter, and the Spearmaster relaxed. Trusting the Dark Elf to finish the enemy, he forsake the usual health potion in favor of a healing crystal. He was still shivering. For a moment there, the situation had gotten truly dire. Not that it was over yet. But after seeing that both Wolf and Drifter were safe, the Reavers redoubled their efforts to absolutely murder the remaining mobs. They did such a good job that Drifter didn't even bother immediately recovering his trident. Instead, he went over to Wolf, who had by now freed himself from the trap and broke another healing crystal on his chest. That was almost horrible, The older player snorted, then let out a full-bellied laughter. His eyes still held some fear from the close scare with death, but he mirrored Drifter's shit-eating grin. Understatement of the fucking year, Drifter. I owe you one. PFF, by now you already owe me like 20. Ha ha ha. Just put it on the tab then. Will do, Wolf. Will do. As the other Reavers approached the duo, worry still clear in their eyes, Drifter clapped Wolf on the shoulder one last time. Good to still have you with us, man. Wolf laughed loudly, much to the disconcert of the others, who hadn't heard what Drifter said. They quickly mobbed the duo. Wolf, Drifter, are you all right? The Spearmaster chuckled. Logically, everyone knew they were okay. This was SAO, not the outside world. Simply drinking a potion or using a crystal was enough to make it so as if nothing ever happened. But emotionally, such a close brush with death was impactful not only to the two players, but all their friends. Hell, even the people watching the Reavers broadcasts were covered in cold sweat. We are good, don't worry. I would say we have to be more cautious from now onwards, but I don't think that's actually possible. Wolf only triggered the trap because he was otherwise occupied. Yeah, occupied trying not to get my face ripped off by one of the yokai. The merchant mumbled under his breath, still loud enough for the others to hear him and laugh. Let's just keep going. The quicker we find the safe zone, the quicker we can get away from this maze. The somber mood settled in again, and everyone nodded. Drifter's last thought before they continued down the corridor and took a right on the next fork was depressing. This floor is going to cost us. After 1 hour of the defeat of the 24th floor boss, the players in the town of beginnings started to grow restless. Usually, by now, the next floor would have already been opened. After 2 hours, the restlessness turned to doubt. Maybe there was some sort of resource or limited quest on the 25th floor that the frontliners were trying to monopolize? When 4 hours went past, not even the most distrustful player could still believe that. Sure, some frontliners could be greedy, but not to this extent, and not all of them. After 6 hours, the SAO players were just about panicking. Many had even rushed to the Monument of Life to see if some sort of disaster had struck the assault team. It was only a mass message released by Argo the Rat that calmed down the players. According to the info broker, the 25th floor was troublesome, and the assault team was still tirelessly working to reach the safe zone and open the floor. Even with her reassurances, the extra hour that passed left them all unsettled. The shining light from the teleporter signaling another destination had been unlocked was followed by a collective sigh of relief from the gathered players. And then a mad dash to be the first to see what the floor that caused the frontliners so much trouble so early on in their exploration of it was like. Argo was one of the first to burst out of the teleporter, and she almost tripped over Klein. The samurai had apparently been the one to unlock it, and just about passed out of exhaustion. The info broker's eyes darted around, taking in everything around her. They appeared to be in a giant cave. A type of glowing green moss covering most of the walls and ceiling seemed to be the only source of light. The houses around her were little more than huts of packed black dirt, with more of the moss growing on them. The NPCs were humans, but with dark skin, not black, but gray. Furinkazan and the Legend Braves were the only players from the assault team in sight. They all appeared worse for wear, sitting down with their backs to a wall or just collapsed haphazardly on the ground. At least they were all there. What the hell happened, Orlan and I? Where is the rest of the raid team? Argo knew that the floor was a maze, of course. She had been in contact with Drifter, Kirito, the Reavers, and several frontliner players this entire time. That was the only reason she hadn't panicked like the rest of the SAO victims. But only so much could be relayed through rushed messages while staying in the lookout for ambushes and traps. She needed a first-hand account of the floor, and she needed it immediately. Hey, Rat. Orlando raised his head and gave a weak chuckle. Then he noticed her impatience, and sat up straighter. The floor is a giant maze, trapped to hell and back. It took us this long just to find the safe zone because we kept getting lost and having to double back. The constant ambushes didn't help either. We already shared the map with the rest of the assault team, they should make it here soonish. After saying that, Orlando lowered his head again. It took a moment for Argo to realize he had fallen asleep. She turned to Chuchelaine, who was sitting next to his guild leader. Is it really that bad? Ha! Exhausting. More mentally than physically, actually. We were already tired from the raid, but it was still okay at the start. The more we split up, though, the worse it got. We never knew where we were going, and we couldn't take a single step before making an entire sweep with searching. I mean it. Dale went down to 10% on one of the nastier traps. We also heard some of the Reavers got pretty close too, although they pulled through. The ALS apparently had some close calls also, although they weren't keen to share through messages. Argo's eyes widened. If that was just what Chuchelaine had heard, she couldn't even imagine how bad it truly was. She almost asked if the brave knew of any casualties, but he would have already told her if that were the case. The thought didn't comfort her as much as she thought it would. It could be that he simply didn't know. Nobody who lost someone would be eager to share. Instead of exploring the new town for quests and information, Argo turned her gaze to the only entrance to the safe zone. Now all she could do was worry and wait. Chapter 153, Cracks of Trust. Within 3 days, 17 lives had already been claimed by the 25th floor. 8 clearers and 9 other players. Of the latter, 4 had died out of sheer stupidity. Drifter would never understand how, after over a year of this death game, there were still idiots who would ignore all the warnings from the frontliners to not adventure on the 25th floor with anything less than a full party and extreme caution. Callous as it may be, the Spearmaster thought all the idiots like that had died already, but apparently not. Well, he wasn't crying for them. The loss of life was saddening, yes, but unfortunately so common that it only burdened him for a moment. He didn't have the time to grieve for strangers. The thought gave him pause. When had he become that cold? Maybe SAO was taking more from him than he realized. You are frowning, dummy. What are you thinking about? A hand cupped his cheek, and Drifter put his palm over it, turning to his wife. Yuna was sitting on his feet, brushing her hair. They had been getting ready for bed, and his expression must have worried her. He scolded himself in his mind, but smiled softly. Nothing much, Songbird. And nothing specific. The songstress frowned. Liar. You are worrying again. About what? Who? Drifter sighed. She knew him too well. A fond smile took his lips, and he pulled her over to his lap, nuzzling his face against her neck. Yuna giggled and wrapped her arms around his head. Well? I was thinking about the party that got wiped this morning. He couldn't see her face, but he felt her sigh run through their bodies. Drifter hugged Yuna a little tighter. We can't control what other people do, dummy. The entire assault team warned everyone about how dangerous this floor is, and they ignored it. It's not our fault. HM. I know. I never thought it was. But I still can't help but think about it. Just about how much of a waste it is. Surviving an entire year only to fall because they got impatient. That was the crux of the matter. People died, and that was that. Drifter understood it well. What he couldn't comprehend was dying in such a meaningless way. Of course, he knew it wasn't like the players chose to die. Any number of reasons probably played a part in their decision to go into the 25th floor blind and without preparations. Drifter could only guess, even though he really shouldn't. Argo said they didn't even buy the maps or take the guides. That was a huge mistake. Yuna seemed to be going down a similar line of thinking, because she mumbled next to his ear, more talking to herself than to him. Maybe they didn't have COR. It was a weak excuse, and they both knew it. The truth was, the party had been reckless, and they paid for it. They weren't the first, and unfortunately wouldn't be the last. No way your little rat would have let them walk away without it and some sort of deal. She is too kind for what she does. Drifter had to grin at that, shifting so he now had his forehead pressed on Yuna's cheek. She was right, like always. Under Argo's tough exterior was one of the kindest souls in Aincrad. She would have made sure the party left with everything they needed, probably under the guise of paying her back with information. If only they had gone to her. Hey! Dummy. Don't dwell on it, okay? I love you. Yuna cupped his cheeks and lifted his head so they were now looking at each other. With a smile, Drifter pressed his lips to hers. I love you too. The Spearmaster fell on his back, dragging the songstress down with him. He prepared to turn off the lights and go to sleep when something outside their window caught his eye. Delicately putting Yuna down on the bed next to him, Drifter got up again and walked to the window while his wife watched curiously. Almost immediately, he groaned. What now? The movement that caught his attention had been the wild gestures of one. Kibu the Challenger, who seemed to be having a heated argument with. Here Drifter's eyebrows almost disappeared into his hairline. Heathcliff of the Cobb. Their room was on the second floor of the inn, with a view to the street. Once the window was closed, the room was completely soundproof, which explained why they hadn't heard the one-sided argument earlier. One-sided because, while Kibu was red-faced and very clearly upset, Heathcliff's expression was the same as always, and completely unreadable. The ALS guild leader was the one doing most of the talking, with Heathcliff only interjecting every now and then, each time making Kibu turn a shade darker. For a moment Drifter considered just closing the blinds and going back to bed. But then he groaned again and bumped his forehead on the glass. He would better interfere before Kibu did something that caused lasting consequences. You are going down? At some moment, Yuna had gotten up and walked over to the window. Now she hugged her husband from behind and rested her chin on his shoulder. Drifter nodded. I think I have to. Kibu has been more and more erratic lately. He might do something drastic. Especially since it's Heathcliff he's got a problem with. Their personalities don't mesh well together. I see it. Like fire and ice. I thought you didn't like Heathcliff. He just unnerves me somewhat. But that doesn't mean he deserves to be on the business end of Kibu's vitriol. Or worse, his sword. Can you imagine the PR problem for the assault team if that happens? Loath as he was to admit, Drifter recognized Kibu was one of the most skilled players in the assault team. While Heathcliff might be a very promising rookie, it was very unlikely he would be on the level of a titled player if they fought. Go then. And don't take too long. I'll be waiting. The songstress giggled, a musical sound next to his ear. Drifter extricated himself from her arms, kissed her cheek, and made his way to the door. Be right back. The Spearmaster quickly trotted his way down the stairs, equipping his armor along the way for appearance's sake. He had grabbed his trident when leaving their room, and now he also strapped it to his back. He was going there to defuse the situation, not escalate it. No sense in showing with weapons in hand and causing an even bigger commotion. Crossing the inn's common room, Drifter nodded to Griselda and Kismol, who were having a late dinner. An odd friendship, but who was he to judge? They made to rise, and Drifter shook his head. Let them have their food in peace. Ling my guild members. The moment he stepped outside, Drifter's ears were assaulted by Kibu's roar. The Spearmaster winced. Kibu was shouting right on Heathcliff's face, spittle flying everywhere. The gray-haired man, on the other hand, said nothing, but held his ground. His back was turned to Drifter, but he could imagine he wore the same unchanging blank mask he always did. Good night, gentlemen. What seems to be the problem here? Coughing, Drifter made his presence known, interrupting Kibu mid-tirade. Both men turned to face him, the spiky-haired guild leader with an absolutely furious expression, and Heathcliff with a glint of interest in his eyes. Sod off, broken spear. You have nothing to do here. Feeling the incoming headache, Drifter willed the fake smile he had plastered on his face to stay there. He stepped up to Kibu at the same time that Heathcliff silently retreated, intent on watching from the sidelines. Wrong, Challenger. I was having a very heartfelt conversation with my wife, getting prepared to sleep, when I had to get up and come here to stop you, both of you, before you did something you regretted. A pointed look from the Spearmaster let Heathcliff know he wasn't off the hook yet. Kibu, meanwhile, bristled at Drifter's words. He seemed ready to yell again, just with a changed target, when the smile fell off Drifter's face completely, and his gaze sharpened. Recognizing the look, Kibu visibly stopped himself and swallowed his words, figuratively and almost literally. He snorted. "Why do you care, Broken Spear? Go back to your bed if you miss it so much." Drifter's eyes narrowed, and he put a hand on Kibu's shoulder, dragging him closer so only the two of them, and Heathcliff, who was still nearby, could hear him. "Look around. People are watching. Not many, true, but you know how gossip goes around Aincrad fast." The ALS guild leader did as Drifter told, for the first time noticing his audience. Not long ago, he wouldn't have cared at all and continued to berate Heathcliff and Drifter for getting involved. But a year of being a guild leader had taught him the importance of public image. Drifter's hand was still on his shoulder. "It's not that I care, Kibu. It's politics. You are one of the faces of the assault team. Kibu the Challenger, guild leader of the Aincrad Liberation Squad. How do you think it looks for you to be yelling at someone in the middle of the street, whatever the reason is? A frontliner bullying an aspiring clearer. Maybe because you are afraid of being surpassed? Replaced?" Kibu turned red again, and opened his mouth to argue, probably because Drifter hit a little too close to home. But the Spearmaster cut him off before he could. "It doesn't matter if it's true or not, Kibu. That's what people will think. You know as well as I do that the ALS doesn't have the most stellar reputation with high and mid-level players. Largely because of your proclivity to talk first, usually loudly, and think later. Just like now." Later, to Yuna, Drifter would admit that it felt good to say what he had been thinking for so long to Kibu's face. But in the moment, he kept a completely serious expression. He didn't want Kibu to think he was mocking him, because he wasn't. What does it matter what people think? The spiky-haired guild leader made one last feeble attempt to justify his actions, but he had clearly already given up on the argument. He squeezed Kibu's shoulder again, this time reassuringly. "It doesn't, Kibu. Not to most people in your guild and mine. But for you and for me, and for Kirito and Lind, we have to care. Because we are the ones people look up to. Title players. The leaders of the frontliners. Whether we like it or not, we are their role models. And do you want the players of Aincrad to work towards beating the game, or to be arrogant bullies preventing our freedom?" The last word alone drove the point home. Freedom was what every player in Sword Art Online desired. Anything and anyone that stopped them from getting it was the enemy. For a tense few seconds, Kibu glared at Drifter, and the Spearmaster held his gaze unflinching. Then, with a curt nod and a final scowl towards Heathcliff, the ALS guild leader turned around and left. Drifter watched Kibu leave with a sigh. Once he was out of sight, he turned around to find Heathcliff studying him. He frowned. "Heathcliff, I don't know what Kibu's problem with you was, and I don't want to know. I already massively overstepped by interfering when I did. I understand, Broken Spear Drifter. I was partially at fault. Thank you for your help." His unchanged expression and zero lack of showing he heard a single word of what Drifter said pissed the Spearmaster off. He hounded up the gray-haired guild leader with a glare. "What I said to Kibu holds true for you too, Heathcliff. You made no mystery of your intentions to join the assault team sooner rather than later. But do you think that just because you are good with a sword and have enough people your cob has a guaranteed ticket in?" Something else flashed inside those steely eyes. Anger. Heathcliff felt as if Drifter was looking down on him. "Good. Is that not the case? Broken Spear Drifter." The Spearmaster shook his head. "Do you know what the most important thing is for frontliners, Heathcliff?" "What?" "Trust. I may not like Kibu. I think he is arrogant and runs his guild like a dictatorship. And he may also hate me. He thinks I'm a traitor for following Kirito, a beater. And he is probably cursing me right now. But the second we step into the boss room, I know I can put my life in his hands. That I can leave my back to him, and he will have it." Drifter met Heathcliff's stare head-on and refused to back down. It was nothing compared to staring down a boss. "I trust every frontliner to do the same. I know they will. The moment I can't trust someone on the assault team, I won't be able to fight properly anymore. The implied "I can't trust you" was obvious. And it was unfair for Drifter to dump all that on Heathcliff. He didn't even know what their argument was about. For all he knew, Heathcliff could be in the right. But he stared at the gray-haired player until he looked away. Each frontliner carries 7,000 lives on their shoulders, Heathcliff. We can't afford to watch our backs. Neither can you, if you really intend to take up that burden. So think on how you want to proceed. And remember, SAO isn't a game you can beat alone. His piece said, Drifter turned around and went back to the inn. He had already spoken a lot more than he planned, and he had a bed and a wife to get back to. Just before the inn doors closed behind him, Drifter chanced to glance over his shoulder. Heathcliff was still standing on the same spot, a pensive expression on his face. Chapter 154, 25th Floor Massacre. Kismel and Griselda had already gone to bed, and the inn's common room was empty. Drifter took the stairs one step at a time, unequipping his armor as he did so. When he opened the door to his room, the only piece of equipment he had left on his person was his trident, which he propped up against the bedside table next to Yuna's harp. The owner of said musical instrument was already in bed, with her back turned to him, but Drifter knew she was still awake. Taking off his shirt, he slipped under the covers. Drifter threw an arm over his wife, the other sneaking under her pillow and her head. Yuna sighed contentedly, rubbing her back against his bare chest until she found a comfortable position. How did it go? You telling me you weren't watching from the window? He pressed a kiss on Yuna's exposed neck, and she shuddered. Of course I did. But I couldn't hear what you were saying after you started whispering. Drifter hummed his acknowledgement, continuing to pepper her neck and nape with kisses. I only caught the tail end of it, but it sounded like Kibu was accusing Heathcliff of stealing his people? The cob has been growing fast. Maybe Heathcliff was poaching some ALS players? I don't know. Anyway, I told him off for doing it in public. And Heathcliff too, for good measure. He brushed her ear with his lips, and that was enough for Yuna. She turned around so they were facing each other, and kissed him hard. I bet neither of them liked it. Of course not. But who do you think your husband is? If I tell them to shut up so my lovely wife can get her beauty sleep, they will. Yuna laughed at his mock arrogance, an enthralling sound Drifter would never get tired of hearing. Her eyes danced with mirth as she kissed him again. Flatterer. I prefer honest. Drifter pressed into the kiss. For however long they made out, basking in the love they felt for each other, until Yuna pulled back. Well then, I better get some of that beauty sleep. Wouldn't want to disappoint you. Drifter smiled and held his wife close, tucking her head under his chin. He pressed a kiss on the top of her head. You could never disappoint me, my songbird. Trust. Even after he returned to the privacy of his own room, away from the prying eyes of spectators outside, Heathcliff was still thinking of what Drifter said. Of that word. Trust. Kaiba had trusted many people over his life. But never truly. And he thought he was justified in it. All but one had betrayed him. But now, he found himself being forced to confront that concept again. Because Broken Spear Drifter said trust was necessary to become a frontliner. Of course, Kaiba knew that Drifter was speaking figuratively. There was no way the assault team would reject a group of skilled fighters like him and his Knights of the Blood Oath just because they weren't sure they could trust him. But it left him thinking. Thinking that there was more to being a player than he initially assumed. More to being a hero. For once, Kaiba didn't immediately delve into Cardinal's reports once he was safely secured away in his room. He just closed his eyes and thought. Trust. The 25th floor of Aincrad would go down in Sword Art Online's history for more reasons than one, and none of them good. For one, it was the floor which took the longest for the players to explore, with the special exception of the first floor. 21 days to find the entrance to the tower, and then another week to reach the boss room. And it was costly. Another record the 25th floor set, again ignoring the first floor, was the number of casualties incurred during its exploration. 27 mid and high-level players, 61 clearers, and 9 frontliners. By the time an advanced party from DKB found the boss room, Aincrad had lost much of its cheerfulness from the remarkably easy conquest of the 24th floor. And there was another reason why the 25th floor would go down in history as one of Aincrad's most infamous floors. Something that left the players and the world shaken to their very core. A day when the foundations of the assault team almost crumbled, and all SAO players almost gave up hope. The 25th Massacre. 17th of December, 2023. 25th Floor Safe Zone. Reaver's Requiem was spread out on several different tables, having commandeered the common room of their inn. Not something the guild would usually do, but today was a special occasion. They needed the silence. Because today was the day the scouting party was challenging the floor boss. And after almost an entire month on the 25th floor, everyone just wanted to come up with a raid plan and get it over with. Drifter, Kirito, Asuna, Griselda, Agile, and Kismol were all huddled up on one of the tables. The first 3 because they were the leaders of Reaver's Requiem, and the last 3 because they had good heads on their shoulders for tactics and strategy. Ugh. The anticipation is killing me. I don't remember it being this bad the last few times. Asuna groaned, laying her head on the table. Despite the somber atmosphere, Drifter grinned. That's because we were the scouting party last floor. Waiting is always worse. They are already in the tower. Just a few more minutes, love. Kirito combed Asuna's hair with his fingers, and just about everyone within earshot smiled softly. The two together were just so damn cute. Thinking that, Drifter sneaked a peek over Griselda's shoulder to Yuna. His wife was 2 tables away, quietly chatting with Silica and Sachi. When she caught him looking at her, the songstress gave Drifter a bright smile, which he returned. Then reclined back on his chair, waiting for the broadcast icon on his menu to light up. Litten is leading the party today, right? She is very straightforward. At least we won't have to listen to one of Kibu's speeches. The Spearmaster snorted. It was a sign of how annoying Kibu was that even Kismol was making offhanded comments like that. The responsibility for scouting out the 25th floor boss had fallen on ALS shoulders. Like usual, 3 parties worth of frontliners would be sent to scope out the boss attack patterns, skills, and overall deadliness. 3 parties was a calculated number. Enough players that they could have tanks and damage dealers, but not so many that if, gods forbid, something went terribly wrong, the loss would cripple the assault team. Which was why, of course, when the broadcast turned on and the Reavers each opened it on their own menus, they were all stunned to find not Litten and her 3 parties, but Kibu and just about all of ALS. And he did mean all of the guild. There were about 150 players streaming into the boss room, including the 40-odd frontliner elites of the guild. Of the rest, Drifter recognized some as the ALS clearer parties. The majority, however, were unknown faces to him, but they all carried the Aincrad Liberation Squad's flag. What the hell is that idiot doing? They all stood up, pushing back their chairs. The room broke into chaos, as did most of Aincrad. Drifter's eyes were wide open with shock, anger, and fear. This was not what the assault team had agreed on. Not at all. The Spearmaster snapped his gaze from his menu to look at the others. Did anyone know about this? Kirito shook his head. He couldn't fathom what had possessed Kibu to challenge a floor boss with only his own guild. And only less than a third of them were frontliners. It's going to be a massacre. We have to get there. Asuna spoke with a trembling voice. And Drifter agreed. But none of the Reavers could help but to look back at the broadcast in transfixed horror. Kibu had led the ALS into the boss room silently. He knew that the other frontline guilds would be moving soon when they realized what he had done. They spread out, the nervousness apparent in the faces of the green players. The frontliners, like Litten, had expressions that ranged from grim determination to forced calm. Drifter couldn't imagine the shield bearer was happy with her guild leader. In the middle of the room stood the floor boss. It was Well, it was a two-headed giant, which was also its name. The boss had its arms, 4 of them, crossed in front of its massive chest, towering over the players by a good 15 meters. The 4's fists were bare, but no less intimidating than if they had been holding a weapon. "Charge!" Kibu shouted, the first word Drifter heard him say since the broadcast started. He was the first to rush at the boss, the ALS players closely behind him. Swords, spears, daggers, and axes cut into the boss flesh, instantly erasing a few percents of the first health bar. The two-headed giant stood completely still, not showing any reaction to the wounds. For a brief, blissfully utopian moment, Drifter tricked himself into thinking everything would be all right. And then the boss opened its eyes, and he knew he was wrong. A cruel glint shone in the boss' bloodshot eyes, and Drifter felt his grip on his trident tightening unconsciously. He hadn't even noticed when he drew it from his back. The two-headed giant uncrossed its arms, pounding its fists together. Then it stomped on the ground, throwing several players into the air. Both heads roared, and a fist the size of a car swung, battering one of the defenseless players. It was like watching someone burst a water balloon or punch a snowball. The fist paused momentarily, then passed straight through the player, leaving only shards behind. Drifter froze. Around him, the reavers stopped, mouths hanging open in horror. "Oh, one hit?" Drifter thought it was Agile who stammered. Right now, he felt as if he were afflicted with Nautilus FNC. All he could do was stare at the broadcast. The first death was only the start. While Kibu, Litten, and the ALS players were just as frozen in shock as the spectators, the two-headed giant didn't stop moving. Another mighty swing of its fists sent players sprawling, and the boss quickly stomped on one of the unfortunate souls that followed Kibu, his scream abruptly cutting off. When the boss lifted its feet again, there was nothing underneath it. Another fell to a backhanded swing. That seemed to finally spur Kibu and the ALS into action. The spiky-haired guild leader yelled orders, and Litten and the other frontliners moved to intercept the boss. But they had hesitated for too long. The two-headed giant pounded the shield-bearer with its fists, and Litten held strong. But even from the broadcast, Drifter could see she was being pushed back. Litten is struggling. What is up with this boss? This isn't even a round floor. Litten was thrown back and another player died. For already, and it hadn't been even 60 seconds since the battle started. It doesn't matter. We need to get there. Asuna, Griselda, Agile, Nautilus, Yuna, message everyone. We meet in the plaza in 3. Drift fuck, we don't have the corridor crystal anymore, do we? Reaver's Requiem started moving, checking their equipment and supplies. They had nothing ready. They weren't prepared to raid a boss today. It was a sign of how dire the situation was that even Kirito cursed, and his girlfriend said nothing. She was preoccupied firing messages to all the frontline guilds. Meanwhile, Drifter had swapped his trident for his old twisted bident. He wanted the more familiar weapon on hand if they were diving headfirst in such a chaotic situation. He shook his head to Kirito's question. Kibu had the crystal primed with the boss room coordinates. Argo. If anyone has another, it's her. Let's pray she does. If we have to cross the maze and the tower to get to them. Kirito trailed off, his gaze once again turning to the broadcast. Drifter followed it, and winced. In the short few moments they had turned their attention away, the battle had got even worse for the ALS. It was a fucking mess. No easy way to put it. The lower-leveled players had completely panicked, and were running everywhere. Easy pickings for the boss as it chased them with a malicious grin, punching them to death one at a time. Kibu's orders to regroup fell on deaf ears. The clearers were faring little better. For all they may be considered frontliner seeds, getting thrown in such a brutal slaughter, and that was what it was, make no mistake, for their first boss raid guaranteed they couldn't fight back. The frontliners were the only ones still holding some semblance of a formation, but even they were struggling. The two-headed giant was abnormally strong. Stronger than any floor boss that wasn't from around floor. Stronger than the 10th and 20th floor bosses too, even. Drifter suddenly had a horrifying thought. The 10th and 20th floors were dangerous because they marked something. They were checkpoints. 1/10 of the way up. 2/10 of the way up. And if that was the case, wasn't the 25th floor also an important marker? 1/4 of the way up. It explained everything. Why the floor boss was so strong. Why the floor was a deadly hell maze so different than the floors before it. Why so many people had already died. Why the ALS was being massacred right now. Drifter shuddered. The 25th floor was a giant meat grinder. Another trap for Kaiba to filter the weak from the strong. It was a sure-death floor, even for frontliners. And Kibu had just brought 100 inexperienced players into it. Chapter 155, Pride Cometh Before the Fall. This was wrong. It was all wrong. This was supposed to be the triumph of the Aincrad Liberation Squad. Their time of glory, to show all the people looking down on them that they were the best the assault team had. The best Aincrad had. It wasn't supposed to be. This. Kibu watched as another player was pounded to death by those giant fists, right in front of him. He didn't even know his name. It was just another one of those kids who had joined the ALS because they dreamed of being frontliners. And now he was dead. Along with 10 others? 12? Kibu didn't even know anymore. Dead. Because of him. 40 minutes earlier. Kibu looked down on the assembled players. Nearly all of ALS was there. Not just his frontliners and his clearers, but all the mid-level players and above in the guild. 156 of them. It was a force the assault team could only hope to compare. Because once you took out the 40-some ALS frontliners, less than 100 players were left in it. Well, okay. Even with their reduced strength, 90 frontliners would still be able to wipe the floor with the ALS. For clearers it was already a stretch to face frontliners. For normal players then. That line of thought soured Kibu's mood, and reminded him again why he was here, about to give an order that was sure to come back to bite him later. If only he had known how soon later would be. Kibu was tired. Tired of being looked down on by the other frontliners. Tired of the whispers that followed him wherever he went. Tired of the fingers pointing at his back from players who didn't even dare to leave the safe zones. So what if he wasn't a bubbling idiot like that fool hero Orlando? So what if he was rude and direct and treated SAO like what it was? A death trap, not a fucking game. So what if he ran his guild like an army? They were soldiers, for God's sake. All of them were. What, was he supposed to act like they were all a big family, like that damned Reaver's Requiem? Don't even get him started on the beater. Sure, the Black Swordsman was fighting just as hard as everyone else to finish the game, but that didn't excuse what he had done. No, it didn't pardon what he had done. It should have been him who died, not Diavel. But no, people didn't just let the beater do as he pleased, they cheered for him. As if he was some sort of great hero. Even Lin was turning a blind eye to it more often than not, and disrespecting the man on whose memory his entire guild had been built. And as if that wasn't enough, even the others from that guild of children had forgotten their place. The songstress, the arrow huntress, and the NPC. They were blatantly cheating, but it was like he was the only one who could see it. And not just a few weeks ago, that damned broken spear drifter had walked all over him. Spouted some bullshit about politics and being role models for the lower-level players. Broken Spear Drifter was an enigma to Kibu. The bastard was a proper menace in battle, and as ruthless as they came, as evidenced by him killing the red player Mort. Kibu was still not sure how he felt about that. And yet, at the same time, he was one of the kindest people you could meet. He acted like a big brother to his whole guild, and was a big brother in all but blood to Argo the Rat. He always took some time out each week to play with the church kids back in the first floor, and was willing to give tips and help train anyone who asked him politely. For Kibu, it was hard to see the vicious Broken Spear, who could hold back a floor boss on his own, and the drifter who had married songstress Yuna, and Kibu would admit he was a little jealous of that as the same person. But they were, and Kibu was reminded of that every time he talked with Broken Spear Drifter. The title player didn't have any qualms speaking his mind when he felt like it, as shown by the latest tongue lashing he gave Kibu in the whole Heathcliff situation. Just thinking of it filled Kibu with anger again. Some of the things he said had been too accurate, and shocked Kibu into leading with his tail between his legs, which he hated. Yes, he, Kibu the challenger, was going to admit it. He felt threatened by Heathcliff. By how fast the cold-blooded little snake was rising in floors and ranks. Afraid that the stone-faced bastard and his newborn guild were going to outclass him and surpass his ALS, despite not having put in nearly a fraction of the time and effort that he did. And that was why they were here now. To rectify all the mistakes and misconceptions. To show that the ALS was still the best Aincrad had. That he, could never be sidelined. And that if anyone, be it Dragon Knight Lind, Black Swordsman Kirito, Broken Spear Drifter, or Heathcliff thought that they could just discard him. Well, they were the ones the assault team didn't need. Everything had gone to shit. Kibu. He had no idea how many of his people had died already. At least 20. And the survivors were so disorganized that they hadn't even emptied half of the two-headed giant's first health bar. And that was just one of 5. Suddenly, everything he had been thinking before about making the Aincrad Liberation Squad great again, the speech he made just before setting off, the words he used to rile up his nervous subordinates. It all seemed so meaningless. He had ignored Litton's warnings and the words of caution of his lieutenants. He had seen the scared expressions of the normal players and chalked it up to cowardice and ignorance. Turns out, he was the ignorant one. He was the coward. Because all this time, it hadn't been righteous fury that drove him to make such a huge mistake. It had been his wounded pride. And now others were paying for his ego. Kibu watched the two-headed giant punch someone else, a frontliner this time, twice. The player, already low on HP, only had the time to groan once before shattering. That was someone who had been with Kibu since he founded the ALS. A true veteran, who had joined the assault team before they were even called that, back on the second floor. And he was dead now. After surviving over a year in the most dangerous position there was in Aincrad. He could have survived. Climbed to the top and escaped. He should have. But Kibu killed him. Maybe not directly, but it were his orders that sent the player and so many others to their deaths. He had as good as pulled the plug himself. "Leader! We need to retreat," someone shouted in his ear. Kibu had no idea when Litton had reached him. He looked at her with a vacant expression. He had blamed her too. Scolded her for dating Shivata, who he only saw as part of their rival guild, the Dragon Knights Brigade. Accused her of fraternizing with the enemy, for being friends with Lighting Flash Asuna and other Reavers. Kibu? Snap out of it. The sharp sound of Kibu being slapped in the face was lost in the middle of the chaos, as was his dumbfounded face when he looked at Litton. Of all people, he never thought she would strike him. But it served its purpose, snapping Kibu awake from the guilt-induced stupor he had fallen into. He stared back at the tank wide-eyed. "All right. We have to." The word got stuck on his throat. He never thought he would have to say it. After all, retreating was for cowards. Running away was for cowards. For the first time, Kibu considered that Kaiba's inclusion of a boss raid broadcast feature wasn't a kindness. Surely they didn't need to retreat, right? He was Kibu the challenger. One of SAO's title players, one of the elites of the assault team. Surely he didn't need to order a retreat. In full view of all of Aincrad. After he let his arrogance take over and made the biggest mistake of his life. The guild leader tore his gaze away from Litton. There was just too much judgment in her eyes. But just because he looked away, it didn't mean the view was better. His people were dying around him. Every minute, another fell victim to the rampaging boss. How long had it been? 5 minutes? 5 hours? How many? Too many. Our retreat. Fall back. His pride shattered, Kibu ordered the retreat. No, he ordered them to run away. And some, those closest to the doors, did. In fact, some had already left when the battle first started going downhill. Kibu himself started heading towards the exit. He never got there. A giant fist blindsided him and sent the guild leader tumbling through the ground. Ugh! Kibu groaned, more due to surprise than anything. When he looked up, the two-headed giant was standing right over him. The exit was behind the monster. Whether by design or coincidence, the boss had positioned itself between the bulk of the ALS forces and the doors. And it wasn't moving. Motherfucker, ugh. Kibu started to curse, but had to stop and focus on defending against the onslaught of fists that rained down on him. Say what you will about him, but Kibu the Challenger was a sword art online elite. Even in the state he was, he still managed to parry, deflect, or block most of the boss attacks. And even those which hit him, he turned his body in such a way that he minimized the damage. Where normal players had fallen to 1 or 2 attacks from the two-headed giant, Kibu had already withstood 20 in a short moment. But even he had his limits. Higher level, stats, and better equipment had its limits too. His HP, in the end, was just a number. And it was rapidly depleting. Another punch broke his shield, and Kabaka hastily raised his blade to block, but the weapon wasn't made for defense. He flipped over and was thrown a good 10 meters back. If someone hadn't used a healing crystal on him during the battle, he would be dead. And maybe that would be better. It might not wash away the shame, and it certainly wouldn't bring back those who died for his mistakes. But maybe it would be some sort of redemption. No. There was no redemption in dying like this. It was just another form of running away. If he had to die. Kibu surveyed the battle. Litna had managed to assemble about 3 dozen players in some sort of formation, and was keeping the boss at bay. But they had already suffered too much damage to have any hope of winning the battle. As long as the two-headed giant was blocking the exit, even surviving would be difficult. Kibu crawled up, and raised his scimitar again. If he had to die, then he was going to make it worth something. If Drifter could hear what Kabaku was thinking right now, he would scream and beat the player within an inch of his life. Even now, when everything had gone to shit, the fucking idiot couldn't let go of his pride. Make his death worth something? Only someone with an ego the size of Aincrad could be thinking something like that in this situation. Instead of trying to survive, or at least save his guildmates, Kibu was looking to become a martyr. Litten, escape when I give you an opening. Take everyone away. W.H. Hack. Kibu's sudden shouting distracted the tank, and she took a fist to the side. Using a skill to stabilize her body and push back the boss, she turned her head and saw Kibu charging the two-headed giant from the side. Hey! Look over here, you stupid fuck! Kibu, wait! Don't dash. Too late. Kibu lashed at the boss' side with a skill, successfully catching its attention. The two-headed giant turned around and made to grab him, but the guild leader just barely dodged the large hands. Go, ALS. I'll distract Ugg. He did not dodge the open palm that swatted him. Kibu's eyes widened in shock, and he watched his health slowly drain. For a very long second, he thought he was dead. There were so few pixels left in his HP bar that he could probably count them in one hand. Like this, even being slightly grazed by the two-headed giant would spell doom for him. And looking at the car-sized fist descending almost vertically on him, Kibu lowered his sword and closed his eyes. The expected feeling of being squashed to oblivion didn't come. Instead, Kabaka felt someone grabbing him by the back of the neck and dragging him back. What the fuck do you think you are doing, you fucking idiot? Either stand up and fight or get the fuck out of the way. Huh? A very familiar voice yelled at his face, and Kibu opened his eyes to see Dragon Knight Lind, angrier than he had ever seen the other player before. No, enraged was probably a better description. But when had Lind arrived? For that matter, Kibu turned around and looked at the boss, and his jaw dropped. Indomitable Knight Nautilus was kneeling, his shield raised above his head and holding the two-headed giant's fist. Shivata and Litten were blocking another hand. Black swordsman Kirito had his sword buried hilt deep into the giant's face. Hero Orlando was hacking away at its side. Merchant warrior Agile seemed to be doing his utmost to cut off a third limb. And the samurai Klein and broken spear Drifter had the last hand nailed to the ground by their katana and spear. WH what? H how dash? No one answered him. Lind was already facing the two-headed giant. The assault team descended onto the boss with unbridled fury. Kibu could only watch as more frontliners streamed out of a portal just outside the boss room, Argo the rat next to it. Without a word, they joined the battle. Fighting. Dying. Chapter 156 Desperate Struggle. Drifter had never thought there could be something worse than pitting your life against a floor boss. Actually, that was a lie. He could think of several worse things, chief amongst which was having one of his friends killed by said floor boss. But that was besides the point. That being, he had just found something worse, watching other people fight a floor boss. And die. By the dozens. The Spearmaster had never resented Kaiba so much. Not even when he found out he was trapped in SAO. But this? Making a floor boss so absurdly harder without warning, with the sole aim of killing as many people as possible? This was sickening. And Kibu. Drifter swore that, if the idiot survived, he would demand, Kibu for a few very public sparring, humiliation, sessions and kick the ever-loving shit out of him. If he survived. It was still a toss-up. Argo, thank all that was scared for her, had a corridor crystal they could use. Her backup's backup, she called it. And the assault team mobilized in record time. Their meeting point changed to the plaza of the town of beginnings. It was a larger place for them to gather, and most of the frontliners were already there anyway. In their justified hurry, they had forgotten that it wasn't only the frontliners who liked to gather on the first floor to watch the broadcasts, even if it was just for the scouting party. Being stared at was nothing new to any of them, but it was not what they needed right now. Not while people were dying. They ignored it. Guild by guild, the frontliners lined up, looking more like an army than they ever had. Standing next to Argo, Drifter finally saw Furinkazan arriving. They were the last ones, and he nodded to the info broker. "Aight, everyone! 20 seconds. Go through the portal, kill that motherfucking boss, and bring back the ALS." Shouts of agreement were returned, and Drifter squeezed the little rat's shoulder in silent thanks. She smiled up at him, but it didn't reach her eyes. It had taken the assault team 7 minutes to assemble. 9 in total, since the battle started. Drifter had stopped looking at the broadcast, but he knew at least 20 ALS players were dead. Probably no, certainly more. What's the plan, Broken Spear? Dragon Knight Lin stepped forward, for once without the signature sneer he always had when talking to a Reaver. Drifter shook his head. No time for one, Lind. 10 seconds. Just try to save as many of them as we can. 5 seconds. Good luck, Broken Spear. To you too, Dragon Knight. 2, 1. Opening the corridor. Argo activated the corridor crystal, and a swirling blue portal opened in front of them. The DKB were the first through the gate. Drifter exchanged a glance with Kirito, who nodded. Reaver's Requiem stepped through without hesitation. Just before he was teleported away, Drifter heard Argo. She was going to be the last one to go, after making sure everyone was through. Good luck, dear Abu. Bring those assholes back. Whatever they had been watching in the broadcast, it was worse in person. As soon as he stepped out of the portal, Drifter could see the two-headed giant, with its back turned to them, grab a player and squeeze, crushing him. For a half-second, Drifter stared at the cloud of shards. It chilled his blood that it wasn't the only one he saw hovering in the air. It was terrifying to think that the two-headed giant was killing people fast enough that the polygons of their deaths had yet to dissipate before another fell. But the Spearmaster only stayed still for that fraction of a moment. Then he immediately dashed into the boss room, using Rage Spike and Comet Break as if they were simple movement skills. Lind and his Dragon Knights brigade were only a few steps ahead of him. They muscled their way through the mass of panicked ALS players, opening a path for Reaver's Requiem and the others. Drifter caught glimpses of Litton and the other frontliners' shocked and relieved faces. His gaze was focused completely on the boss. It was about to crush someone. Kibu. He had his eyes closed, and looked like he had given up. Drifter was going to kill him. Several things happened at once. Drifter bent his arm backwards and launched his spear in the strongest serpent coil impale he had ever used. Nautilus activated Unrepentant Charge to block the boss. Lind grabbed Kibu by the scruff of the neck and pulled the idiot back. Kirito vanished from beside him in a burst of speed, climbing up the boss and sinking his sword in its face. Yuki and Ran charged with Furinkazan and cut away at its legs. Shivata had grabbed Litton and they were working together to fend off another hand while Orlando and his braves fought a third appendage. The fourth and last hand of the two-headed giant was still free and formed a fist aiming at Asuna. Drifter saw that and snarled. Just thinking of how many players the boss had already killed set his blood boiling. Die! Recalling his weapon, the Spearmaster whirled and slashed, stabbing in a flurry that left half a dozen wounds along the two-headed giant's arm. It wasn't enough. The fist was still going for Asuna. The fencer narrowed her eyes and used a martial arts skill to dodge. The fist thundered and opened a crater in the ground. The two-headed giant roared and started to lift its hand again, and Drifter heard Klein growling. "Oh no you don't, fucker." The red-haired guild leader made a drawing motion, and his katana flashed in a savage fulcrum. Red shards flew in the air, and another set of wounds appeared on the boss limb. Then Klein spun his blade and stabbed straight down, pinning its hand to the ground. Drifter smiled savagely, and jumped. Without any words, he too stabbed down and pierced the boss' hand. It held the two-headed giant for a moment. Then it roared again and ripped its hands free, sending everything flying. Weapons, players, everything. Drifter spun his body midair and landed on his feet, as did most of the others. They were used to fighting bosses 20 times their size, and knew that immobilizing its limbs was only a delaying tactic. Cardinal would never make it that easy to incapacitate a boss. But those few seconds were what the assault team needed to properly enter a formation. About 60 players surrounded the boss, while the remaining 30 provided first aid to the ALS survivors. They guided the clearers and normal players out of the room while organizing the ALS frontliners. The raid team still needed them. Valark, Liz, Kismol, Silica, Asuna, Griselda, Agile, Shigio, Wolf, all rushed forward to engage the two-headed giant. Drifter took a quick head count of the ALS frontliners. His heart sank. Where there should have been over 40 players, maybe half now stood. And the vast majority was looking down and battered. Not just in terms of equipment and HP, but mentality. Their wills were broken. Drifter couldn't see any fight in their eyes. The Spearmaster had no time to rekindle their spirit. He very much doubted anything but time to grieve would achieve that. And maybe seeing the boss that caused them so much pain put down hard. Drifter could help with that. Eagerly. And, since they were still standing here, arms ready, maybe they weren't so defeated as he thought. They hadn't run away, after all. They were still frontliners. It remained to be seen how many of them would still want that title after today's battle. At least one of them, Drifter glared at Kibu's near catatonic form, had lost the right to it. "You can kill him later, dummy." Head in the fight. Yuna whispered to him, and she was only half kidding. Kibu was on the receiving end of plenty of "I will kill you if you fuck this up" even more stares. Totally deserved, in Drifter's opinion. Nodding to the songstress, Drifter forgot about Kibu the next moment, and charged the boss. Darting under its legs, he swung his spear with verticals, horizontals, and cobalt slices. Through the desperate efforts of the ALS to survive, and the blitzkrieg-like offensive of the assault team later on, the two-headed giant was down to its last 2 health bars. A victory, but a Pyrrhic one. Especially because they were far from over. There was still a lot of death to come. Were it any other floor bosses, even those of the 10th and 20th floors, even with Kibu coming out half-cocked in such a monumental fuck-up, there was no way the ALS would have been dismantled as fast and brutality as they were. Personal feelings aside, they were SAO's biggest guild, and one of the best. Even their normal players were a cut above the rest. No, this boss was special. It was a killing machine uniquely designed to crush whatever arrogance the assault team had to bits. To remind them that they were not the dominant group in Aincrad. That they were still just pawns. Growling at the thought, Drifter slid under a fist and stabbed the two-headed giant in the elbow. He failed to see the other hand sweeping close to the ground, and was smacked away. In hindsight, it couldn't really be considered his fault. The floor boss was huge and, close as Drifter was, the first arm completely blocked his view. Ugh! That knowledge didn't make the blow any softer. The Spearmaster grunted and looked at his HP bar disbelieving. He had taken that attack full on, but he was broken Spear Drifter of Reaver's Requiem. His level was the best, his stats were the best, his equipment was the best. There was not a world where a single slap should have taken away 60% of his health. But it did, and the boss wasn't letting go. Rolling to the side, the Spearmaster narrowly avoided getting squished. Getting hit just one more time would spell his doom. Without getting up, Drifter stabbed sideways with his spear, puncturing the boss' thumb. The sight would be almost comical if he weren't struggling to survive. Another hand tried to crush him, and Drifter cut it. He absolutely hated being thrown to the ground and losing his mobility, and it happened far too often in his opinion. Got you! Someone grabbed him by the arm and pulled him away just in time to avoid getting stepped on by the boss. Another pair of hands pulled him up, and Drifter nodded gratefully to Enkidu and Kinemits. They nodded back, not a trace of the usual sassy smirks they normally had. Only grim determination. Then Kinemits' eyes widened, and Drifter swung his spear back over his head in a moment of instinctive self-preservation. Something big and heavy, the boss, hit him in the back, and he stumbled forward, bowling over the Furinkazan player. Had he not put up the hasty defense, Drifter would be dead. As it was, he was again on the ground, staring at a health bar that was 95% empty. Stupid. He had been unbelievably stupid. He already knew the two-headed giant was dangerous and relentless, and he still looked away from it. He should have turned around immediately, instead of wasting those few seconds. He rolled away from Kinemits and smashed a healing crystal on his chest. A sigh of relief escaped his lips even as he looked up to see Enkidu groaning to hold back the two-headed giant. The brave was fully focused on stopping one fist, and never saw the other hand. This was starting to piss Drifter off. The boss only had 4 hands, but it felt like it had 1,000 with how relentless they were. No you don't, you overweight bastard. Ignoring his still low health, the Spearmaster surged to his feet and dashed at the boss, putting himself between Enkidu and the fist. He slashed up with Skyrender, smacking the fist away. The high-level skills seemed to catch the attention of the boss, because it abandoned Enkidu and everyone else to focus all 4 hands on him. Oh shit. Later, when asked to describe what he did, Drifter would be unable to say anything other than no fucking idea. Every fiber of his being, every 0 and 1 of his virtual body, was screaming danger to him. The 4 fists coming at him seemed to slow down, covering his entire line of sight. There was no time to use any skills. Whirling his spear, he slashed the side of a fist, cutting a deep gash and alternating its path slightly. It punched a crater in the ground not 20 centimeters to his left. He was already moving to the next threat before the impact even happened. Drifter ducked, and felt the air explode over him in a blast as the second fist passed right above his head. He stabbed it thrice in a fraction of a second, not even noting the dim silver glow of his spear. The last 2 hands came at him together, attempting to crush him like someone killed a mosquito by catching it between their palms. Drifter spun his spear in a whirlwind, leaving half a dozen cuts on the palms. They still came at him unstoppable, and he held his spear horizontally between them. The tip of his beloved twisted bit dug into the left palm, the other end of the spear stopping the right one. The weapon endured for a full second before bending and shattering, its durability completely expanded from trying to stop a fatal attack from the absurdly strong floor boss. It was enough for Drifter to stomp the ground with his right foot and propel himself back, just before his weapon broke and the palms clapped together. He could tell that no one, not even Valork at full health, would be able to survive that attack. Growling at the sight of the weapon Liz so carefully crafted for him shattering, Drifter took his trident out of his inventory and glared at the floor boss. This time he saw his weapon glowing silver long before he armed the serpent coil impale, as did everyone else. He wondered what that was about. Then he threw the trident. It flew beautifully, a spinning light of death. Hopefully the boss. The trident punched a hole through the two-headed giant's chest, and continued to fly until it hit the wall, where it stayed embedded, 20 meters above the ground. The two-headed giant, meanwhile, collapsed. It crumbled to its knees dramatically like no boss before it, then fell forward, face first into the ground. Only then did it shatter, the familiar message of, "Congratulations," appearing in the air. Drifter couldn't help it. He fell down, all his strength leaving him. He could hear his heart thumping in his ears, his breath coming out in ragged expirations. The first thought that crossed his adrenaline-addled mind was that nobody would ever let him live down the fact that he, Broken Spear Drifter, had just broken another spear during a floor boss raid. His second thought, immediately wiping away the first, was that they needed a death count. He fell back and closed his eyes. Chapter 157, Broken Assault Team. Falling back, Drifter closed his eyes. He didn't want to look around. He didn't want to be the first to speak. He didn't want to see anyone, or worse, not see someone. He didn't want to think. To feel. He just wanted it all to go away. For a long time, the only sound in the boss room was the labored breathing of 100 players. Then someone finally spoke up. The only person who should have kept his fucking mouth shut. Why? Why did you come? Drifter's eyes snapped open. He felt anger burning in his chest. Jumping up, he made to storm towards the speaker, but someone got there first. You selfish, egotistical, entitled asshole. Yuna landing a punch square on Kibu's jaw and sending him sprawling was one of the most beautiful things Drifter had ever seen. He wanted to take a picture and frame it. It was even worth the cursor above her head turning orange. Yuna would probably have continued to beat Kibu, which might have killed the other player, considering his low health, if Drifter didn't wrap his arms around her waist from behind and pull her to him. I didn't dash. You can shut the fuck up, Kibu. We will get to you soon. But first. Drifter threw the spiky-haired guild leader a death glare, and he wasn't the only one. Kibu flinched, and seemed to shrink, hugging his knees to his chest. Meanwhile, the Spearmaster turned to the rest of the players with a sigh. Releasing Yuna after whispering something in her ear, he searched for Argo with his eyes. He found her standing next to Litten, rubbing the tank's back. It would be a comical sight, the tiny girl who didn't even reach Litten's shoulders comforting the much bigger and older woman, if it wasn't actually just depressing. Recalling his trident, Drifter spun it and stabbed the ground, trying to project an image of strength even if all he wanted to do was find a corner to cry. Hit us, Argo. What are the losses? Seeing Kibu flinch away from him and the question gave Drifter a small amount of cruel satisfaction. But his gaze was focused on Argo, as was everyone else's, from the frontliners in the boss room to the SAO players elsewhere in Aincrad, and the spectators in the outside world. The info broker fidgeted, her expression downcast. Drifter's heart sank. He knew it was bad. Really bad. But it seemed like reality was even worse than what he expected. Little rat? Argo looked up and met his gaze. She seemed so sad that Drifter extended his arms, and she was in front of him before he knew it, burrowing in his chest. She stepped out of the hug before he could wrap his arms around her, but he didn't mind. Just like Drifter was trying to put up a strong front, so was she. 78. We lost 78 people. Drifter almost crumbled. He had to hold onto his trident with all his strength not to collapse. Beside him, Yuna clutched his hand so hard he might have actually taken a few points of damage if they weren't in the same party. The reactions around the boss room were similar. Most people were already on the ground, too tired to even move, but at Argo's words they had gone deathly still. 78 players. 78 lives, gone in a single battle. There had never been a massacre of this proportion in SAO. The consequences would be far-reaching. Morale was broken and gone. So was trust. And most importantly, a large parcel of the dead had been, if not frontliner elites, then potential frontliners. This wasn't just dealing the players a heavy blow. It was crippling their future. SPH. Specifics? Drifter felt bad for forcing Argo to talk about it. But he was afraid of what would happen if he let the silence stretch. The info broker swallowed and pulled her hood all the way down, obscuring her entire face. 64 ALS. 12 DKB. 2 Reavers. Drifter froze. Yuna's grip on his hand tightened. While everyone was still reeling from the first number Argo had said, Drifter was searching for his guildmates. They had scattered over the course of the battle, and they were still as true across the boss room. But now they all sat up, ramrod straight, and did the same as he. The Spearmaster looked around. Yuna was with him, obviously. Nautilus, Sinan, Liz, Kirito, Asuna, he saw them immediately. Ran and Yuki were a little ways away. Kismol was one of the few standing, hugging a tearful Silica while Pina and Ferder licked her hands, trying to comfort her. Valork was by himself, his face a mask. Griselda was near the doors, leaning against a wall with Wolf. Agile and Shigio were slowly making their way towards them. Keita was crying. Wait. Keita? Drifter's gaze zeroed on the other man. Why was he here? The Black Cats weren't part of the frontliner group of Reaver's Requiem. They weren't supposed to be. They had followed the rest of the guild here. Of course. How could they not, when they witnessed firsthand how desperate the situation was? And everything had happened so fast that Drifter nor Kirito, Asuna, or everyone else had even noticed. Even if they had, the Spearmaster knew they wouldn't have had time to discuss it. Closing his eyes and then opening them again, Drifter forced himself to look for the other Black Cats. For the two that weren't there anymore. He had already seen Keita. Sachi was on her knees, hiding her head in his back and sobbing. Tetsuo was staring at nothing. And Ducker and Sasamaru were dead. Fuck. Why had they known? Now wasn't the time to think about that. The Spearmaster tore his gaze away from Keita, Sachi, and Tetsuo, and looked at Argo again. She was still hiding her face. How many frontliners, Argo? All 12 from DKB. 29 from ALS. Drifter cursed again, and this time it carried throughout the silent boss room. 41 frontliners. That was nearly a fourth of the assault team's strength. Somehow it could have been worse. He felt that thought nagging at the back of his head, but didn't speak it. But it was the truth. 41 frontliners. It was crippling. It truly was. But at the same time, it was something they could recover from. With time. Which they didn't have. Fuck. The ALS had gotten the worst of it, obviously. 3/4 of their frontliner group was gone. And 35 others. That was well over a third of the guild, dead. Drifter wasn't sure there would be an Aincrad Liberation Squad left after today. And in all honesty, he couldn't see this as an entirely bad thing. It had been mostly, if not all, Kibu's fault, yes. He must have made the changes last minute, otherwise Litton or one of Argo's informants would have let them know. But there was a not insignificant part of Drifter that thought Litton and the other frontliners should have put their foot down and said no to Kibu's insane plan. They were frontliners. They should have known better than to bring a bunch of inexperienced rookies into a floor boss raid. He didn't know why they hadn't. Loyalty? Fear? Maybe just obedience, for Kiba ran his guild like a military? Whatever the reason was, They had made the largest blunder of their lives, and people had died for it. Still, most of the blame laid squarely on Kibu's shoulders. And he was going to answer for it. His glare found its way back to Kibu. The ALS guild leader was nearly catatonic, mouth hanging open and eyes staring at Argo but not seeing her. Probably not even he had realized just how much he fucked up. How much death he caused. Playing the broken-hearted card wasn't going to work. Kissing Yuna on the side of the head, Drifter gently pried her fingers open and marched right up to Kibu. Everyone was watching him, but he didn't care. Kibu! When roughly pulling him up didn't work to snap the ALS player out of his daze, Drifter shouted his name right in his face. The normally belligerent guild leader refused to meet his gaze. Drifter's face scrunched up with disgust, and he let go of Kibu, who immediately fell down again. He had a lot he wanted to say to Kibu. He wanted to yell and shout, curse, and beat the idiot. But there was something he wanted to know even more. Why? For a long time, Kibu didn't show any signs that he even heard the question. Then he got up with shaky legs, still refusing to look at anyone. Why? Drifter repeated. Kibu finally looked at him, before looking away again. In that brief moment, Drifter saw shame, anger, loss, pain. A myriad of emotions. I thought we could take the bow dash. That's not my question, Kibu. What I want to know is why. Why are 78 players dead? Kibu flinched. Even some of the others winced when they felt the venom Drifter put in his words. They all heard the question as the accusation it was. It was petty. It was cruel. It was deserved. The spiky-haired guild leader clenched his fists. Drifter was still staring at him, awaiting an answer. Kibu's world-famous temper finally got the better of him and he exploded. I made a mistake, okay? The other floor bosses were easy, and I thought this one would be the same. But it fucking wasn't. I just wanted people to stop laughing at us. Kibu surged forward, glaring at Drifter with hate. But he lost momentum as he spoke. He made the mistake of looking around and saw nothing but disbelief and fury, even from his own guildmates. It wasn't Drifter who answered Kibu's rant. Litten extricated herself from Shivada's embrace and stalked towards the duo, pointing a finger at Kibu. Laugh at us? Laugh at us? Who the hell was laughing at us, Kibu? Nobody, that's who. Nobody! Hearing Litten raise her voice probably shocked the spectators more than watching Drifter scold Kibu. Because Broken Spear Drifter was famous for his temper and tongue lashing, but Litten the Fortress had barely ever been heard to say anything louder than a whisper. Nobody laughed at us, Kibu. We are the Aincrad Liberation Squad. We've been fighting to escape SAOs since the first floor. People said things about us. They complained we were too militaristic. That we were too authoritarian. But nobody ever laughed at us. She punctuated each word by stabbing his chest with her finger. Tears were running down her cheeks and breaking down into tiny light crystals. We are the ALS, Kibu. Or at least we were. Hearing that probably hurt Kibu more than anything. Litten had as good as pronounced that the ALS, the guild Kibu had poured his everything into, was dissolving. And no. Please. TT the assault team still needs us. Litten cried. Needs who, Kibu? 30 of our frontliners are dead. Just as many of our other players are gone. And the ones who survived won't ever have the courage to step foot into a boss room again. Part of the blame is on me, for not stopping you. But you are the real reason they are dead. You and your selfish pride. Litten took a deep breath, and Shivada came forward and hugged her from behind, holding her close to his chest. Litten almost broke down, but she still had a parting shot for Kibu. You are the reason the ALS is no more, Kibu. Stabbing Kibu and twisting the knife would have been kinder. But Drifter couldn't find it in him to pity the other player. Every word Litten said had been the truth. The Spearmaster stepped closer again. They weren't done yet. Berating Kibu wouldn't bring the dead back. But it was that or murdering him. Not a month ago, I defended you to Heathcliff, Kibu. I told him that no matter how much of an asshole you are, when it came down to it I trusted you to have my back. I wish I knew back then how fucking wrong I was. Drifter spat. And he meant every word. Kibu looked like he had been slapped. I'm sorry. You better fucking be. But it doesn't change anything. Nearly 80 people are dead, and I don't know if we will have the strength to climb the next floor. It only gets harder from here, and you single-handedly weakened the assault team back to how we were on the first floor. Congratulations. Kibu had nothing to say to that. He looked around, searching for something. Not support. Just something. Anything that didn't feel like a blade stabbing his heart out. He didn't find it. Just shut up, Kibu. Shut up and go away. I don't know what will happen to the ALS and the assault team. But I know you won't be a part of it. For a brief second, Kibu's eyes lit up with fury at being told that he wasn't going to have a say on his guild and his assault team anymore. But it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. You are right. I fucked up massively, and I don't deserve to be here. I will leave the assault team. And the Aincrad Liberation Squad. You can elect a new guild leader. Kibu mumbled the words out, raising his voice at the last part and fiddling with his menu. Drifter guessed he was retiring as guild leader and leading the guild, and the position must have gone to Lytton if her sharp intake of breath was anything to go by. The former ALS guild leader, former frontliner, Kibu the challenger, looked at the players in the boss room. At Drifter, glowering at him. At Black Swordsman Kirito and Lightning Flash Asuna, hugging each other and glaring. At the rest of Reaver's Requiem, mourning their losses. At Argo the Rat, whose face was still hidden by her hood. At Hero Orlando and Klein, who were stone-faced. At Lin and the DKB, his oldest rivals, who stared back as if he was the most disgusting thing in the world. Lastly, he looked at Lytton, who was hiding her face on her boyfriend's chest. Looked at his former guildmates, however few were left, and saw nothing but betrayal. Stared at the players he knew were watching the broadcast from all around Aincrad. And bowed. I'm sorry. He turned to leave, walking towards the stairs that had appeared after the boss died. He was going to get to the 26th floor and wait until somebody activated the teleporter, then disappear. Where to, he had no idea. But a voice caught him before he could leave. Oh, no you don't. What? Kibu turned around and stared at Broken Spear Drifter uncomprehendingly. He had already said he was sorry. He had already admitted his mistake. What more did he want? For him to die as atonement? You don't get to walk away as if you are a fucking martyr, Kibu. You don't get to play the victim and act like we are kicking you out for a small mistake. Because this was no fucking small mistake, you bastard. I know that. And I didn't want to dash. Drifter cut him off again with a snarl that had the other player stumbling back. Then he felt Yuna's small hand on his back, and caught himself. The Spearmaster stood straighter, and even if they were of the same height, right now he was towering over Kibu. You are not leading the assault team, Kibu. We are kicking you out. Fuck off and don't show your face around us ever again. Chapter 158, Sure Death. Only after Kibu's hunched back disappeared did Drifter allow himself to fall down again. He crouched, balancing his elbows on his knees and his head on his palms. He felt like crying. Berating Kibu hadn't made him feel any better. All he could think about was of how many people they had lost. 78, it was an insane number. And 2 of them were their own. Ducker and Sasamaru. Just yesterday, Drifter had joined them for a training session down on the lower floors. He had taught Sasamaru nearly everything the other player knew about the way of the spear. It wasn't the first time he lost someone. Not even close. All their faces flashed through his mind now. Mielen, Namate, Merida, Harry 1. It still hurt so goddamn much every time. Dummy? How are you feeling? Drifter almost laughed. but it would have hurt Yuna, and that was the one thing he promised to never do. So instead he sat back, with his head between his forearms, and let her embrace him from behind. So many people, Yoon. So many. Sasamaru and Ducker Dash. His voice caught, and he stifled a sob. He wasn't going to cry. Not here. I'm tired of it. I want to go home. He felt Yuna stiffen against him, and he knew why. Drifter had never said that. He was always the one putting up a strong front and encouraging everyone. Even when he opened up to her during their late-night talks, he never said it so bluntly. He felt so fragile right now, all his heightened emotions and anger running out now that Kibu was gone. He hated it. I feel at home whenever I'm with you, dummy. But we will get out. I know it. How? His voice cracked. Yuna pressed her face against the crook of his neck. Because we have each other. Gods, he loved her so much. Drifter didn't move, but Yuna felt him relaxing in her arms. He stayed silent for a long time. The assault team, those who were left at least, also stayed still. From the moment the broadcast came on to now, maybe 45 minutes had passed. The battle itself must have taken less than 25 minutes. But from even before they stepped into the corridor crystal, it had been intensely emotionally draining. Putting the ALS aside, even the other frontliner guilds that came to assist had suffered. Lind and his DKB had been the first to charge, and as such suffered considerable losses. Everyone just wanted to rest. But they had to move eventually. To open the 26th floor and decide what to do in regards to the ALS and the assault team. They would continue climbing, that was never in question, but there was still much to discuss. Lytton. Hugh. Yes? Drifter glanced at the ALS tank. She was still encased in Shivada's arms, but turned around to look at him. She had stopped crying. I'm sorry to dump this on you after everything that happened, but I'm assuming Kibu made you the new guild leader? Why yes. Take some time, it's more than fair. But in a week or so, we are gonna need to know what will happen with the ALS. If you guys are going to disband, take some time out, and numbers. So we know what we'll have to work with in the 26th floor raid. Lytton shuddered, and Shivada shot Drifter a glare, to which the Spearmaster could only respond by shrugging apologetically. Like he said, he was sorry for throwing this on Lytton when she had more reasons to grieve than anyone, but they truly did need to know it to plan for the next floor. Lind Dragon Knight Lind. The DKB guild leader raised an eyebrow at Drifter's use of his title, but nodded in acknowledgement. If Kibu had lost any respect the Spearmaster had for him today, Lind had earned it. When the situation called for it, the DKB leader had put aside all grudges without hesitation, and risked everything to help the ALS. He was a true frontliner. Can you follow us after we unlock the teleporter? I want to talk about some stuff. Argo, Orlando, Klein, you too. The ones he named nodded. It was pretty obvious what the stuff Drifter wanted to discuss was. The Spearmaster glanced at the stairs to the next floor. He really didn't feel like getting up. But he also wasn't a big fan of moping here where everyone in Aincrad could watch him. Well then. I suppose we should go. Taking a deep breath, he got up, pulling Yuna with him. The rest of the frontliners also stirred into motion. They started climbing the stairs. Drifter just hoped Kibu had the good sense of disappearing already. He wasn't sure he could and would want to stop someone from beating the former ALS guild leader. Seijiru was in the hospital, watching over the distressed faces of nearly 70 families. He felt useless, only being able to stand there and watch parents and siblings cry over the cooling bodies of their loved ones. Today had been a nightmare. It started when one of his aides rushed into his office without even knocking, saying that something was going on with the frontliner scouting party responsible for investigating the 25th floor boss. Even so, Seijiru hadn't been too worried. Kibu the challenger was doing something, but he was a titled player. And the ALS had dozens of frontliners and clearers. Nothing could go wrong. Right? Wrong. How very fucking wrong. The fact that Seijiro even considered it would be okay went to show that, no matter how closely the people outside watched and analyzed SAO, they would never truly understand the game, because they weren't part of it, just spectators. The first sign of the disaster had been a player getting one-hit KO'd. Even then Seijiro hadn't truly comprehended how bad things were going to get. The massacre that followed next crushed him. Especially so because, while Seijiro felt useless, the players were still fighting. Even when Kibu froze and the normal players panicked, Litten still led the frontliners to battle, trying her best to protect the weaker members of her guild. Watching them fight and fail had been the worst thing Seijiro ever experienced. Each player who died was another blade stabbing him. The arrival of the rest of the assault team had reignited a small flame of hope in his chest. But that too had been snuffed out when he realized that, even with the reinforcements, players were still dropping like flies. While the frontliners themselves might not have noticed it, focused as they were on staying alive and killing the boss, the spectators with their bird's-eye view had. Seijiro had seen the Dragon Knights Brigade bravely charging forward to relieve the ALS, and dying for it. He had seen the moment Ducker and Sasamaru from Reaver's Requiem were killed, pummeled to death by the boss fists. He received the statistics at the same time that Argo the Rat disclosed them. Walking out of his office into the main room of his task force, he had been greeted with the depressing sight of his subordinate staring at a wall covered in screens, many of which were now black. Going to the hospital had been the next logical step. He was not in the mood for a press conference, and he owed it to the deceased's families to at least speak to them. "Sir? There has been a development we believe might be of interest." One of his secretaries, Chi, handed him a tablet. It showed the survivors from the 25th boss raid trekking through what he assumed was the 26th floor. The broadcast was from Broken Spear Drifter's POV. Seijiro stared at it for a few seconds. Understandably, Broken Spear and everyone else appeared to be depressed. He sighed and got up. "The hospital left an office open for us, right? Let's go there." Meanwhile, increase the guards around Kibu's room discreetly. Make sure no one murders him. "Yes, sir." Unbeknownst to Seijiro, someone else had much the same concern as him. Although concern might be the wrong emotion. "Drifter, little rat, get Fumaningum to run surveillance on Kibu, at least for a while." "Argo?" Drifter was typing his messages to Argo after verifying twice that his menu was set to private, and despite the info broker being only a few meters away from him. "Drifter, I don't want to see his face ever again, but you know just as well as I do how big of an idiot he is. I wouldn't put it past him to say that he is leaving for good then do something stupid like trying to raise another guild. And if he does, it won't end well for him. Argo, I say we let the idiot hang himself." Drifter's lips twitched with the barest hints of a smile. But as tempting as the thought was, they had to consider the bigger picture. "Drifter, we can't have a public lynching right now. Our priority has to be stabilizing the front lines, not dealing with violent mobs." "Argo, if you say so. I still think it would be good for morale." "Drifter, little rat." "Argo, alright, I got it. Honestly, I just want him to disappear and stop causing problems." Reading that, Drifter sighed and looked at the info broker. She blamed herself for not finding out about Kibu's plan before the broadcast started. Of course she did. But she shouldn't fault herself for other people's actions. "So do I." Did you say something, Drift?" No. I was just thinking out loud." Nautilus grunted, but he must have misunderstood Drifter, because the ash-haired player slowed down his steps to look around the new floor. "It's unfairly beautiful." Yeah. It really was. After the dark maze that was the 25th floor, not to mention the disaster of a raid, the openness of the 26th floor was at the same time refreshing and unnerving. They had emerged in the middle of a shrine, one of dozens scattered around the floor. All of them miniature safe zones. Linking each shrine were paths of white sand, the rest of the floor covered in emerald grass under a sheen of water. Just enough to splash around a little when someone stepped on it. Water lilies and other flowers grew everywhere. As it seemed to be tradition, the floor right after an extra difficult one was disturbingly easy. Beautiful enough to be a touristy hotspot, safe zones everywhere, no mobs attack you if you stayed on the path. Drifter didn't know how he felt about it. He knew it was meant to be so the players could rest and recover after a hard battle, but it felt more like Cardinal was rubbing in their faces what Ducker, Sasamaru, and all the others who fell couldn't have. Thankfully it didn't take them too long to reach the major town of this floor. Drifter barely paid any attention to the architecture, instead entering the first inn he saw and booking a meeting room. Someone went to unlock the teleporter, and the rest of the assault team dispersed to kick their wounds. Drifter looked at Keita, Sachi, who had stopped crying and now just looked soulless, which was even worse, and Tetsuo. He shook his head to clear his mind. He would talk to them later, if they wanted to. Songbird. Leave it to me. I'll make sure they are okay. Or as okay as they can be. Go do what you need. Thanks, love. I will fill you in on the details later. The songstress pecked his cheek, and Drifter signaled the people he had called earlier to follow him. Kirito, Asuna, Orlando, Klein, Lind, the other guild leaders. Shivata and Litton in a corner. Leaning on the table, Drifter took a few measured breaths. He knew everyone already knew what he was going to say, but it still needed to be said. Today was hell. Kibu's to blame for a lot of it. Litton flinched and Shivata wrapped her in his arms. But the 25th wasn't normal. The whole floor was nasty, but the boss. That was just downright cruel. Even if everything had proceeded as planned. He trailed off for a second, glancing at Litton covertly. If everything had gone as we originally wanted, the scouting party might have been annihilated. At the very least a handful would be dead. No way around it. Furrowed brows and cautious nods were the norm around the room. Nobody had been expecting the two-headed giant to be so abnormally strong. Just like OT caught the ALS by surprise, it would have taken the scouting party too. I'm not saying what happened is better or worse. There's no comparison here that I want to make. But I don't see a way we could have gotten past the 25th floor without losses. Why, though? That's the big concern, isn't it? It wasn't a round floor, so why the spike in difficulty? Lin propped his elbows on the table and interlaced his fingers. Almost like normal. Except he was trembling. I believe it was the same as the 10th and 20th, Lind. Those two floors were checkpoints, and so was the 25th. They marked tenths of the way up. The 25th is a fourth. Arguably even more significant. It was silent for a while after Drifter finished speaking, everyone considering what he said. Then Orlando knocked on the table. So you don't think this floor is gonna be as hard, Drifter? The Spearmaster shrugged. I don't. But I could be wrong. And I think we have to prepare as if I am. From here on, we have to act as if every floor is the 25th or a round floor. It will be tiring, and it will be annoying and seemingly useless. But better annoyed and tired than dead. The leadership of the assault team nodded. Drifter turned his head to Kirito and Asuna, both of which had been unusually quiet ever since the raid ended. They didn't say anything, so he continued. One last thing. For the future. The 25th was a sure-death floor. I don't think there's any way around that, no matter how hard we prepared for it. All we can do is try to minimize our losses. Some people stilled. They realized what verb tense he was using, and it wasn't the past. Well, that's a depressing thought. Klein grumbled, and Drifter chuckled mirthlessly. He sat down and looked at the ceiling. Here's an even more depressing one, 25 is only a quarter of 100. Which means we still have 3 more sure-death floors to go. Chapter 159, Surprise After Surprise. After everyone else left, each consumed by their own thoughts, Drifter, Kirito, and Asuna were the only ones left in the room. The Spearmaster looked at 2 of his oldest friends in SAO. How are you doing? Kirito chuckled, and Asuna looked back at him with a fake smile. Drifter's heart hurt at seeing the usually cheerful and confident girl so pale and defeated. You did not just ask that, Drifter. The Spearmaster tried to smile. Well, I thought we needed an icebreaker. Kirito snorted. You will need a lot more, Drift. I don't think I've ever seen someone kill a conversation so efficiently. What was it that they said? Humor was a good coping mechanism? Even if it was horrible dark humor. We were all thinking it, Key. But someone needed to say it, put it into words and make it real. Otherwise we were all just gonna ignore it and hope it was a one-time thing, even though we all know it wasn't. Kirito sighed, and Drifter put an arm around him. Asuna hugged him from the other side, and the three stayed together for a moment, taking comfort in each other. Argo didn't speak at all. Do you think she is blaming herself? Asuna laid her head on Kirito's shoulder. On the other side of the swordsman, Drifter sighed. She is. But leave her to me, I'll annoy some sense into her head. The way he worded it got the first genuine giggle of the day from Asuna, and that made everything all better all of a sudden. That's how they were. They could feel pain and cry and grieve. But frontliners were nothing if not resilient. They always found the strength to take another step forward. Ah, Drift. Please don't hate me too much. Huh? It took the Spearmaster a few seconds to process what Kirito had said. Once he did, he sat up straighter and turned his body to look at his guild leader. What are you talking dash? His mouth closed with an audible snap. Because 2 notifications had just popped up in his HUD. One was just for him, the other guild-wide. They both said the same thing. Kirito had just handed the position of guild leader over to him. What? What? Asuna and Kirito laughed at his dumbstruck face. Drifter just stared at them uncomprehendingly. I've been thinking about it for a while, Drifter. You were always better suited for guild leader than I was. What? No, Kirito dash. Don't argue with him, Drift, you know you won't get anywhere. And, for what it's worth, I agree with Kirito. Drifter's gaze kept jumping from Kirito to Asuna and back. He didn't understand. Sure, he was a good enough leader, but so was Kirito, and even more so in his opinion. Why was the swordsman just handing over the position to him out of nowhere? His doubts must have shown on his face, because Kirito laughed again and punched his shoulder. Drift, let's face it. It should have been you from the beginning. I was really ill-prepared to be a guild leader at the start, but I accepted it for the same reason I thought I couldn't be one. What's that? You guys pushed it onto me, and I was so shy and introverted I didn't know how to reject it. Kirito said it lightly, but Drifter felt a pang of guilt. He had honestly thought, still did, actually, that the swordsman was the best person for the job, and ignored his many refusals until Kirito caved in. Kirito, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pressure you. Hey, don't sweat it. Founding Reaver's Requiem was one of the best decisions I ever made. And I genuinely enjoyed being the leader of our family. It helped me work through a lot of my issues, and I think I came out much better for it. Then why? Because as much as I think I became a good leader, you are better. A lot better. Asuna agrees with me. Next to him, the fencer nodded. Her smile was innocent, but with an edge of mischief to it. And I'm not the only one. Yun, Not, Sinan, Kiz, Agile, Liz, all of them think so too. Drifter almost bit his tongue. Wait, Yuna and how many people are in on this? Everyone! Asuna's smile grew wider. Drifter was completely dumbfounded. He turned to Kirito, who smirked before his smile dimmed a little. We weren't planning on bringing it up yet, because we all knew you would react exactly like you are now, and you can't reject it by the way. But today's events only prove to me that it is the right decision. What do you mean? Kirito scratched the back of his head, as if afraid of how the Spearmaster would take his next words. Drifter, you have always been a very active leader. Whenever we are in battle and things go south, you always take the lead. You try to apologize and tone it down when you notice, but it's just who you are. And that's not a bad thing. The swordsman waved his hands, and Drifter was now frowning. And then when it comes to dealing with other players, you are also really good at it. Sasha and the kids. The Braves, Furinkazan, the Black Cats. Hell, even Lynn listens to you. Not to mention you are the only one who can control Argo, and don't even get me started on how you befriended Shadow Blossom Akari of all people. Drifter made to interrupt, then stopped. Kirito was right, wasn't he? You are very charismatic, Drifter. And terrifying when you want to. The thing with Red-Eyed XAXA, and constantly dealing with Heathcliff and Kibu. There's just something about you that makes people stop and listen, whether it's because they agree with you, or because they are afraid to get stabbed. That wasn't exactly the kind of ringing endorsement Drifter wanted to hear, and he made a noise in the back of his throat that could have been a stifled whine. Asuna giggled and patted his shoulder, and Kirito smirked. Don't give me that look, you know I'm right. Drifter rolled his eyes. Then he leaned forward a little when Kirito's smile disappeared. Finally, there was today. That was the breaking point for me, Drifter. When the broadcast came on, I froze. Asuna froze. It was you who immediately took stock of the situation and shook me awake, which I can only say was very kind of you. It had been mere hours ago, but Drifter had already forgotten it. Everything up to the moment the two-headed giant fell was a blur. The way you took over, Drift. It was inspiring. We had already seen you order around the assault team before, but nothing like today. Everyone was hanging to your every word. The only reason anyone from the ALS survived at all was because of how quickly you got the assault team to move. And even after. Yeah. The way you dealt with Kibu. Well, the less said about him the better. But you were the one who kept the assault team together. We were always gonna recover. But it was you who stopped us from falling apart at all. Drifter was speechless. There were so many heartfelt compliments that he knew he didn't deserve. All he had done was fight and berate Kibu. Nothing more. Kirito, I don't know what to say. Even if everything you said is true. It is. Still, to give up Reaver's Requiem to me like that dash. He cut off, because Kirito's expression had turned ugly, as had Asuna's. The fencer glared at him. He's not giving up anything, Drifter. We are a family. That's all that matters. Recognizing he misspoke, Drifter dutifully shut up. He was immersed in his thoughts for the next several minutes, and the couple just looked at him and patiently waited. If he was being honest with himself, Drifter knew he would be a good guild leader. He had never coveted the position, because Kirito always did an incredible job at it. And, like Asuna said, they were family. Finally, Drifter firmed his resolve. It wasn't that difficult. Not many things would change anyway. Reaver's Requiem was never exactly run like a proper guild. The way Drifter apparently unconsciously took over at times, or that their command structure shifted, would never have been accepted in the ALS or DKB, for example. Lifting his head, he looked at Kirito and Asuna. From his gaze, they already knew what his decision was. All right. And thank you. I won't disappoint either of you, or any of our family. I promise. We know that already. You'll do perfect, Drift. And Asuna will continue to help me as vice leader, right? As will you, Black Swordsman Kirito. The last sentence was said in a mock-threatening tone, and Kirito raised his hands in surrender. Yeah, I didn't think I would be able to escape that easily. Count me in. Drifter sighed in exasperation, but smiled. Can I ask just one last question then? Anything. Drifter looked at his former guild leader. When did you first get the idea to transfer the position to me? Kirito made a face that wasn't any emotion Drifter recognized. Right after our run-in with Laughing Coffin. Drifter stared at him and let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Huh. The change of leadership of a guild as famous as Reaver's Requiem made a lot of waves. For the outside world, it meant a lot of newspaper editions, even if it was only second page to the 25th massacre. For Drifter, it meant a lot of teasing. Everyone was mentally exhausted and understandably depressed after the disastrous raid. So when a perfect target to take their minds off of it came along, they all jumped on it. And that did mean everyone. Hey, leader! How's it going? Boss, great to see you here. Do you need anything? Leader, can I get you a cup of water? Ah, please sit down, sit down. Yo, if it ain't Guild Leader Broken Spear Drifter of Reaver's Requiem. What an honor! Guild Leader Drifter, how nice to see you. Please, you go first. Ah, I am so sorry, boss. Please, don't punish me. I will do anything, Guild Leader. Here, Leader, this is the last special dessert I have, take it. What? No, of course not. I don't dare take such a treat when you are here. Only the best for our esteemed Guild Leader. Within 10 minutes, Drifter was already fed up. Kirito was dying of laughter while Reaver's Requiem, Furinkazan, the Legend Braves, and even Argo and Ikari treated him like he was a king. Now I know why you were so eager to get rid of it, Kirito. You are gonna pay for this. That was too much for Kirito, and he fell to the ground, howling in laughter and holding his sides. Incidentally, that was when Drifter discovered that his glares seemed to have lost their effect after he became a guild leader, which was counterproductive in his opinion. On a piece of unrelated news, some people online lambasted the frontliners for laughing and joking so soon after a tragedy. On a second piece of unrelated news, these same people received so much negative feedback for their comments that they were forced to apologize. Drifter and his friends didn't know anything about what people online were saying, and honestly, even if they knew, it was unlikely they would have any opinion about it. They had been through too much to care about what a bunch of unrelated passersby thought. Laughing, joking, it was all a way to cope with the pain. They all knew that the nightmares would come soon. Which was also why they were staying awake until late, even if they were dead tired. Even Keita, Sachi, and Tetsuo were there, although they didn't join in on the teasing. The three were taking it the hardest out of anyone. Unlike the rest of the Reavers, they had never lost anyone close to them. Time would heal. Never completely, but the pain would numb, and that was really all they could hope for. Drifter pulled Yuna closer to him and smiled softly when her lips pressed against his cheek. Today was a bad day. And tomorrow might be worse, when reality settled in. But it would get better. It always did. Bidding good night to his guild members, Heathcliff entered his room. He took off his armor, and suddenly Akihiko Kaiba was in his place. The room wasn't a normal inn's anymore, but a modern laboratory, screens floating all around him. Kaiba sat on his chair and pulled holographic screens out of the air, a handful at a time, looked at them, typed something, then let them float away again. The process repeated for a couple of hours as he worked away. Even with Cardinal's help, being the sole game master of SAO was an arduous task. Especially with the stunt that Kibu had pulled today. The amount of damage control he had to do was insane. Kaiba would admit, he had not expected the ALS guild leader, now former, to do what he did. Neither had the system, for all that Cardinal was advanced. Despite knowing how brash Kibu was, when weighted against his sense of responsibility to his guild, Cardinal had given better than even odds that Kibu would have a falling out with the assault team. But not that it would happen like this. For a good 2 hours after his daily work was done, Kaiba simply watched the reactions from the outside world. News channels from over 100 different countries were reporting it. The Japanese government was scrambling to give another excuse as to why they hadn't rescued the SAO players yet. Families of victims of what was being dubbed the 25th massacre were clamoring for Kibu's head. Kaiba swept all the screens but one way. A screen with very little on it. Just 2 columns, one with names and the other with names. It is time, Cardinal. Activate the unique skill system. Chapter 160, all the time it takes. Every frontliner hated routine. For people used to thinking on the fly and to everything changing 1,000 times every second, the monotony was hell. Which was why most frontliners absolutely detested grinding and fighting the same mobs over and over again. But there was something to be said about routine, especially after the day they had yesterday, and the nightmares all of them experienced. Something calming. Secure. Certainly, doing nothing and drowning in their own thoughts was a lot worse. Hence why nearly every frontliner other than the ALS was awake before 5 o'clock, and already out hunting before 5:30. It was a good thing the 26th floor was comparably easier, for more reasons than one. Most frontliners had gotten no more than 2 or 3 hours of sleep, and were just mindlessly slaying mobs. Drifter was no different. And for his first day as guild leader of Reaver's Requiem, he had chosen his own party: Sinon, Griselda, and Keita, Sachi, and Tetsuo. The reason Drifter had chosen these 5 was because they needed to talk. Maybe not right away, but he was sure it would come up eventually. Griselda, for all her maturity, had never experienced what it was like to lose someone in the same guild as her. Although, arguably, she had lost someone much closer in the form of Grimlock's betrayal. The Black Cats, those who were left, were suffering a lot more. They had been close friends even in real life, so the loss of Sasamaru and Ducker had hit them hard. Sinon was there to support him. She was one of the oldest Reavers, and a member of the original party. Everything that Drifter had gone through, so had she. What do you think, Sinon? Drifter and the archer were walking ahead of the party, talking quietly. The girl shook her head. They are like Ran and Yuki were when Merida died. I don't think there's much we can do other than give it time and be there for them, Drift. Shortening his name always indicated that Sinon was either mocking him or feeling fragile. It was pretty obvious which it was right now, so Drifter put an arm around her shoulders. Hey, don't you go closing yourself off, okay? I'll be fine. I know you will. But you will be fine even faster if you lean on us a little. Talk to us, okay? We are here for you just as much as we are for them. The archer tilted her head to look at him and scanned Drifter's face. Her gaze brightened up a little and she smiled softly. The same goes to you, guild leader. You would do well to take your own advice. She bumped him with her shoulder, and Drifter rolled his eyes. Inwardly, he was still somewhat distressed. No one should have to deal with so much death that they could just say what he and Sinon did so casually. But that was their life. Heads up. Another anime shrine incoming. Griselda called out, and Drifter turned just in time to see the fading lights of the mob spawning in the shallow water to their left. Turns out this floor wasn't as innocent as it first appeared. While far less perilous than the 25th floor, it still had some deceptions. The anime shrines were exactly that, shrines with soul, or living shrines. They were huge, the same size as the normal, non-living shrines. They were identical, in fact, and easily mistaken to be the safe zones, when what they actually were was mimics. Still, other than the surprise when they first stepped into a shrine and it started moving, the mobs didn't cause much trouble to the Reaver's party. They were slow, and their attack methods were simplistic. The flailing arms of the slug-like creature under the shrine, the real mob, however, gave them some uncalled for flashbacks. If you looked at it sideways, squinted, and were traumatized by watching 80 people die, they could look a little like the two-headed giant's fists. Drifter and Sinon poked it full of holes very quickly. They wanted it dead. You ever thought about how messed up our life is? Sinon asked while calmly firing 2 arrows into what passed for the anime shrine's face. What are you on about? Drifter casually ducked under a tentacle and stabbed it. Sinon shrugged and used a skill, White Streak, to finish off the mob. I mean, even putting aside the whole trapped in a death game thing, we are not exactly normal, are we? Drifter looked at her, then at the dissipating shards of the living shrine monster they had just killed. There has to be something wrong with our heads for us to not just accept we are an SAO, but proactively and voluntarily choose to be in the most dangerous position there is. The Spearmaster raised an eyebrow. He could kinda see the point that the archer was trying to make. However, no doubt we are all a little broken, Sinon. But you already knew that. And I know you are not saying all this because you want to quit. You are a frontliner through and through. What brought this on about? The cyan-haired girl considered it for a minute, then lowered her voice to a whisper. Drifter had to lean in to hear her. Yuki didn't sleep well last night. Neither did Ran. Nautilus and I spent pretty much all of the night awake with them. Yesterday brought back bad memories. The day Merida died. Drifter stopped. He looked at Sinan, and spotted something he very rarely saw in the archer's eyes: fragility. She was hurting, because Yuki was hurting. Shit, I didn't even think of that. I'm so sorry, Sinan. If I knew, I would have let you party with them. Do you want to make a change? It's still early, they shouldn't be too far. Drifter felt like slapping himself. So much had happened in the past 48 hours that asking about how the twins were feeling had completely slipped his mind. Sinan, however, shook her head and placed a hand on his cheek to calm him down. She locked eyes with Drifter for a moment, then uncharacteristically hugged him. No need, but thank you, Drif. You are the best self-appointed big brother a gal could ask for. He had to smile at the remark and her teasing smirk. Besides, Yuki is a big girl, she can take care of herself. And I've been getting her to drop the mask more and more since we started dating, so she has been opening up to more people. I trust her sister and Asuna to get through to her. And if they can't, there's always Kismol. There's always Kismol. If Drifter was the big brother of Reaver's Requiem, then Kismol was the big sister. The soft-spoken dark elf was quiet, but when she spoke, she always knew what the right thing to say was. Well, that was just another point in favor of Sinan's "we are really messed up" argument, really. Never in 1,000 years would Drifter have thought he would one day consider an artificial intelligence as his family, but he considered Kismol part of it. And he wouldn't change it for anything. After ruffling Sinan's hair, Drifter cranked his neck to look at his other party members. They had stopped and were looking curiously at the senior Reaver duo. The 3 black cats were still somewhat listless, which was perfectly understandable. Still, the mental fortitude of SAO players who survived until now, and clearers on top of that, couldn't be underestimated. None of them had hesitated when Drifter told them they would be going hunting today. If anything, they were almost eager. Sachi, come here. You too, Keita, I suppose. Although this is more up Sachi's alley. The two he called jogged over to him. Any distraction was welcome, and Drifters were almost always useful ones. The Spearmaster nodded inwardly when he saw the silent question in their eyes. That expression was much better. Here, there's an idea I've been toying with, but still haven't been able to complete. Maybe you'll have some input. Even if you don't, it will still be useful in the long run. Probably. Maybe. That certainly piqued their curiosity. Even Tetsuo, Griselda, and Sinan approached them to listen. What's the idea, Drifter? A new move I'm trying out, but it's been a right air, it's been very hard to develop. Here, let me show y'all. Drifter took a fighting stance, body slightly turned, left foot in front, right foot behind and a little to the side, knees bent, spear held horizontally about a palm higher than his hips. The basic position for a thrust. Ha! Taking a deep breath, Drifter stabbed the empty air in front of him. At first it seemed like a normal thrust. His right hand, the one closer to the butt of his spear, pushing to give the maximum amount of power and speed, his upper body unwinding left, and his right foot jumping forward as he took a big step, while his left foot stood in the same spot but rotated, all to maximize his reach. All in all, a perfectly standard stab. The first pose, set of movements, and attack any spear user, in SAO or the outside world, invariably learned. It was then that Drifter's idea came into play, and Sachi and Keita furrowed their brows. Drifter had done a basic thrust, and the attack should have ended there. Either he had missed or been blocked, in which case he retracted his spear and stabbed again, or he had hit, in which case he moved to the next enemy if it was a kill, or retracted and tried again. But the Spearmaster didn't do that. Instead, he let his left hand go, allowing the momentum to continue turning his body, his step widening, and his right arm stretching nearly to its limits. That was called overextending, and it was completely inadvisable. No matter what type of weapon you were using, overextending left you defenseless and full of openings. The possibilities for counterattack were endless, and if you missed or were parried, odds were better than none that you would fall flat on your face. In the case of a spear user like Drifter, it was even worse. He had only his right hand holding his spear, and it was positioned about 3/4 of the way down the shaft. Even a child would be able to knock it out of his hand if they just struck it near the tip. It would quite literally be ripped out of his grasp. That notion was so ingrained in the players' brains that they noticed it in that fraction of a second. What came after was a lot harder to understand. Drifter let go of his spear. Now, if it were someone else in his place, they might think they had lost control of their weapon, another danger of overextending. But this was Broken Spear Drifter, SAO's #1 spearmaster. Hell, he would probably be one of the foremost experts even in the outside world, just for the sheer amount of real-life experience he had with the weapon. No, forget dropping his weapon, Drifter hadn't made a mistake as basic as overextending since. Probably never, actually. It had to be on purpose. And they were proved right in the next 0.1 seconds. Just before it flew out of his reach, Drifter's fingers wrapped around the spear again. Then he stumbled, unbalanced by the forward momentum of his own weapon, and his spear escaped his grip, clattering on the ground. He almost fell right next to it, and had to take 3 large steps forward before he could stand straight again. Well? What do you think? With an almost shy expression, the spearmaster rubbed the back of his head. Sinon, Griselda, and Tetsuo, bow, sword, and mace users respectively, looked lost. Keita and Sachi, on the other hand, had pensive expressions. They could almost grasp what Drifter was trying, but not quite. Sachi, as the other spear user in the group, was the first to get it. Her eyes lit up with realization and a little bit of awe, and she exclaimed, "You are trying to throw and grab your spear, aren't you? Like a super short throw?" "Yup. What do you think?" Drifter beamed. Sachi frowned, likely going through all the whys and hows in her mind. It would add a lot more power behind it. And range and surprise too. Suddenly amplifying your reach by, what, 30, 40 centimeters? Half a meter? Initially, yeah. I'm hoping to get 70 to 80 centimeters once I get the hang of it, however. Maybe even a full meter. Drifter smirked, and Keita whistled. He could see how useful that attack would be in battle if he managed to master it. No, devastating would be a better word. For a skilled wielder of spear-type weapons, an extra meter would more than triple their offensive power. Of course, there were also some drawbacks, otherwise everyone would be running around with 10 meters long lances. The larger a weapon, the more unwieldy they were, and the easier to get disarmed. But Drifter's new move didn't have those weaknesses. Well, as long as he got it right, that is. Otherwise, he would drop his weapon and almost fall like he just did, in which case he might as well spread his arms and let the mobs attack him. Drifter seemed to be thinking the same thing, because he grinned sheepishly and picked up his spear. I don't dare to use it in battle yet, for pretty obvious reasons. But I think it has a future, don't you? Sachi and Keita nodded. Drifter patted them both on the shoulder. Good! Now you try it. Huh. Chapter 161 Infinite Spear. Time dulled the pain. It never fully went away, but each day made it more bearable. That was the hard lesson all players eventually learned. 6 days after the disastrous raid that had come to be known as the 25th Massacre, the players had already explored a good 3/4 of the 26th floor. They still hurt. The nightmares still made an appearance every night. Which was why they were all the faster in mapping this floor. You could hardly find a single clearer who was still sleeping by 5 a.m. and who got back to the safe zone before 9 p.m. Definitely no frontliners. Even Litton and the ALS were about. They, more than anyone, needed to keep themselves occupied. Not just because of the slaughter, but also for the decision they had made, and which would be put into action soon. You see, after Kibu transferred leadership of the Aincrad Liberation Squad to Litton, the tank wept during the first day. She talked and comforted the normal players and clearers in the second. On the third day, Litten called a meeting with all the players with leadership roles inside the ALS, the ones who were still alive, at least. They spent the best part of days 3 and 4 arguing. What about, you might ask? And the answer was simple: the future of the guild. Some thought that they should maintain the guild, but retire from the front lines. Others argued that there was no reason for the ALS to exist if it wasn't to be a part of the assault team, and that they should start recruiting and training again. A portion of them still supported disbanding the guild completely. It was that last group that, despite being the smallest in number, spoke the loudest. They said that without Kibu, the ALS would never be the same. But they weren't defending their former guild leader, far from it. They called him a stain in the guild's reputation that they could never wipe away. Much better get rid of it altogether and start over. Litten wasn't sure she agreed with that. Kibu definitely deserved everything he got, and seeing Broken Spear Drifter tell him to fuck off and never come back had been satisfying on many levels. But still, it was one mistake. A huge, unforgivable mistake, but just one nonetheless. The way the people were talking about Kibu. Litten shuddered to think of it. That much hatred couldn't come from just a singular occasion. Just how long had the ALS been falling apart to infighting that she was not aware of? Even forgetting all that, there was the matter of the resignations. Within 4 days, half of the surviving normal players who took part in the raid had left the guild, and with them a good chunk of the ones who didn't participate. Not only that, but while the frontliners, however few were left, were still going strong, a not insignificant portion of the ALS clearers had decided to take some time off. Understandable, really, but it was doubtful how many would actually return instead of retiring completely. Litten couldn't blame any of them. They had been through a traumatizing experience. 1 in every 3 of the participants of the raid had died. That was a ratio that not even the worst of wars in the outside world saw. Anyone who didn't have some sort of PTSD after that needed to get checked out. Frontliners were the crazy ones. They were definitely all sorts of traumatized, but neither Litten nor any of the handful of ALS frontliners ever thought of leaving. Whether the Aincrad Liberation Squad endured or not, they were in this life until the end. On the 5th day, the ALS arrived at a consensus. The Aincrad Liberation Squad, one of Sword Art Online's first guilds and founders of the assault team, was officially disbanding. Litten was conflicted. On one hand, she wanted to fiercely fight that decision. The ALS was her home, it had been everything she had for a long time. On the other hand, her home was in shambles. And sometimes the only way to rebuild was to tear everything down and start over. Nevertheless, the decision was made. And on the night of the 6th day, after one last hunt as the Aincrad Liberation Squad, she officially dissolved the guild. The disbandment of the ALS made waves, even if it was already expected. Putting Sword Art Online aside for a moment, the second the decision was announced, it made the news in the outside world. One thing that had to be understood was that SAO wasn't just a Japanese problem anymore. No, it was global. Because if one madman could trap 10,000 souls in a virtual realm, then what more could be done? For both good and bad. Because of that, anything that happened in Aincrad was always under the scrutiny of the public. There was not a person in the world who didn't know of SAO, and any time a floor boss raid happened, the spectators would be in the billions. SAO was by far more relevant than the Olympics or World Cup. Just a few minutes ago, Litten the Fortress has officially announced the disbandment of the Aincrad Liberation Squad. In regards to that, our team would like to bring you on a short trip down memory lane on the history of one of SAO's founding guilds. Actions of Kibu the Challenger, dissolving the guild was the only possible course. We are now left to wonder about the future of the former ALS guild members, especially the frontliners and Dragon Knight's Brigade, Reaver's Requiem, Furinkazan, and Legend Braves have yet to comment. Brings the rash actions of the player Kibu, who many are calling a sinner, to the forefront again. 25th Massacre. BZZT. Yuki Shiza turned off the television and sat back down on the sofa, rubbing his temples. No matter which channel he chose, they were all talking about it. The 25th Massacre. Never had a name been so accurate. Because what the SAO players went through, even if they did kill the boss in the end, was nothing short of a slaughter. Even Shuzu, the ever-cool CEO, had been on the edge of his seat that day, his heart thumping painfully in his chest. And with reason, as his daughter was one of the first to throw herself into danger to rescue the ALS. Shuzu counted. Asuna came close to death 13 times during that battle. Not that her health got to the red that many times, but it fell low enough that just another hit would have spelled death for her. And she avoided 13 potentially fatal blows. She almost gave Shuzu 13 heart attacks, that's what. Even before, when Asuna had some close calls, he hadn't been too worried. But watching players shatter left and right had made it much more real. It terrified him like nothing he had felt before. Shuzu, stop watching useless things. We have a meeting with Senator Otaka. He is one of my father's contacts, so make sure to treat him well. Don't talk about unnecessary things. Translation, don't mention Sword Art Online and Asuna. His wife viewed both as an embarrassment to the family. Shuzu simply grunted in agreement. He didn't clench his fists, he didn't frown. He was a calm man. A collected man. He could also be a petty man when he wanted to. When was the last time you visited our daughter? Kyuko. His wife didn't answer, but she didn't need to. Shuzu knew. Other than the first day, she hadn't gone to the hospital to see Asuna once. She had stopped watching the boss raids after the 3rd floor. She never tuned into Asuna's channel after the 24/7 broadcast became available. He turned on the television again and opened Asuna's POV. She was talking with the former ALS tank, lit in the fortress. She was saying something that made the other woman grin wearily. Every so often, her gaze would wander to Black Swordsman Kirito, and she would smile. Sometimes Shuzu thought that it might be better if the players never beat SAO. That his daughter stayed in Aincrad forever. At least she seemed happy there. Far from the Yuki's household family drama, Ogawa Kenji and Ogawa Kana were ecstatic. Their son had survived the 25th Massacre. And he had been elevated to Guild Master of Reaver's Requiem. Well, they were feeling happy now that their son was safe and sound as much as he could be when he was a frontliner, that is. When the 25th Massacre happened, the couple was feeling very differently. The only other time Drifter's parents felt so much fear was when Kaiba announced the start of Sword Art Online. Back then, they had tried calling their son, although they had no idea he had bought a nerve gear. They were simply doing what parents do when they hear about something bad happening within 300 kilometers of their children. When Drifter didn't answer, that was when they started to get worried. That worry turned to fear, and then horror, when a man from the SAO task force contacted them saying that Kaiba had released a list of all SAO players and their locations to the government, and that their son was one of them. That's when they first learned what despair felt like. That entire first month of complete radio silence from the players and Kaiba, sitting next to Drifter's hospital bed every day. The first broadcast had been both a blessing and a curse. Because just when they were finally getting used to the idea that their son was all but gone, they saw him again. Fighting a monster they couldn't even begin to imagine existed. And then again and again and again and again. To the 10th floor, and then the 20th. Always going up. Never faltering. For a time, even Kana and Genji had allowed themselves to believe that their Itsuki was invincible. That he was coming back home. The 25th Massacre shattered those hopes. Watching dozens of players die, their son practically set a foot on the other side. Kana fainted the moment the battle ended, her blood pressure through the roof. It was only yesterday that she came back home. But the emotional roller coaster never stopped. Because when Genji took her home and told her about Drifter succeeding Kirito as Reaver's Requiem Guild leader, nearly all her bad emotions were washed away. She was so proud of him. He was so strong. He never looked back. Even now, Drifter was training with his new technique. He never stopped. Kana felt like she was finally starting to understand what it meant to be a frontliner. Huh. Huh. Kana in the outside world and her son in SAO spoke at almost the same time. Kana because Drifter, who had been reclining on a chair and checking his HUD after a hard day of grinding, suddenly fell. And Drifter because of another reason entirely. What the dash? The SAO players had different reactions to the announcement of the ALS breaking up. Drifter and Reaver's Requiem simply nodded, acknowledging what they already knew. Lind and the DKB got right into recruiting the former ALS frontliners and clearers, with varying success. Lydon obviously joined the DKB, so she could be with her boyfriend. About half of the frontliners and clearers followed her. The other half, however, was surprisingly recruited by the upcoming Knights of the Blood Oath. Never let it be said that Heathcliff didn't recognize an opportunity when he saw it. Reaver's Requiem didn't recruit anyone. They never relied on numbers, and they had a few too many conflicts with the ALS frontliners over the years to feel comfortable inviting them. Lydon was the only one who they might want to add to their guild, but they always knew she was going to the DKB to be with Shavana. How long do you give it, Drifter? The Spearmaster looked up from his meal. Reaver's Requiem had returned to the safe zone, and were having dinner before turning in for the day. Agile was sitting across from him, messing with his menu. From his finger motions, the merchant warrior was organizing his inventory. Drifter put another piece of steak in his mouth. Heathcliff? Agile nodded without taking his eyes off his HUD. Another floor at most. Just long enough so the new recruits can settle in. The merchant nodded again, and a few of the reavers around who were listening did the same. Heathcliff was a very ambitious man. Honestly, it was a surprise he hadn't already contacted the frontliner guild leaders and requested to join the assault team. Let's hope he isn't another Kibu. Finishing his meal, Drifter reclined on his chair and opened his menu out of habit. He ignored the way Asuna, Kirito, Silica, and some of the others stiffened at his words. Agile, Yuna, Nautilus, Sinan, and Ran, on the other hand, just grunted. They shared the same cynical view as Drifter when it came to Kibu, absolute loathing. Maybe it was too much. But so were the deaths. Huh. It was during his thoughtless skimming of his menu that Drifter spotted something and narrowed his eyes. Then his mouth fell open in shock. Huh. He sat up so quickly that his chair rocked in place and tumbled. Drifter barely noticed he was now on the ground. He was staring at his menu. Drifter! What happened? What's wrong, Drifter? His friends scrambled out of their seats, and Valork lifted him up. Lydon, Shavana, Orlando, Klein, and everyone from the other guilds also looked over to him. The curious gazes shook Drifter out of his stupor. He looked around and bit the inside of his cheeks. There were only friends around. But this was big. Should he say it? He had to. Keeping secrets, especially one of this magnitude, right after the 25th massacre would be an even bigger mistake. Because secrets always got out, and the longer they were kept, the worse the distrust that followed would be. So Drifter took one last deep breath to steady himself, grateful for Yuna's hand clutching his, and set his menu to the public mode. There, sitting in the middle of his skill list as if it was nothing special, was one new skill Drifter had never seen. If it was only that, Drifter wouldn't have had such an exaggerated reaction. Players got new skills all the time. Drifter himself had earned Pinpoint Star after his one-handed lance and two-handed spear-based skills hit 700 and 620 mastery respectively during the battle against the two-headed giant. But this one was different. Because it wasn't just a new skill. There was something else in front of its name. A modifier. Everyone stared in silence at Drifter's new acquisition. The unique skill, Infinite Spear. Chapter 162 Unique Skills. Unique skill, Infinite Spear. Drifter stared at the holographic screen in front of him and at those 4 words. The other players stared at Drifter. The Spearmaster closed his menu. Then he opened it again. Yup, the skill was still there. He looked around. Argo is gonna be pissed she is not here. That was the first thing he said? The disbelieving stares he received could have killed a lesser man. But he was in shock, and that was the first thing that came to his mind, never mind how dumb. Someone started laughing. Everyone turned to look at Liz, who was completely unabashed, and only laughed harder. Yuna and Asuna's lips quirked, and Silica tried to hide her giggles. That set off everyone else. Nautilus, Kirito, Agile, Shigeo, Wolf, they were all chuckling. Sinan was shaking her head with a fond smile, and even Valork was openly grinning. Ran and Yuki were leaning on each other and laughing, while Kismal and Griselda just sighed exasperated. Even Keita, Sachi, and Tetsuo were laughing for real, for the first time in a long while. Klein and his samurais, and Orlando and his braves had lost it, and were howling with laughter and clutching their sides. Shivada just facepalmed while Litton giggled against his shoulder. Drifter blushed and rolled his eyes, his brain finally catching up with his mouth. Yuna kissed his cheek. You are the cutest when you say things like that without thinking, dummy. Well, when she said it like that, he couldn't object. Drifter just turned his attention back to his menu, and everyone else stopped laughing and focused on it too. There wasn't anyone who wouldn't be curious about a unique skill, whatever that was. Drifter tapped on the skill, and started reading through its description, only to be interrupted by disappointed groans from all around. What? He looked up, and saw everyone giving him side glares. Needless to say, he was confused. Why did you set your menu to private again, dummy? Huh? But I didn't. Drifter frowned. He was just trying to read the skill's description. Swiping his finger, he saw that, indeed, the public mode of his menu had been turned off again. What the? That wasn't me. A glitch? Anyway, can you see it now? He fiddled with the settings and waited until everyone nodded. Then he clicked on Infinite Spear again. More groans. What the hell? It's doing it on its own. Because it's a unique skill? I can't share it with you. In some ways, this was even more interesting than the skill itself. Cardinal had never restricted information in this way. Can you try just reading it out loud, Drifter? Sure. Unique skill O? What? Another notification had just popped up in his HUD, and it was again one that only he could see. The system is asking if I really want to proceed. And then it's asking if I'm sure again. This feels like it was added just now. He was right, although he couldn't know it. Cardinal was updating in real time. The players were a lot more selfless than it thought they would be after 25 floors. Why don't you want me to share, Kaiba? Cardinal. Drifter spoke to the empty air, obviously receiving no response. The others looked at him like he was insane, so Drifter just shook his head. I don't know what Kaiba and his AI are playing at here, but I trust all of you. Yes, share with everyone. A veritable wall of text was revealed to the other players, and they recoiled. Drifter himself was blinking still. Unique skill, Infinite Spear. It didn't show any of the criteria and prerequisites to unlock it. Drifter had no idea how or when he acquired the skill. Couldn't have been too long ago, however. He checked his skill list and mastery pretty much daily. Which was why, even when distracted by his new skill, he noticed another oddity. He bit back an exclamation and scrolled through his skill list again. Yup, he wasn't going blind or hallucinating. Serpent Coil Impale was missing. But why? And how? Skills didn't just vanish like that. For that matter, they didn't just appear either. That train of thought led Drifter back to Infinite Spear. One skill had disappeared, and another popped into existence. There had to be a connection. He found it quite easily, actually. A few glances were enough for him to notice that the tab for the unique skill, Infinite Spear, could be expanded further. He clicked on it again, and voila! There was Serpent Coil Impale. I had been absorbed on the other skill somehow. But just flexing his arm was enough to confirm to Drifter that he could still use it without any problems. And Serpent Coil Impale wasn't the only skill inside Infinite Spear. There was another that Drifter had never seen. Split stream. Suddenly excited, Drifter closed his menu and got up, to the disappointment of everyone else, who had been watching him fiddle with his HUD. He looked around with a smile before his gaze settled on Valork. "Hey, man. How do you feel about being my test dummy?" The tank raised an unimpressed eyebrow, but accepted the duel invitation the Spearmaster sent him nonetheless. "I object to being called a test dummy." "Bring it on." Despite his nonchalance and easy reply, Valork still held up his shield and used a skill to increase his defense. Drifter was already damn strong, and adding an untested skill on top of that? Better safe than sorry. The Spearmaster grinned happily. He felt like a kid who just got not one, but 2 new toys. All the questions could be saved for later. He had to try them out now. He wasn't sure what to expect, but somehow when he started moving, Drifter knew exactly what to do. He attacked Valork with a straightforward lunge, which the tank easily blocked, and then parried the following cut. Just when Valork was wondering what Drifter was up to, he saw the spear in his guild leader's hands flash silver, and suddenly the weapon wasn't there anymore. In its place was one of the old halberds Liz had crafted for the Spearmaster, and it cut unimpeded through Valork's shoulder, such was his surprise. But the Spearmaster wasn't done yet. There was another silver flash, and the halberd was switched for a staff, which Drifter used to swipe Valork's legs from under him and knock the other player to the ground. Then he stabbed downwards, and his weapon was now a lance, which pierced the floor right next to Valork's face. Drifter thought he could hear the sounds of multiple jaws hitting the floor in the silence that followed. The Spearmaster had a dumb smile stretching from ear to ear on his face. What? Even if they had read the description of Infinite Spear, it was just a convoluted mess no one could comprehend at a first glance. Seeing it in action, on the other hand, was beyond shocking. Drifter just grinned like a maniac and held a hand to pull Valork up. The skill's name was scarily accurate. Infinite Spear indeed. He was already running through countless combinations in his head. I can change to any spear-type weapon mid-fight. It will take some getting used to, but... He trailed off, enjoying the dumbfounded expressions in everyone's faces. Putting modesty aside for a moment, Drifter felt unstoppable with his new skill. He was already SAO's best spear user. Now, well, he might be a contender for the very best SAO player. Honestly, Infinite Spear was completely unbalanced. It was a broken skill. Drifter had no idea why Kayaba, who always advocated for fairness above all else, suddenly decided to throw his principles out the window, but neither he nor his friends were going to complain. The stronger Drifter was, the better their odds of clearing SAO. That's terrifying. That's so cool. Drifter chuckled at the mixed reactions, at the same time forfeiting the duel. He simply wanted to test his new skill. Which reminded him. Actually, I got something else too. Split stream. Kirito cooked his head. The name interested him. What's that? Another skill. Inside Infinite Spear. Serpent Coil Impale is inside of it too. Honestly, it feels more like an entire new skill tree rather than just a skill. I'm pretty sure I'm going to unlock more and more as I raise my proficiency. Which he could already tell wouldn't be easy. He had just used Infinite Spear to change weapons 3 times during the short duel, and yet his mastery in the skill was still at 0 out of 1.000. When he first got the basic skills like one-handed lance and two-handed spear, just swinging his weapon around was enough to gain a few points. Dude, that's crazy. What are the requirements? Klein leaned forward, examining Drifter's weapon, which he had switched back to his favorite twisted bident, as if expecting it to suffer some kind of metamorphosis in front of his eyes. The Spearmaster shrugged. No idea. Y'all saw my reaction earlier. I don't have the slightest clue of where, how, and why I got this skill. Well, it is called a unique skill, is it not? Maybe. Only Drifter has it? Ran was always quick on the uptake. While what she said might seem obvious, it had been a lot of information to process, so many of the players had already forgotten that detail. Her sister smacked her palm with her fist, her eyes shining with excitement. Yuki was always enthusiastic about all things related to fighting. Right. Nobody ever managed to reproduce Drifter's serpent coil impale. That's probably why. It's part of Infinite Spear. It's like your own personal skill, Drifter. Yuki was too innocent, but some of the others felt a small bite of jealousy when they heard her. Of course they would never let it affect their friendship, but they were still players at the end of the day. Everyone wanted to be the strongest, and Drifter had just gotten an edge over them. The Spearmaster probably felt their grievances, because he smiled apologetically. It wasn't like he could control it, the skill had just appeared. But it was indeed a little unfair. What's it, Songbird? Nothing, I was just thinking. Well, do share with the class, Yuna. The songstress stuck her tongue out at Orlando, who grinned unabashedly. Like I said, I was just thinking. If you were Kaiba and you created what's basically the pinnacle of all spear skills, who would you give it to? Orlando and everyone else suddenly looked pensive. The answer was pretty obvious, but it was still an interesting point. Meanwhile, Drifter pulled Yuna to his side and kissed the top of her head in silent thanks. He could guess what she was getting at, but he also knew that she had done it mainly to take the attention away from him before someone said something that made things awkward. Drifter for sure. Everyone knows he is the best spearman in Aincrad. And he already got the skill, so that's just confirmation. Nautilus spoke, and Yuna nodded. That's right. But think about it. Kaiba made a unique spear skill. That's unusual and breaks the mold, but he's not one to leave a job unfinished. You mean? If there's a spear unique skill, then don't you think there's also gonna be a sword unique skill, dagger unique skill, shield unique skill, and so on? It wasn't easy to shock frontliners into silence, but Yuna did it. It took the players a few seconds to recover from her words, at which point they all scrambled to open their menus and check their skill lists. This wasn't just about getting a new powerful and unique skill. It was a proof of status. A validation of all their efforts. They all agreed that Drifter received Infinite Spear because he was SAO's uncontested #1 Spearmaster. So, if they were the ones to get a unique skill, didn't that mean that they too were the best in a certain category? Drifter watched all this while hugging Yuna to his side. He was still giddy from the pleasure of being granted Infinite Spear. But he whispered into his wife's ear. Aren't you going to check if you got one? I just play music, dummy. There's no way I would receive a unique skill. Drifter shook his head in exasperation. Being overly modest was a problem many Reavers had. Sometimes it was better to be a braggart like Orlando or Klein. If there's anyone deserving of a unique skill, it's my songbird. Yuna giggled and kissed his cheek, almost brushing her lips with his. Dummy. I'll check later. For now, aren't you worried this might end up badly? Well, Yuna had a point. There were just about 30 frontliners in the room, most of which would never admit to being anything less than the best. And only a handful, if even that many, might receive a unique skill. Egos would be bruised, and pride would be challenged. It was a recipe for disaster. But Drifter just smiled. Nah. Yuna grinned and laughed, then kissed him, for real this time. When the couple looked up again, the others had stopped searching through their skill lists. Most with disappointment. 6 of them with undisguised excitement. Nautilus. Kirito. Yuki. Asuna. Liz. Klein. Chapter 163 Unique Skills? Alright, I'm guessing y'all found something. Raise your hand if you've got a unique skill. Drifter asked even though the answer was pretty obvious. 6 hands went up. Nautilus, Kirito, Asuna, Yuki, Liz, and Klein. 6 unique skill users and 5 of them were in Reaver's Requiem. 6 if you counted Drifter, which you definitely should. Kibu would have an aneurysm if he was still around. The others were a little disappointed, but the light quickly returned to their eyes as they clapped the lucky few on the back and congratulated them. They might not properly understand what unique skills were yet, but they knew it was a good thing. It was worth being happy for their friends getting stronger. Settle down, everybody. Let's go around, one at a time. Starting with Klein, since he looks like he might burst if we don't let him brag soon. Everyone laughed, and even the samurai was too hyped to feign being hurt by Drifter's barbs. Klein jumped up, pacing like a child overloaded with sugar, and proudly swiped his fingers to set his menu to public. Then he spent a few more awkward moments going through the same notions Drifter did when he tried to reveal his unique skill. Aha! Here it is! Batajutsu. None of you can ever mock me for being a samurai again. To prove his point, Klein drew his katana from its scabbard in one fluid motion. The weapon glowed a vivid red that none of the players had ever seen in any other skill. Ooh! Pretty! That's cool. I'm guessing it's something unique like Drifter's, and not just some special effects. Klein raised his chin with a big smile. Of course! All my attacks, even the normal ones, now inflict a bleed status. And I also unlocked a new skill inside Batajutsu, also like Drifter. Klein sent a duel invite to Dale, who accepted it after making a show of begging his guild leader to show mercy. Trust Furinkazan to always turn everything into some sort of comedy. The new skill Klein used was pretty impressive, though. It was some sort of quick draw, and he only slashed Dale once, but 3 cuts appeared on the player's chest. And, just like the red-haired guild leader boasted, Dale got a bleed debuff. That's really good. You were already strong, but now you are going to become one of the assault team's powerhouses, Klein. Hee hee. That's me. I should probably start coming up with a title too, Drifter rolled his eyes, but smiled. In his humble opinion, all the players in the room deserved titles. But Klein was right, he was definitely going to get one now. Alright, moving on. Who wants to go next? Asuna? My unique skill is called Mirage Burst. The effects are increased speed and accuracy, and doubling my chances of landing critical hits. And more skills, obviously. That seems to be the trend. It might not sound as impressive as Drifter's weapon switching and Klein's bleed on paper, but I think it might actually be the most fitting one for you, Asuna. The fencer was nodding along as Shivata spoke. Speed, accuracy, and critical hits. Those were the 3 things Asuna always relied on the most. Enhancing them was life-giving wings to a tiger. Not? The ash-haired player stood up from where he had been sitting with his head on Rant's shoulder. He had a large smile on his face that usually only Yuna, Drifter, and his girlfriend were privy to. Indomitable might. Not to be confused with Indomitable Night. Drifter snorted, and some of the others laughed. Talk about wordplay. Looks like Cardinal pulled all the stops on this one, huh? What does it do, Nautilus? It's probably better if I show you. The description is quite confusing. Any volunteers? The Reavers looked at each other before Griselda shrugged and got up. One countdown later, and a third duel was taking place in the room. It probably wouldn't be the last. Nautilus and Griselda stood facing each other, the latter waiting for the ash-haired player to do something. Instead, Nautilus gestured for her to attack him. Trusting Nautilus to know what he was doing, Griselda raised her 2-handed sword above her head and brought it down in a powerful slash. Nautilus raised his shield, which flashed blue, and received the attack. He hadn't used proper form or even firmed his stance, so everyone expected him to fall down under the impact, or at the very least stumble back, for Griselda had one of the highest strength stats in Reaver's Requiem. Nautilus didn't move an inch. It was like Griselda had just struck a wall. Her blade bit into his shield and stopped. No matter how much force she put behind it, Nautilus didn't budge. And when she relieved the pressure just a notch, and ceded just a little ground, he pushed his shield forward, smacking into her chest, and Griselda went flying. A few of the spectators jumped out of the way as Griselda crashed into a table and toppled a few chairs. Ugh! Even Nautilus didn't seem to be expecting that, because his mouth was hanging wide open. After a few seconds, he hurriedly forfeited the duel and went to help Griselda up. Griselda! I'm so sorry, I didn't think I read the skill description, but dash. Hey, don't sweat it. I just wasn't expecting it. But that was really awesome, Nautilus. Aw, thanks. Are you okay? Yeah. So, what was that exactly? After making sure Griselda was alright, Nautilus finally explained. Turns out indomitable might was based on the old adage of immovable object, unstoppable force. In gamer terms, Nautilus would receive 0 knockback and inflict the maximum amount possible to his opponents when the skill was activated. It was both a passive and active buff, unlike Asuna's Mirage Burst. Alright, I'll admit it. I'm more jealous now than I was before knowing what your skill was about, Nautilus. Agile whistled, and threw an arm over the shield-bearer's shoulders. Shigeo joined the merchant warrior in the teasing, and Wolf shook his head at his two friends. We are supposed to be the adults here. What about yours, Liz? Heads turned towards the blacksmith, and Drifter had to admit he was curious. There had been a pattern to the distribution of unique skills until now, and while Liz was an absolute menace with her warhammer, she didn't quite fit the description. They should have known that Kaiba would never create something so basic, however. Liz's evil smile was enough to clue them in that she knew what they were thinking, and that she also knew something they did not. My unique skill is Volcano Forge. What? Forge? As in dash. Yep. It's not really that special, actually. It just makes it so I can put my anvil and forge wherever and whenever I want. Drifter narrowed his eyes. It truly didn't sound all that unique when compared to Infinite Spear, Indomitable Might, Batajutsu, and Mirage Burst. It wasn't even a combat skill. And Liz already could take out her anvil and portable forge any time she wanted to. But the blacksmith was smiling too widely for a seemingly useless skill. And the way she had worded it. Wait. Liz, when you say wherever and whenever, do you mean it? Sinan was the first to catch on, with Drifter not far behind, and the Spearmaster's eyes widened. He sat up straighter, jostling Yuna, who was resting her head on his shoulder. Liz just burst out laughing. Ding ding ding! You got it, Sinan. I can now use my forge anywhere I want. Including, say, a boss room. And I can also use it any time I want. Such as in the middle of a boss fight. Ha ha ha. Wow. That is amazing. Unbelievable. Broken. Any number of adjectives fit here. In a way, Liz's unique skill was more impactful than all the others combined. Because while Infinite Spear, Indomitable Might, and so on only strengthened their user, Volcano Forge would be a boost to the entire group the blacksmith was with. Being able to repair equipment mid-battle was one thing, very useful still, but there were several buffs that a blacksmith could give to weapons. Unfortunately, they didn't last for long, and wore off pretty quickly when you were in a boss raid. But if Liz could use her skill to apply those buffs anytime, the killing power of the assault team would more than double. Well, say what you will about Kaiba, but he knew how to spice things up. Infinite Spear to the best Spearmaster, Batajutsu to the leading katana user, Mirage Burst to the fastest player in SAO, Indomitable Might to the one who managed to break through his FNC, Volcano Forge to Aincrad's master blacksmith. Now Drifter was really curious about what Yuki and Kirito got. Yuki, you look like you are about to burst. Want to be next? Yes. The purple-haired girl jumped up, and the others stepped back to give her space. Yuki fiddled with her menu while speaking. Mine is actually a little bit like Drifter's Infinite Spear. Not quite the same, but... well, just watch. Saying that, Yuki tapped the air in front of her. A light flashed on the right side of her waist, and a sword and scabbard materialized, mirroring the one hanging on her left flank. With a flourish, Yuki drew her usual sword with her right hand. Then, she crossed her left arm in front of her body, and unsheathed the second sword, which Drifter vaguely recognized as a drop from the 21st floor's field boss. Ta-da! She spun both swords around, one hand clearly much more coordinated than the other. They all trained with their offhand, just in case they had a limb cut off during a battle, but like most of them, Yuki still was more skilled with her main hand, the right one. Well, now she was going to have to get good with both of them if she planned on using two swords. Drifter wished her good luck. He couldn't imagine how nightmarish it would be to learn how to wield two spears at the same time. Still, Drifter could see the advantages. The only types of weapons that could be doubled, or used in both hands, were claws like Argos, or special items like Neza's chakrams. Even dagger users like Silica were restricted to one. Being able to utilize two swords at the same time surely brought many challenges, but if Yuki could learn well, and nobody doubted she would, the girl was as talented as they came, she would become a menace in the battlefield. Hee hee, what do you think? Do you like it? I bet you are never gonna guess the name dash. Dual blades. Kirito interrupted Yuki's bragging, and her face fell. She turned and pouted at her former guild leader. You are no fun, Kirito. How did you even guess that? Drifter wanted to say that it wasn't very hard, dual blades wasn't exactly an original name for the skill. But the utter confusion in Kirito's face made him hold his tongue. The swordsman stared at Yuki's disgruntled expression, then looked around. Since he had cut short Yuki's exhibition, they were all curious as to what he had to say. It wasn't a guess. Kirito said that, then swiped a finger and clicked something on his menu. Much like with Yuki, there was another brief flash of light before another sword materialized, forming an X with the one Kirito carried on his back. Gingerly, Kirito reached both hands over his shoulders and grabbed the hilts of the swords. Yuki's jaw was on the floor. So, is this some lost in translation thing? Because where I'm from, unique doesn't mean two of the same thing. Agile raised an eyebrow and joked. Drifter just looked at the two users of dual blades. He didn't even want to know. Yuki's downcast expression at finding out she wasn't the only holder of that particular unique skill had already vanished, replaced by excitement when she realized she had the perfect dueling partner. The Spearmaster looked at his skill list, then at Klein, who was spinning a wild tale of how he was the greatest samurai to ever live to his guildmates and the legend Braves. Asuna and Nautilus were discussing their own unique skills, while Liz was arguing with Griselda and Valork, and a confused Kismol, about why she couldn't open bets on who would win between Kirito and Yuki. It was pure chaos. Drifter wondered if it would be impolite to get drunk. They had a lot to celebrate after all. And thinking too much hurt his head. Deep in his quarters, Akihiko Kayaba was nodding at the screen in front of him. There had been a few upsets and surprises, and even some accidents that Cardinal itself couldn't have foreseen, but everything was on track now. His world was progressing at a perfect pace. Detailed 01/Batajutsu assigned. Detailed 02/Darkness Blade assigned. Detailed 03/Dual Blade Manual Correction assigned. Detailed 04/Holy Sword assigned. Detailed 05/Infinite Spear Override assigned. Detailed 06/Mirage Burst assigned. Detailed 07/Shuriken Jutsu under inspection undecided. Detailed 08/Indomitable Might assigned. Detailed 09/Spirit Friend under inspection undecided. Detail 10/In development under inspection undecided. Detail 11/Volcano Forge assigned. Detail 12/In development under inspection undecided. Detail 13/In development manual correction undecided. 8 out of 13 unique skills properly distributed. Kayaba had honestly thought there would be a lot less qualified players. In his plans, if he could assign 2 of them, excluding his own, right at the start, it would be considered remarkable. He supposed this wasn't the first time his expectations were subverted. Hopefully it would happen again and again. After all, what fun was a game without some uncertainty? Chapter 164 Title idea please? It had been 3 days, and Drifter had learned both a lot about unique skills, and also nothing at all. Late at night, He spent hours trying to understand what were Kaiba's intentions behind releasing the unique skills. If it was even Kaiba that did it, and not something Cardinal came up with on its own. As much as players like to blame the developer for every little thing, they all knew that it was the AI that really controlled things. His mind kept fluctuating between thinking it was something Kaiba did because he was bored, thinking that he did it because he wanted to cause discord between the players, and thinking it was because he was sorry and trying to compensate them for the 25th massacre. The last one was simply outlandish. Kaiba didn't have enough human emotions to feel sorry for anything. Cardinal was kinder than that man, and the AI was a bitch in Drifter's humble opinion. Anyway, it didn't really matter why unique skills were a thing, only that they were. Holding 6 of the 7 unique skills they knew about, Reaver's Requiem had grown tremendously stronger in those short 3 days. Any hidden motives could be dealt with later. Of course, Drifter and the others wouldn't be so blasé about it normally. If Kibu was still here, he and Lin would have kicked up a fuss about cheating and beaters. But Kibu was gone, and Lin had grown enough that he could now look at the bigger picture that the assault team was stronger because Reaver's Requiem and Furinkazan had unique skill users. Sure, the DKB guild leader had frowned and grumbled a bit when Drifter contacted him to tell him about the unique skills. But after a few tense moments, he had simply asked to be put into the loop instead of throwing a tantrum, and Drifter breathed a sigh of relief. Litten and Shivata had been there the night Drifter discovered his infinite spear, and while they would probably have kept it a secret for a short while if he asked, the Spearmaster and guild leader considered trust to be the most important factor to maintain the cohesion of the assault team. Once he left that aspect behind, Drifter's questioning of the unique skills entered a more practical realm. Namely, what exactly were they, what conditions did they meet to unlock them, why did Kirito and Yuki both have dual blades, and what exactly was his infinite spear capable of? 3 days was enough for them to do a lot of talking and testing, and a few conclusions had been drawn. First, they had tentative answers to a few questions. Emphasis on tentative, because they were certain of nothing. For example, what had triggered the release of unique skills? The most logical answer was that it was due to the players conquering the 25th floor. It was a significant milestone, and not just because of the carnage. Which, of course, generated more questions. Such as, if beating the 25th floor and climbing 1/4 of Aincrad resulted in unique skills, what would happen on other important divides, like the 50th and 75th floor? Would there be more surprises, or was it a one-time thing? If it wasn't, would those updates favor the players or just make SAO harder? More questions with no answers. At least Drifter had a theory on why the people who got the unique skills had been chosen. First of, the Spearmaster himself. His was simple. He was SAO's best spear user by far. In fact, Infinite Spear was practically destined to go to him from the start, or at least from the moment he got Serpent Coil Impale. He had no idea why others hadn't gotten a little sneak peek of their unique skills like he did, however. Maybe it was a bug, although Cardinal never aired, that they knew of. Or maybe he was the only one qualified for a unique skill before the 25th floor that felt too egotistical to think of. Well, whatever the reason, it was a good thing that it happened. Serpent Coil Impale had saved Litten, Griselda, the Spearmaster himself, and many others over the last 15 or so floors. Klein's Batajutsu was also easy to explain. Like Drifter, he was the best with his chosen weapon, the katana being a surprisingly unpopular choice amongst frontliners because of the high difficulty of some techniques. Same went to Liz Volcano Forge. It was basically an evolution of blacksmithing anyway, and nobody would argue that the pink-haired girl wasn't the best at the lifestyle skill by miles. Similar with Asuna, although when it came to her Mirage Burst, it wasn't about a specific weapon or skill, but an attribute. Basically, she was fast. Very, very fast. Her title wasn't for nothing. It was when they got to Nautilus that opinions varied some. Drifter's ash-haired friend was doubtlessly one of Aincrad's best, but he was more of an all-round player. He could tank attacks just as well as any frontliner shield-bearer, better than most, really, but he wasn't a pure tank and defensive monster like Litten or Valork. And he was also exceptionally skilled with his blade, but not that far ahead of Kismul, Griselda, and everyone else like Drifter, Asuna, Liz, and Klein, who seemed to be in their own categories. Drifter's best guess was still that indomitable might was related to Nautilus FNC. The disability hadn't resurfaced since Nautilus broke through it with nothing but determination and sheer will in the battle against Ader, and, as far as the Spearmaster knew, Nautilus was still the only one to ever be able to do so. The Shieldbearer was happy to go along with Drifter's theory. Mostly, he was just overjoyed with his newest acquisition, and had spent the better part of the last 3 days training with Kirito and Yuki. The duo were the last ones, and the most disconcerting of them all. The obvious assumption that unique skills were, well, unique, had been shattered almost immediately by them. Not that Kirito and Yuki had planned that, of course. If anything, they were even more confused than everyone else. But somehow, this new conundrum actually helped zero in on the prerequisite for their skill. Now they had 2 users of dual blades, so they just had to compare and find out what they had in common. Quite a lot, as it turns out. While their personalities were polar opposites sometimes, when it came to skill and fighting style, Kirito and Yuki were almost carbon copies of each other. They were both chaotic, a flurry of motions on the battlefield, never stopping for even a second. They both used heavy one-handed swords without shields, despite having that possibility to maximize their mobility. Both favored solo combat, although their battlefield awareness always let them know where they were most needed. And, of course, both were supremely skilled, easily in SAO's top 10, which might not sound as impressive as it should have. But when you got to their level, that is, of the leading frontliners, a lot of the times ranking came more down to luck than anything. Their skill levels were too similar to get a consistent answer on who was better. Kirito, Yuki, Drifter, Asuna, Shivata, Ran, Kismol. In their constant practice duels, no one could claim to be ahead of the others. Although, unique skills might change that now. It was a new variable that a lot of so-called experts in the outside world were already cracking their heads over. But back to Kirito and Yuki. There was one last thing in which they were very similar, and that Drifter and most of the rest agreed was what qualified them for a unique skill, their reaction speed. While Asuna was undoubtedly SAO's fastest player, with Akari and Silica coming as a close second, that was restricted to movement and attack speed. Which wasn't a small deal by any means, don't get it wrong. But it was different from pure reaction speed. In that regard, even the Lightning Flash herself couldn't compete with the 2 sword users. If Asuna could attack fast, then Kirito and Yuki could react to it even faster. They had actually tested that. Even when they were holding their swords loosely by their side and Asuna was all poised to strike, Kirito and Yuki were able to defend against it. It was actually very impressive, and something no one had really paid much attention to before. If they started moving at the same time, Kirito and Yuki's swords could cover twice the distance as Asuna's rapier. That annoyed the fencer to no end. Despite how humble she was, Asuna always prided herself in being SAO's fastest player. She only didn't brag about it. It helped diminish her dissatisfaction that Yuki was one of her best friends. On the other hand, Kirito was her boyfriend, so who really cared if he suffered a little behind doors? Nobody wanted to get on Asuna's bad side, and really, he deserved it somehow. Probably. Well, forget that. Teasing Kirito aside, everyone pretty much agreed that the unlocking requirement for dual blades was having the fastest reaction speed in SAO. And since Kirito and Yuki were always one up one down when they competed in that, both got it. Truth was, only Argo was still breaking her head over trying to understand the whys and hows of unique skills. The players themselves were much more preoccupied with training. Drifter absolutely loved his infinite spear. The ability to switch weapons mid-fight, mid-motion, really, opened up a whole new realm of tactics and possibilities. That wasn't to say it was easy to learn all its intricacies and adapt them to his already well-developed fighting style. Or to adapt it to the skill. But Drifter was nothing if not persistent. Still, he had a lot on his plate at the moment. Leading Reaver's Requiem, incorporating Infinite Spear into his skill set, perfecting his short throw technique, keeping an eye out for Laughing Coffin, rebuilding and reinforcing the assault team after the 25th massacre. That last one was occupying less of his focus than he initially thought. While Drifter always knew that the frontliners would keep going regardless of what happened and how much they suffered, he had expected a large decrease in the number of clearers and hopefuls. And that held true, at least for a while. There weren't many new players applying to become clearers or join the assault team. Even Heathcliff and his cob hadn't made a move yet. But the frontliners and the clearers who didn't leave, who woke up the morning after the 25th massacre and kept going, were putting in 10 times the effort, and the results were showing. The 26th floor had been completely mapped already. The tower was almost done too, and the boss room had already been discovered. All of it in 9 days. Because it was the best thing they had to focus on and vent. Because it made the nightmares feel just a little less jarring. Because the players had never been as united as they were now. Before, the players had a myriad of reasons to fight. To escape SAO, to spite Kaiba, for the thrill of it, to get revenge, because it was the right thing. And they were solid reasons, all of them. Good reasons, even revenge. But now, there was something bigger, one reason that had become the driving force behind the efforts of the active clearers and frontliners. To never have a repeat of the 25th floor. Dummy, you are daydreaming again. Drifter started, and turned his head towards his wife's voice. Yuna was gazing at him with a worried expression. You know you don't need to do it all alone, don't you? You have me, and not, Kirito, Asuna, and everyone else. Even Lind, if you are that desperate. She scrunched up her nose cutely in mock disgust, and Drifter chuckled. Lind had been a lot more likable lately, but gods forbid he acted like he actually liked the Reavers, or them him. That would be a clear sign of the end of the world. I know, Songbird. I was just thinking. I'm not even sure about what. Important stuff, I'm sure. Heh. Maybe. Drifter kissed the top of her head, then laid his head back down on his pillow. Yuna nuzzled closer. THR strategy meeting is tomorrow. How do you think it's gonna go? What will you decide, was the real question. Drifter shrugged with one shoulder, careful not to dislodge his snuggling wife. Dunno. But we have to keep going. Keep climbing. Yuna sighed, and nodded against his chest. Drifter ran his fingers through her silky hair. I do know that I'm going to ask them to leave the scouting raid to Reaver's Requiem, Yun. It's arrogant and irrational. But I don't really trust anyone else to do it right now. I'm a huge hypocrite, aren't I? Drifter was mostly speaking to himself, but he still looked down on Yuna, didn't answer or smack him, and found the songstress fast asleep on his chest. He smiled softly, and pulled the covers over them. Sweet dreams, Songbird. Chapter 165, Looking Up. The strategy meeting for the 26th floor boss raid was the darkest Drifter had ever seen. And with reason. Sure, the frontliners had picked themselves back up and were putting on a brave front, clearing the 26th floor in just 9 days. They had shown that the assault team wouldn't bend nor break. But this was still right after the 25th massacre, and there were a lot of empty spaces around the room. 87 frontliners. That is not a lot. It's what we have. We've beaten floor bosses with less. None as important as this one, though, Dragon Knight. Drifter looked at the man speaking. Ambrose, leader of a small 9-man guild. A bit mercurial and quick to anger, but a good frontliner. He had been part of the assault team since the 6th floor. He knew what he was talking about. Drifter still disagreed. The only important floor is always the highest one, Ambrose. Don't disrespect what we lost by ranking them. The swordsman looked like he wanted to argue, but stopped himself. He was about the same age as Drifter, but they were all so much older. Anyway. Shivata coughed loudly, breaking Drifter and Ambrose's silent stare down before it could turn into something else. We should worry about finding out more about the boss before anything else. My second-in-command is right. The rat found a lot of information about this floor boss, but a scouting party still needs to be sent. For once, Lin didn't immediately volunteer his guild to do it. Neither did Orlando or Klein jump at the chance. All the higher-ups of the assault team looked at each other and then away awkwardly. They weren't afraid, per se. But there was a definite feeling of dread over taking on this responsibility. The Aincrad Liberation Squad had been the scouting party for the 25th floor, and look at what happened. They were all thinking something along those lines. Not that anyone expected someone to follow in Kibu's footsteps, especially so soon after the disaster, but fear wasn't logical. Reaver's Requiem will do it. Drifter raised his hand before the silence could stretch for too long. By his side, Kirito and Asuna didn't give any indication of surprise other than a slight twitching of their eyes. Drifter had run it through them beforehand. Lind, Orlando, Klein, Ambrose, all the guild leaders and vice-guild leaders turned to Drifter. Nobody asked if he was sure, because that was a stupid question. Eventually, Lind nodded. Good. You will do it right. How many are you taking? Drifter's expression eased. He hadn't really expected anyone to fight him on this, but the possibility was always there. Scouting the boss was no small responsibility. Standard. 3 parties. Orlando frowned. Just 3? Isn't that too little? Especially after Dash. Drifter shook his head. The issue wasn't the number of people back then, Orlando. 3 parties has always been more than enough for scouting. Bringing too many. I don't want to be tempted. Drifter had no fear of admitting that. He didn't think he would give in to the lust for glory. But then again, he didn't think Kibu would either, for all his faults, and look where that had gotten him. 78 new names crossed off the monument of life. Still. Look, we will have the rest of the guild on standby. But scouting is important. We can't just throw it out the window because we are apprehensive. It will cost us more in the long run if we do that. The players exchanged glances, and silent words were spoken. Eventually Lin nodded. Okay. We trust you, Drifter. And Reaver's Requiem. But you won't blame us if we have a corridor crystal primed and ready. I would be disappointed if you didn't. Drifter smiled, and Lind answered with a tentative upturn of his lips. Then the Dragon Knight splayed his plans on the table. I guess we'll finally get to see what those new unique skills are all about. Drifter's smile grew. I guess you will. The scouting raid of the 26th floor was probably the most watched boss fight ever, both by SAO players and everyone else. Coming on the heels of the 25th massacre and unique skills, plus Reaver's Requiem's change of leadership, no one wanted to miss it. That was how pretty much the entire world watched Drifter lead 15 of Reaver's Requiem's finest into the boss room. Considering the size of their guild, 3 parties worth of players was pretty much all of them. They only left Keita, Sachi, and Tetsuo behind, seeing as they weren't frontliners. Drifter, Yuna, Nautilus, Kirito, Asuna, Sinon, Silica, Valork, Ran, Yuki, Liz, Kismol, Agile, Shigeo, Wolf, and Griselda marched powerfully into the boss chambers. The floor boss was quite clearly curled up in the middle of the sandy room, so they didn't fear an ambush. It was a fox. Reddish-brown fur, pointy ears, and a fluffy tail wrapped around its body as it slept. Just like a normal fox, except for the minor detail of it being the size of a garbage truck. Ah, and of course, for the fact that every now and then its body would flash with ghastly blue light, and its skeleton would become visible for a split second. Everybody remembers the plan, right? Then let's do this. Valork, Nautilus, Liz, Kismol, and Shigeo charged first, just as the boss, named Flame Wisp Ruler, woke and got up. With a snarl, the boss swiped at the shield bearers with its claws. The attack was probably meant to smack all of them away, but Nautilus stomped the ground and dashed ahead. His little shield seemed impossibly small in front of the Flame Wisp Ruler's giant paw and scythe-like claws, but the indomitable knight glowed with the power of indomitable might, and didn't move an inch when the paw smashed into him with a deafening bang. Unique skill or not, the attack still took out a good portion of Nautilus' HP. But the ash-haired player held strong, and pushed back against the paw with a grunt, once again achieving a seemingly impossible feat in throwing the boss back a couple meters. Valork and the others chose this moment to charge in, locking the Flame Wisp ruler down with a series of stunning skills. It wouldn't last for long, but this was a scouting mission, not a full raid. What they had to do was uncover as many skills and patterns from the boss as they could. Thanks to the clearest exploration, and Argo's effort of compiling the information, the Reavers already knew a little of what to expect from the first phase of the boss, but it didn't hurt to be through. This was the perfect chance to test their unique skills, however, and after seeing what Nautilus' indomitable might could do to the boss, the other Reavers were more than a little eager. Drifter himself was one of the first there, switching with Liz so she could get her breath back, and maybe try out her volcano forge in a boss battle setting. His weapon changing into a lance at a thought, Drifter charged the Flame Wisp ruler, running it through the side. When he tore the weapon out, it was a halberd, which he promptly used to slice into the boss flank. Probably the best thing about Infinite Spear was that the weapon changes didn't share a cooldown with normal skills. In fact, Drifter had yet to find they had any cooldown at all. A vertical cut a large gash on the boss body, and it turned to Drifter, trying to bite his head off. The Spearmaster used Infinite Spear to turn the halberd to a staff, and edge vaulting to jump over the closing jaws and away from the Flame Wisp ruler. Switch! The call was unnecessary, as Drifter was already ducking and stepping back to let Asuna take his place. Even after 3 days of experimenting, testing, and a lot of practice duels, Drifter was still amazed by the sheer speed of the fencer's attacks after acquiring Mirage Burst. Seeing her rapier stab 24 times in a matter of seconds was like watching a meteor shower, such was the glow of the weapon. Asuna must have scored several critical hits under the influence of her unique skill, because the Flame Wisp ruler cried out in pain and rage, and turned to her. It never saw Kirito and Yuki coming up behind its back. It definitely felt it though. For swords hacking away at its hind legs must have hurt. Hearing the pain growl from the monster as Kirito and Yuki utilized their newly discovered ability to use 2 swords to very effectively cut down the boss' health, Drifter not for the first time wondered if the digital creations felt actual pain. Probably yes. Kayaba was through like that. It wasn't a nice thought. Because it inevitably led Drifter to think that, if Kayaba really wanted SAO to be realistic, then he could make the players feel real pain too. He never voiced that horrifying thought, not even to Yuna. Anyway, this was not the time to go down that dark path. Drifter did take a moment to admire Kirito and Yuki's usage of dual blades, however. It was a sight to behold. Unlike Asuna, their swords didn't move lightning quick, but they seemed to have a mind of its own. Sometimes they flowed smoothly like water, others they cut sharply like scissors. It was a beautiful chaos. Still, now that they were in an actual battle and not a duel or the slaughter that it was against normal mobs, Drifter could spot some differences between the two. Kirito's black swords, Liz's handicrafts, fell quick and heavy on the boss. Drifter could almost feel the impact himself. Yuki, on the other hand, was using 2 purple swords, also courtesy of their blacksmith, which flashed about, leaving 3 wounds for every 2 of Kirito's. Her cuts were shallower, but no less deadly for it. Both were incredible to see in action. But the other Reavers weren't too far behind, even without unique skills. After all, they had climbed this far relying on nothing but their own abilities and each other. Any skill, no matter how powerful, was only a bonus to what they already were. This was a life Drifter could never have imagined before. 3 years ago, he would have scoffed if someone told him this was where he would be in a few years. But now, if he somehow went back in time to just before SAO began? Drifter thought he would still buy a nerve gear and dive in. He could never abandon his family. From Yuna and Nautilus to Argo and Akari, Takeda and Sasha, Orlando and Klein, Shivata and Litton, even Lind. For them, he would jump back into Sword Art Online without a second thought. Many would call him crazy. And they would be right. But he wasn't just Ogawa Itsuki, the poor university student with an aversion to instant noodles. Not anymore. He was Broken Spear Drifter, guild leader of Reaver's Requiem, retainer of the unique skill Infinite Spear, Aincrad's Grandmaster of the Spear. A frontliner. And like all frontliners, he was a little crazy. A little lost. A little shattered and broken and beaten down. How else could he charge a spectral fox big enough to swallow him in one bite? And switching places with a 13-year-old with the skills of a veteran knife fighter while he did so, to top it off. But he was also a little stronger than he was before. A little taller, but not in height. A little sharper. A little more. Broken Spear Drifter was just as much a part of him as Ogawa Itsuki. You couldn't separate the two anymore. And that was okay. That was good. Great even. Because no one in Aincrad was still the same as they were before. They were all different. A little less and a little more. And Drifter fit right in. Alright, that is enough. Valork, Nautilus, Kismol, cover for us. Everyone else, fall back per party. Once they emptied the first HP gauge of the boss, Drifter judged that the battle was becoming too risky, and ordered the retreat. The Flame Wisp ruler had turned more aggressive and grown a second tail, as well as getting a different attack pattern, all of which were valuable pieces of information that would need to be taken in consideration when strategizing for the real raid. It was tempting to push their luck a little bit more and try to get the boss down to another phase, just to gather more intel. But that was a trap scouting parties had fallen into before, and it never ended well. Knowing when to stop was key. Good work today, everybody. As soon as the last players, Valork, Kismol, and Nautilus, stepped out of the boss room, the Flame Wisp ruler growled softly and went back to its resting spot in the middle. Almost instantly, its 1.5 depleted HP bars refilled. Drifter watched with attentive eyes everyone take out a teleport crystal and go back to the safe zone. Then he did the same with a satisfied smile. Today's scouting raid had served more purposes than just finding out information about the boss. It also helped Drifter see the unique skills in an actually pitched battle, and to find out their weaknesses and downsides. Quite obviously, none of them had managed to fully incorporate their new skills into their fighting style yet. And that caused not only a decrease in their combat power, but on their unit cohesion and teamwork as a whole. Still, the overall was a net positive, at least in Drifter's opinion. The Reavers, and, consequently, the assault team, had gotten much stronger with the addition of the unique skills. Not enough to cover the gap left behind by ALS Fall, but they were slowly getting there. For the first time in a while, things were looking up for the players. Chapter 166, Knights of the Blood Oath arrive. The 26th floor boss raid was almost laughably easy. Worryingly so, in fact. And it wasn't just because the frontliners were comparing it to the floor below. No, it was a pattern that after a checkpoint floor, the 1st, 10th, 20th, and 25th until now, the following floor would be comparatively easier. That was because Cardinal knew that the players were likely to suffer heavy losses on those floors, so they needed a break. But they were never that easy. Even with less than 90 frontliners and the morale still on the low end of the spectrum, the assault team had completed the raid flawlessly, without even one close call. Rather than be glad about it, Drifter and the other frontliners were feeling anxious. An unforgiving SAO they could deal with, it was something they were used to. But an easy SAO? That was new, and new things were scary. It took them a while to identify why they felt like that. But they eventually did. And it was simple, it felt like a trap. Like Cardinal was luring them into lowering their guards again so it could pull off another 25th massacre. But as much as they hated that thought, there was nothing they could do. Cardinal would do what it wanted, and all the players could do was prepare for the worst, even if it was never enough. Hey, Drifter! Someone's looking for you. The Spearmaster looked up from where he was sitting with his back against one of the many glowing crystals that dotted the 27th floor. They were surprisingly soft and warm. The first day of explorations of the new floor had gone okay. Nothing major happened, which in itself could be a good thing. But apparently it wouldn't be an entirely calm day, boss raid aside, if Kata's shout was anything to go by. Gently dislodging Sklyka, who had dozed off on his lap, Drifter got up, not forgetting to take Pina, who was napping on his shoulder, and putting her next to the tamer. "Who's it?" "Heathcliff." The spearmaster paused in his steps, then squared his shoulders. "He lasted longer than I thought he would." "Where is he?" Kata leaned against his staff. As a normal clearer, albeit a reaver, he wasn't entirely aware of all the ongoings of the assault team, but he knew the Knights of the Blood Oath were a prospective frontliner guild, set to join any day. And apparently today was the day. Someone from his guild, a shifty-looking guy called Daizen, messaged me. No idea why me exactly outta everyone. He says Heathcliff is waiting in that cafe by the plaza. The one left of the teleporter? Yup. Alright. Thanks, Kata. Can you do me a favor? Shoot. Ask Kirito and Asuna to get Lind, Shivana, Klein, Orlando, and the rest of the company. Sure thing. Drifter nodded to Kata, who set off to do what he asked. The spearmaster looked around for Yuna, and found his wife deep in a discussion with Ran, Yuki, Sinan, Shigeo, and Wolf. They had made a circle near a fountain and seemed to be trading opinions on the best dessert spots on Aincrad. A very important conversation he was sorry to disrupt. He approached them and placed a kiss on top of her head, making Yuna smile. Wolf, Shigeo, and Ran grinned, while Sinan fake gagged, which didn't really translate when she had Yuki sitting on her lap. Especially when the younger twin rolled her eyes and kissed the archer right on the lips. Drifter had to smile at that too. Sinan and Yuki were good for each other. An unusual couple for sure, but they completed each other, and Yuki enabled Sinan's mischievous side, much to the horror of everyone else. Songbird, I'll be gone for a while. Heathcliff wants to talk. That caught the others' attention, and they sat up. They all knew Heathcliff, even if they hadn't talked to him much, or at all. The man was a fox. Cunning like one, at least. Yuna blinked, turning around to face Drifter fully, then her eyes sharpened the way they did when she got protective over her husband. Want me to go with you? Drifter kissed her forehead and shook his head. It's pretty obvious what he wants. I already asked Kata to ask Kirito and Asuna to get the assault team leadership. Look at you. Delegating. Never thought I would see the day. Shigeo smirked, and the others chuckled, especially when Drifter rolled his eyes without trying to deny it. I had to learn how to do it someday, didn't I? But seriously, it will be okay. I might not really like Heathcliff, but he is a player. We'll hear him out, go through the proceedings, and I'll let you know the results either way when we are done. Ran and the others nodded, with Sinan sending Drifter a look. Out of all the Reavers, she was probably the one who disliked Heathcliff the most. He reminded her of something in her past. No one pried further after she said that. The original party of 6, plus Yuki and Ran, were the only ones who knew the whole story about Sinan's past. But everyone else could tell it was something that hurt her deeply. There were a few others amongst them who had painful pasts too, so they recognized the look she got whenever their lives outside came up. They knew better than to pressure her. We will be waiting, dummy. Don't come back too late. Got it. Love you. Bye. Love you too. Yeah, we love you too, Drift. The spearmaster smiled at his wife and rolled his eyes at Yuki. It would be worse if she didn't actually really mean it. That innocent look on her face would melt anyone's heart. I don't know how you do it, Sin. I really don't. The archer laughed fondly, and hugged Yuki closer. Drifter just waved his hand and turned away, missing the sly grin the couple shared. Finding Heathcliff was easy enough. The older man stood out in a crowd, and there weren't nearly enough people in the plaza to call it that. Nowadays, a lot of clearers and normal players had permanent residences on the lower floors. Not huge mansions by any margin, mind you. Usually small apartments with just one room, at most two. But it beats sleeping in different inns every night. Funnily enough, the frontliners were the ones who didn't have their own homes. But that was because they were always on the highest floor, and always moving. That would probably change when they finally saved up enough to buy a guild base, but, at least for Reaver's Requiem, that was a long distance away. A place large enough to comfortably fit 20 players cost more than all the entire assault team had put together. Honestly, it would be nice to have a place to call home. That lakeside cabin on the 22nd floor came to mind, although it was far too small for Reaver's Requiem. But getting a base would have to wait, because Heathcliff had already seen him and gestured for Drifter to sit down across the table. "Good evening, Broken Spear." "Heathcliff." The Spearmaster kept his expression neutral, and a flash of annoyance passed over Heathcliff's eyes. He looked like he was going to say something, probably politely asked Drifter if he wanted to drink something, but changed his question at the last second. "You don't like me, do you, Broken Spear?" Drifter wanted to say yes right off the bat. Especially because when he asked that, Heathcliff's eyes were still unchanged. Like he was just asking about the weather or Drifter's opinion on coffee. The complete indifference really didn't help improve Drifter's impression of him. "I don't like or dislike you, Heathcliff. Like I once told someone, I don't know nearly enough about you to have an opinion." The gray-haired player raised an eyebrow and took a sip of his coffee. "I believe most opinions are formed long before you know anything about a person. Case in point." Drifter snorted. Usually he disliked roundabout conversations like this, but this way might get his point across to Heathcliff faster, considering what they were here to discuss. "Indeed, your first impression wasn't great, Heathcliff." May I ask why?" Drifter stared at the player opposite from him. Heathcliff's expression still gave no clue as to his inner thoughts. "You want to be a frontliner, Heathcliff. But you don't talk like one, you don't behave like one, and you don't look like one. You think you know what it is like, what is going to be asked of you. Do you know what I think?" "What?" "That you don't know anything at all about being one of us." Heathcliff opened his mouth to answer, but Drifter cut him off. He wasn't done yet. "And that's okay, Heathcliff. None of us became frontliners knowing what to expect. We certainly didn't know what it was like, because we were the ones who created the assault team. And if not knowing was your only problem, well then, it wouldn't be a problem at all. We would teach. You would learn. It would be that or die, like everything in SAO." Heathcliff's eyes narrowed. No doubt he was thinking back to his last conversation with the Spearmaster and Kibu. "What other problems do I have?" "You think you know. You've seen the broadcasts. You are a clearer. So you think it's just a step up. Just fighting floor bosses on top of everything else. And isn't it?" "No. Not even close." Drifter's gaze was deadly serious, his tone even. This was a warning every player should hear and take to heart, not just Heathcliff. "I just needed to look at you to know you still think that, even after the 25th massacre. And you are going to go on thinking like that. Until people die because of it. Maybe you. Maybe others. Likely both." Unknowingly to him, Drifter hit a nerve. Because what the Spearmaster was saying sounded a lot like the internal discussions Kaiba, not Heathcliff, had with himself. About his system-assured immortality and its fairness. "Does that mean you are rejecting Cobb's application to join the assault team?" Suddenly tired of the mind games, Heathcliff changed the topic back to the real reason they were here. Drifter noticed, but chose to let it go. He already knew how this was going to end. And it was going to be exactly like he said. It was a pity. Because just in terms of fighting skills, Heathcliff had the potential to be a titled frontliner. But his mentality was lacking. While he probably wouldn't blink when fighting a floor boss, he also wouldn't react to having one of his guild members die. And that was a big problem. But Drifter sighed. Because while in a perfect world he would reject Heathcliff and the Knights of the Blood Oath without a second thought, Sword Art Online was far from perfect. I alone don't have the power to accept or reject anyone from joining the assault team, Heathcliff. Definitely not from challenging the floor bosses, although that would be group suicide for a single guild. Then that means dash. Drifter got up. "It means you are going to come with me, and you are going to have a chat with the heads of the assault team. The Spearmaster walked out of the cafe without waiting for Heathcliff. The assault team may need the cob, but he didn't have to like it. When compared to Heathcliff, well, let's just say that Drifter almost missed Kibu. Chapter 167, Starting Cobb's Test. Silently, Drifter guided Heathcliff through the main settlement of the 27th floor. It was objectively one of the prettiest floors yet, where everything was built out of a pitch-black stone with deep blue trimmings and inlaid shining crystals, but neither player paid much attention to it. They found Kirito, Asuna, Orlando, Klein, Lind, Shivata, Ambrose, and all the other higher-ups of the assault team waiting for them in a nearby inn, as arranged by the Reaver's second-in-command. A more private setting than a cafe was required for the next part of this discussion. The expressions around the room when Drifter and Heathcliff entered were mixed. Some, like Klein and Orlando, were excited at the prospect of new frontliners. Others regarded after Kibu, like Ambrose. Most were indifferent. Just because Heathcliff was asking to join, didn't mean the assault team would take him or his guild. They had the most important role in Sword Art Online. Getting in wasn't that easy. Kirito and Asuna, on the other hand, had expressions much like Drifter's. Indifferent on the surface, but with a touch of a frown and wariness underneath. They didn't have any reason in particular to dislike Heathcliff other than that one conversation they had where the older player lightly belittled the assault team's efforts, and the recount of Drifter's second encounter with him. But like Heathcliff himself so aptly said just a few minutes earlier, a bad first impression could easily shape a person's feelings. Is an interview to join the assault team always like this? Or am I getting this special Inquisition treatment for some reason in particular? A few eyebrows rose at Heathcliff's unfazed speech and actions before the heavy atmosphere, and some people grinned. He had passed the first test. Lin pulled out a chair and sat down. Shivata stood behind him, and the other players found comfortable spots for themselves too, whether it was sitting or standing. Take a seat, Heathcliff. And no, you aren't getting special treatment one way or the other. But we've upped our requirements since the 25th. The assault team Aincrad as a whole really can't afford to have another brash idiot who is going to charge ahead and get a bunch of people killed. Harsh, but true. Another 25th massacre would permanently cripple the assault team and doom all the players. It couldn't be allowed. And, if Lin was being a bit too much for dissing Kibu when the other player hadn't been seen for weeks, well, nobody was going to step up and defend someone who wasn't even there. Especially not Kibu. Lin had arguably been the one to be hurt the most by Kibu's actions after the former ALS players. Not only had the DKB lost a dozen frontliners themselves, but Lin also had his odd rivalry with Kibu. They may have hated each other's guts, but the Dragon Knight certainly didn't wish for it to end this way. Then what would be the necessary criteria that need be achieved so my Knights of the Blood Oath can join the assault team? Heathcliff was still placid. Lind, who hadn't met the other guild leader before, glanced at Drifter, who shrugged, deferring to the DKB player. Skill is a factor, Heathcliff. Individually, yours and that of your guildmates. More important still is teamwork. If you can't work with others, then you are out. You saw what happens when someone thinks they can do it alone. Heathcliff gazed past Lind, at the other frontliners, pausing on Drifter, and then on Kirito for even longer. Lind's eyes twitched in annoyance, but he held back well until Heathcliff nodded. I can assure you, my subordinates and I are more than qualified. Lind raised an eyebrow, and several people snorted. This time it was Heathcliff's turn to hide a scowl. Clearly he didn't take so well to having his words dismissed. We will be the judges of that, Heathcliff. There was a time when anyone with the guts to do it could join the assault team. It wasn't like we were a formal organization anyway. Still are really. But nowadays we aren't so irresponsible as we once were. Or as selfish. Irresponsible? Lin's 1,000-yard stare didn't have a place in a face as young as his. But then again, they were all too young. Drifter chose this moment to step forward, resting a hand on the Dragon Knight's shoulder. Lind, lost in thought, barely noticed the other guild leader taking his place. We were very arrogant, Heathcliff. When we started, that is. We thought every life in Sword Art Online was on our shoulders, and they are. As frontliners, we carry the hopes of all the survivors. But we also thought every death was on us too. And that crushed us. Ground us to dust. Until we finally understood we couldn't save everyone. The frontliners showed bitter smiles at Drifter's words. Too many faces came to mind. Heathcliff, on the other hand, was staring at the Spearmaster uncomprehendingly. He had no idea what he was talking about. Drifter sighed. We can't save everyone. But some deaths are on us. Too many of them. Which is why we won't bring people into the assault team just to pump the numbers. Why we can't let the cob in without testing you thoroughly. Because if we do, and you die, that will be on us. And we can only stand so many nightmares. It was selfishness, not concern. Others, the spectators, might have trouble understanding that, but the frontliners knew it all too well. If people died, they died. 3.500 players were already dead, and who knew how many more would perish before it was over? The frontliners had learned to let go of those deaths they couldn't prevent. Dissociation was the only way not to go crazy. But those deaths directly related to them? Or that they were the direct cause of? Those they couldn't let go. And it would haunt them to the end of their days. Which was why. Get your wannabe frontliners ready, Heathcliff. Duels until we say you are done. And then we will decide if you are in or out. Watching Heathcliff walk out of the inn, the leadership of the assault team exchanged looks. There goes a very cold, maybe unhappy man, I really can't tell. Is he always wearing that mask, Drifter? The Spearmaster frowned, but not at Orlando. As far as I've seen, yeah. But he was decidedly not pleased. I think he thought he was going to walk out of here with a yes and maybe even a please. We weren't what he was expecting. Ambrose snorted. If that's really what he thought, he might as well not show up tomorrow. Boss has already caused enough damage without needing us to sacrifice idiots for them. Crude, but accurate. After rolling his eyes at Ambrose, Drifter turned to Asuna, who had been uncharacteristically quiet. She was usually more vocal during meetings. What do you think, sis-in-law? Several people, even Lind, stifled chuckles, and Drifter preemptively dodged a quick to the shins. All right, maybe the teasing was out of place. But it was funny. Humph. I'll get you for that, Stickman. But about Heathcliff. My guess is he saw Kibu leaving an ALS disbandment as a power vacuum. He was hoping, still is probably, to fill it. So he wants to play politics. Well, that's a nope from me already. Klein shook his head in disgust. Even Lind, who had played that game for a long time, seemed slightly ill at the idea of another clash for power within the assault team. We will see how it turns out tomorrow. We do need more people, so if they are good for it, Heathcliff will understand with time what is important and what isn't. And if they aren't as good as they think? Drifter fingered his spear, unpleasant scenes of players donning red and white dyeing running through his mind. Then we reject them. I meant what I said. All of us here, all the frontliners, we've made our peace already. We know what the price is and we are going to pay it. One way or the other. But I won't have any more deaths in my consciousness than I need to. Any more. It was too late to say none at all. That ship had sailed many floors ago. To all of them. Yeah. Kirito grunted, and that summed up all of their feelings pretty well. Lind clapped his hands. See y'all tomorrow then. Good night. The next morning, the 27th floor was bustling with activity. Someone, Heathcliff, must have let spill the news that the assault team would be testing the Knights of the BLLD Oath, and hundreds of players had come to watch. Watching the overcrowded plaza, Drifter raised a tired eyebrow. If Heathcliff had leaked the news in hopes of attracting attention and making his guild famous, he succeeded. The Spearmaster honestly hoped the gray-haired guild leader wasn't just setting himself up for a bigger failure, though. They needed more frontliners, his dislike for Heathcliff aside. Well, I was not expecting that. Yeah, me neither. Yuna leaned into his side, and Drifter wrapped an arm around her. He was already getting a headache. So was she. Should we start charging admission? I mean, if we are gonna put on a show and all. We could probably put a down payment on a guild base just by selling tickets. Drifter snorted with laughter, and lowered his hand to tickle the songstress ribs for the joke. Should we move to somewhere else? While the couple flirted, Kirito and Shivata came up to them. That Heathcliff decided to turn this into a spectacle wasn't going to sit well with many of the frontliners. If Heathcliff wants to give himself a black eye, I say we let him. And it's just going to make the test harsher for the Cobb. Our guys are going to be fighting harder, and are used to being in the spotlight. His people are greenhorns in both. We aren't the ones who are going to be impaired here. The Spearmaster shrugged. In his opinion, Heathcliff had miscalculated. But Drifter was also someone who didn't give a damn about public opinion or what strangers thought of him, so maybe that was it. Either way, it was about time they got started. They still had to explore the floor in the afternoon, which was undeniably, at least from the frontliners' point of view, a lot more important than entertaining some wannabe guild leader. With a nod to Lind, who was chatting with some of his guildmates nearby, Drifter walked towards the Cobb contingent, changing his spear into a polearm and dragging it across the ground in a slow swipe. The screeching noise was very effective in silencing the crowd. All right, let's get this show on the road. We've already hashed out the whys with you yesterday, Heathcliff, and I don't want to lose time here. How many are going to be on your frontliner group? Send them forward. I have been waiting anxiously. With a wave of Heathcliff's hand, a large group of players detached from the main Cobb body. At the same time, the crowd retreated to open a large circle in which the frontliners and Cobb players stood, facing each other. Doing a quick head count, Drifter was surprised. 28 hopeful frontliners. It was about a dozen more than the Spearmaster had been expecting. Not enough to fully replenish their ranks, but it was a start if all of them passed the test, that is. They looked at him, displaying various degrees of excitement and wariness. Some were clearly more enthused than others, and Drifter already knew they would have to cut, just from the look in their eyes. But that could be discussed later, in private, with Heathcliff, not here in front of everyone. I'm not a fan of the show and pomp, and I don't think a lot of you are either, so let's make this simple. We will have individual duels first, then some team battles. Heathcliff glanced past Drifter, but must have received a confirmation that the Spearmaster would, in fact, be the one in charge here, because he kept quiet and just nodded. Drifter nodded back, and surveyed the Cobb contingent. Like most players, a lot of them seemed to favor swords, although there was a certain variety to it. The second most common choices of weaponry were shields. Every guild needed tanks, followed by spears. You. Drifter pointed to a tall and burly man who had an uncanny resemblance to a bear. He was grinning madly and seemed to be the most excited one out of the lot, likely for the chance to duel frontliners more than anything, so Drifter thought he might as well start with him. Hell yeah! Let's do this! Who am I fighting? Is it you, Broken Spear? Or maybe Merchant Warrior Agile? Or the other merchant brothers, Shigeo and Wolf? The red-haired man had a huge greatsword as his main weapon, and seemed eager to pit himself against someone who matched him both in stature and destructive power. Drifter shook his head. This was a test, not some normal sparring session. Drifter wanted to see them give it their all, so he wasn't going to make it easy. Quite the opposite. Asuna, you are up. Chapter 168 Real Meaning Behind the Test. Asuna, you are up. The disappointment in the burly Cobb player's face was apparent. He didn't look down on Asuna, not even close. The lightning flash had a fearsome reputation in sword art online that no one would dispute. But he had been hoping to fight someone who matched him in size and style, not the petite fencer. Still, the big man didn't feel down for too long before excitement started to fill him again. He was about to duel Lightning Flash Asuna, one of SAO's foremost frontliners. That was a hard-to-come-by opportunity. The crowd retreated a few steps further, leaving only Drifter, Asuna, and the Cobb player in the middle. Drifter raised his hand. Before you start, one last thing. This. He gestured to the circle. His gaze flitted from one person to another, Cobb and frontliners alike, before settling on Heathcliff. Isn't about who wins and who loses. We aren't going to decide if you can join the assault team based on how many victories you have. It's not a competition either, unless you try to make it into one. This is about seeing if you have what it takes to be frontliners, and there's a lot more to that term than just fighting skills. It's about seeing if you have what it takes to always be in the most dangerous place at the most dangerous time. About seeing if you can survive that. He paused, to see if his words were making any impact. To see if they understood, really understood, what he meant. Some did, some didn't. But Asuna's opponent suddenly looked a lot more serious, and Heathcliff's expression held a hint of steel that wasn't there before, so Drifter counted it as a victory. Remember, being a frontliner isn't about pride or bragging rights. It's about beating SAO and escaping Aincrad. With everyone. Not just yourself, not just your guildmates, not just the assault team. Everyone. It was a heavy burden. Unbearably heavy, especially to newbies who just moments ago were all hyped up about dueling frontliners. But it was a burden they would have to carry if they joined the assault team. If they couldn't withstand it, then it was better they turned back here. Because someone who didn't fight for more than themselves died quickly in the front lines. This is valid for everyone, no matter if you are frontliners or Knights of the Blood Oath. You don't need to show every trick you have if you don't want to. Everyone has secrets. But give it your all, got it? Remember, the person opposite you might be an opponent now, but they also might be your comrades in arms by the end of the day. And even if they aren't, we are all players. Giving your everything in this fight is the least amount of respect you need to show. That was something that even some frontliners didn't understand until 2 floors ago. It was normal to grow arrogant and prideful when you were at their level. The 25th floor had shattered their arrogance, and maybe that was for the best. Even if it was tragic that that was what it took. But another thing the 25th massacre had beaten down was their pride. Their pride on who they were, on what they did. Their beliefs. And that was also tragic on its own way. Because frontliners had every reason to take pride on who they were. Heroes, Kayaba would call them. Even greater, because after everything, after losing countless friends and witnessing more death than anyone had a right to, they got back up. They were still walking. Drifter gave the people gathered around one last look, then nodded to Asuna and the Cobb player whose name he still didn't know. You can start. Drifter turned around and walked back to the area Reaver's Requiem was occupying, while Asuna and the Cobb player introduced themselves to each other and the audience. He planned to stand next to Yuna and Nautilus, but someone intercepted him before he got there. He smiled. I was wondering where you were, little rat. It doesn't seem like you to miss such a big thing. Ha! Some of my excitement has been dampened. But I think I understand what I'm trying to achieve a little better, somehow. I'm Godfrey, a team leader of the Knights of the Blood Oath. Like Broken Spear requested, I will give it my all, lightning flash. The burly Cobb player, Godfrey, took out his broadsword and held it in front of him. Asuna also unsheathed her rapier, her pensive expression morphing into one of focus. Reaver's Requiem, lightning flash Asuna. Let's have a good fight. Argo sneaked a peek at the 2 people standing in the middle of the circle of spectators, weapons drawn. Whether the frontliners liked it or not, and she knew Drifter would be fuming internally, this had turned into a spectacle. And the info broker was fairly certain she knew the man behind it. Her gaze trailed from the first clash of Asuna and Godfrey. She knew what the result of that battle would be long before it started, and flitted past Heathcliff, finally setting on the pudgy man standing half-hidden in the middle of the Cobb contingent, not the frontliners, but the clearers and normal players of the guild. Daizen, head of finances of the Knights of the Blood Oath. A man with close to none combatability, but an extremely shrewd mind, and the main reason why all the Cobb frontliner candidates were decked out with top-class equipment that would bankrupt any other guild. He was a dangerous man. Worse, he was a dangerous man who faithfully served Heathcliff. Argo didn't like Heathcliff. Or rather, she was wary towards him. Not because of Drifter's dislike for the man, although that had been a trigger, but because when she investigated Heathcliff, she found nothing. Argo could find out almost anything about almost everyone. And that was because of her wide information network and her talent in connecting seemingly random and unimportant pieces of information. As long as you were a player, you left a mark. Someone would know something about you. Whether it was from being in the same guild, being friends, or even just having been in the same party a long time ago. If not that, then someone would have seen you at some moment, even if you were one of those players still in denial, who only left their rooms when they ran out of COR. But not Heathcliff. No one had heard of him before the 20th floor. No whispers, no I might have seen him, nothing. It was like he just appeared out of thin air one day. Even employing Fumaningum for a full investigation hadn't turned up anything. Which, to Argo, led to two conclusions, and she didn't know what was worse. The first was that Heathcliff had deliberately hidden his tracks from the first day of SAO, and that he was an expert at it. And that train of thought connected directly with Laughing Coffin, the other group Argo was having major trouble investigating. The second theory she had about Heathcliff's origin was, if you could believe it, even more worrying, he had only entered SAO after the 20th floor. Which, if that was truly the case, begged the questions, why? What sane person would willingly jump into this hellish trap? What purposes did they have, and how nefarious? Argo shook her head clear of those thoughts. Maybe she was just wrong. She hated not knowing something, and might be creating connections that weren't there because of it. But she would definitely keep an eye on Heathcliff. Spotting Drifter making his way towards Yuna, obviously, those two were basically joined at the hip even before they got married. While Asuna and Godfrey went at it, Argo darted through the gaps in the crowd, making her way towards him. Used to it, the info broker moved through the crowd with grace, almost unimpeded by the press of bodies. The Spearmaster saw her first, and changed his course. Argo didn't even complain much when he ruffled her hair, hood and all. I was wondering where you were, little rat. It doesn't seem like you to miss such a big thing. Hey-oh, dear Abu. Fancy seeing ya here. The Spearmaster snorted. Sure, what a surprise it was, what, with he organizing everything. How you doing, little rat? It's been a while since we talked face to face. Not that long. Long enough. I miss my annoying little sis. Argo blew a raspberry at him, while feeling glad that her hood hid the faint blush coloring her cheeks. This warm feeling of having someone care for her so much. It was nice. Oh! Asuna-chan is getting ready to end it. Drifter didn't need to be told twice. His eyes had only momentarily left the duel when he greeted Argo before flicking right back to it. He was taking his duty as an examiner very seriously. After all, it would mean life and death to some people. She dragged it out. You know how Asuna-chan is. She probs wanted to give the man more time to show off. Drifter grunted non-concomitantly. Asuna was a kind soul, but she wasn't that gentle. If she thought Godfrey didn't show potential, she would have ended the duel within 10 moves to dissuade him from joining the front lines. Argo knew that, but she wasn't thinking as far as Drifter. She had obviously investigated the Cobb, and she had a good idea of who would make it into the assault team and who would be cut out, or, more likely, drop out. Still, watching Asuna fight was a joy as always. The lightning flash, even when she toned it down to match Godfrey's limits, looked like she was dancing around the burly man. While Godfrey had cuts all over his body, Asuna's skin was still just as unblemished as when she started. It took one more skill for Godfrey's health to reach the yellow, and the duel was concluded. It had lasted 4 minutes, which was 3.5 more than it would have if Asuna had gone all out from the start, but the Cobb players didn't need to know that. Yet. As Drifter made his way back towards the pair, Argo noticed the downcast look on Godfrey's face, and the dark expressions of the Cobb players. Even Heathcliff was displeased, if his slight frown was any indication. That was actually fair, Argo thought. Drifter had purposefully paired Godfrey with Asuna, who was not just one of the best frontliners, but also a direct counter to his fighting style. There was no way he could have won. Which was exactly the point, Argo knew. Despite what he said, Drifter would be very disappointed if any frontliner lost today. In no small part because it would hurt his pride after all the tough talk with Heathcliff, but mainly because any COB member who won against a frontliner was likely to grow arrogant and consequently die. Arrogance had no place in the front lines. Some people didn't seem to understand that, however. While Godfrey kept his silence and retreated quietly, there was a lot of grumbling amongst the COB ranks. Their discontent only increased when the next 4 COB players Drifter called forward were also paired with frontliners whose fighting style went in direct opposition to theirs. And none of the frontliners, be it Gilgamesh from the Legend Braves, or a swordsman from Ambrose Guild, were as kind as Asuna, resulting in straightforward losses for their opponents. This is unfair. They lasted longer than Drifter thought they would. He honestly expected them to start complaining after Asuna defeated Godfrey. It was a no-brainer, really. The Knights of the Blood Oath had arrived full of themselves and with the belief that the Aincrad Liberation Squad spot on the assault team was already theirs. But regardless of how wrong the COB players were feeling, Drifter's gaze was cold when it landed on the long-haired player who complained, an emaciated-looking man called Kirito. Deal with it. What? That clearly wasn't the response Kirito, or any of the people around, were expecting. The COB player sputtered for an answer as Heathcliff started to walk towards them, but Drifter cut both off before they could start. I said deal with it. You are right, it is unfair. We are putting you up against frontliners with 26 floors under their belt. Of course we are better. So what? We still die. You will only die faster if we went easy on you. So deal with it. He swept his gaze from Kirito to Heathcliff to Godfrey and all the other players, and Argo felt a shiver crawl down her spine. She knew why Drifter was being like this, but it was still so unusual that he was so abrasive that she couldn't help but wonder what was going through his mind. And then Argo saw the shadows behind his steely gaze, and realized Drifter was looking at the COB, but it wasn't them he was seeing. Mobs don't fight fair, floor bosses even less so. They are in SAO for one reason, and one reason only, to kill us. They won't only attack you with a weapon you easily counter, and they won't come alone. So suck it up if you think it's unfair. I don't want to see more names scratched off that wall than I have to. And I'm sure you don't want to die because we took pity on your ego. Shocked silence met Drifter's words, and Argo saw the most sour look he ever had in Heathcliff's face. Drifter just pointed to another COB player and said, Your turn. Chapter 169, Shooting Stars. After Drifter's speech, the rest of the duels passed in similar fashion. The frontliners trounced the COB players, some more kindly than others, with several of the Reavers taking turns. The crowd had been a lot quieter. It seemed like that, for the first time, the normal players were starting to realize just in how much danger the frontliners were willingly placing themselves for their sake. Hearing it straight from the mouth of Broken Spear Drifter was a reality check bigger than even the 25th massacre. Heathcliff didn't care about any of that. His real identity was that of Akihiko Kaiba, Sword Art Online's creator and sole game master, so he knew better than anyone how dangerous the life of a frontliner was. What Heathcliff was not, at the moment, was a happy man. Sure, he knew the players he recruited to form his Knights of the Blood Oath, while seemingly very skilled, were only so when in comparison to normal players. All the true elites, the cream of the crop, had long joined the assault team and were standing across the plaza from his guild. But Heathcliff, for all he monitored the frontliners, hadn't expected them to so thoroughly stomp the players he spent so much time and effort in raising. He thought that, since he, who knew everything there was to know about SAO, had personally trained them, the COB players would at least be able to hold their own against the frontliners, if not win. How very wrong he had been. While some duels had been closer than others, even the less well-known members of the assault team had won quite handily. Too easily for him to argue that it was because Broken Spear Drifter was purposefully matching weak against strong in their weapon selection and fighting style. And now it was his turn, since he was the only COB player who hadn't been called forward and fought yet. Heathcliff would admit, he was curious as to who Drifter planned on matching him. Maybe the Spearmaster himself wanted to go? It wasn't a secret that he didn't like the Cobb Guild leader. Although, a spear wasn't very well matched against Heathcliff's heavy sword and crucible shield. Of course, the guild leader didn't consider even for a moment that he could possibly lose. Forget the system protections he had in place, which made sure Heathcliff was unbeatable. He had years of experience on the other players. After all, there were many aspects of sword art online he couldn't trust others with, and had personally tested. Still, he was curious. And angry. So Heathcliff stepped forward by himself, catching everyone's attention. He would not be called to the front like a little kid in a classroom. You! The crowd followed Heathcliff's pointing finger, and exclaimed in surprise. Huh? You want to fight me? Nautilus pointed at himself in surprise, but Heathcliff nodded. Not Drifter, or Kirito, or Asuna. His choice was the player formerly hindered by an FNC, Indomitable Knight Nautilus. He had several reasons for that choice. First and foremost was his curiosity. Nautilus was the one and only player to overcome his FNC, which intrigued him. The other motives were actually more of reasons not to choose some other player. Drifter was too perceptive. He might notice something wrong if he fought Heathcliff one-on-one. Asuna had already fought today, and Heathcliff didn't want to make it look like he was taking advantage of that fact when he won. Kirito's was harder. The black-haired swordsman was one of Heathcliff's two candidates for the role of protagonist of SAO, or the hero of the story. The other being Yuki, obviously. It wasn't Heathcliff who chose who to give the dual blades unique skill to, but Cardinal. Which was why it was such a surprise when two of them popped up. But none of that changed the original plot Heathcliff came up with. The user of dual blades had the best reflexes in SAO. They, whoever they might be, were going to be the ones to fight the Demon King Heathcliff himself after he betrayed the assault team in the end. Or, at least, that was the plan. Several variables had popped up that he hadn't expected. But that was normal, and it only made the game more fun. Still, Heathcliff wasn't willing to battle Kirito or Yuki here. Not yet. Their fated fight would come, but only at the right time. May we start? It appears Broken Spear Drifter has more tests planned afterwards. Taking a position in the middle of the circle, Heathcliff stood with his back straight. His aloof complexion inspired respect on others. But Indomitable Knight Nautilus wasn't looking at him. The ash-haired player glanced at Drifter, and only after the Spearmaster's nod did he step forward to face Heathcliff. This was probably how other people felt when talking to him, Heathcliff realized. Not exactly disregard, but disinterest. As if they weren't that important. As if he wasn't that important when compared to Broken Spear Drifter's orders. Being ignored was not a novel feeling for Akihiko Kayaba. But it was something he never experienced since he became Heathcliff. And he didn't like it. Unsheathing his sword, Heathcliff took on a more tense fighting pose. Before, he simply wanted to win. Now, he started to realize that becoming the leader of the assault team might take more effort than he initially thought. Drifter watched the two players get in position for the duel. Nautilus was still as calm water, the weight of several thousand battles behind him making sure he wasn't the least distracted by the crowd. The ash-haired player knew that Heathcliff would be far better than the other Cobb players, but Drifter had full confidence that he could win. Until he saw the look on Heathcliff's face, that is. The Spearmaster wasn't sure why or what, but something had changed. There was a restlessness behind the gray-haired guild leader's eyes that wasn't there before. Start! Despite Drifter's shout, neither player moved. To the untrained eye, it looked like they were just staring at each other. Some of the spectators went so far as to venture a guess that they were looking for gaps in the other's defense. Drifter knew better. He could see the slight twitches from Nautilus and Heathcliff, as if they were about to pounce but rethought it. Which was exactly what was happening. Each time one of them thought they saw an opening, the other already covered it, or it was simply a trap. In this situation, the one to make the first move lost. Honestly, Drifter felt conflicted. It was normal that Nautilus was like that. He was one of Aincrad's elites. A founding member of Reaver's Requiem, the titled player Indomitable Knight, and holder of the unique skill Indomitable Might. But to think that Heathcliff, an upstart who appeared out of nowhere not even 10 floors ago, was also at that level was, in one word, mind-boggling. On one hand, that upset Drifter because he didn't like Heathcliff. On the other hand, the sheer potential of the gray-haired player ensured he would be a key character for the assault team in the future, and a valuable powerhouse for their escape. As the seconds dragged by, the crowd started to whisper and get restless. The frontliners uncrossed their arms and leaned forward. Ha! The standoff could only last so long, and Heathcliff caved first. For all his calm demeanor, he didn't have Nautilus' sheer experience when it came to fighting. Heathcliff attacked with a straightforward stab, which Nautilus parried, returning a cut of his own. Like the blade user, Heathcliff chose to believe in his defense instead of agility, and blocked with his shield. Nautilus didn't let go of the offensive, throwing a wide overhead slash that forced Heathcliff to raise his shield to block, only for the Reaver's own shield to smack against his chest, sending him tumbling back. By the way Heathcliff's pupils constricted, Drifter gathered he had not expected that. Which wasn't that surprising, really. Nautilus' way of fighting wasn't exactly orthodox. Most shield-bearers only saw the item as a tool to block attacks, which, to be fair, was its primary purpose and, on occasions, to channel stunning skills. Nautilus took it beyond just that. To him, the shield was as much a tool of defense as it was a means of attack. And Heathcliff clearly hadn't been expecting that. The Cobb Guild leader was pushed to the defensive, Nautilus' blade continuously striking at him, not exceedingly fast nor heavy, but relentless, seeking the smallest crack in his guard. Heathcliff could analyze Nautilus' fighting style and patterns through the broadcasts all he wanted, and somehow Drifter doubted his red and white counterpart had done even that. He was too arrogant to think he needed it, but experiencing it in person was a whole different story. Before he gained his unique skill, a lot of people overlooked Nautilus. That's because, even though he was a titled player, Nautilus preferred staying in the background. He rarely made big moves, his contribution to the assault team coming mainly in the form of supporting other players. Many even questioned if he deserved his title and indomitable might. Now that he had the undivided spotlight, the ash-haired player was showing everyone why he was a frontliner and the holder of so many things they could never get their hands on, squashing any doubt others had about his capabilities. It was only 50 moves into the battle, most of them by Nautilus, that first blood was drawn. The Reaver managed to slip his blade past a gap in Heathcliff's shield and pierce his abdomen. It wasn't a heavy blow, and only about 10% of Heathcliff's HP disappeared. However, the attack also served as a sign. Until now, both players had been holding back, testing each other's limits. They had refrained from using system skills, relying only on normal attacks. Now they were done with being cautious. Heathcliff was the first to use a skill, his sword glowing golden with a skill Drifter didn't recognize. He could tell it was powerful, though, by the way Nautilus shuddered when it impacted his shield. Were it not for indomitable might negating knockback, the Reaver probably would have been sent sprawling. As it was, Nautilus stood his ground, but a good portion of his health vanished, even though he blocked the attack. Drifter's eyebrows disappeared into his hairline. What the hell just happened? For Nautilus to lose such HP as he did, even no, especially after blocking and indomitable might's both passive and active effects, Heathcliff must have hit him like a floor boss. Not even a full-on, no-holds-barred attack from Agile would do that much damage, but somehow Heathcliff, a sword and shield player, did. That just didn't make sense. Even Nautilus hesitated in surprise, albeit for just a second. Then he was back on the offensive, chaining skills and normal attacks with the ease that only an experienced frontliner had. It didn't do much good. Heathcliff's shield shone gold, and it was like Nautilus was trying to hack apart a 1,000-year-old boulder. The other player's HP barely decreased. Meanwhile, each time he hit Nautilus, the Reaver lost a significant portion of his health. Unique skill. Those two words crossed Drifter's mind, and suddenly it all made sense. The weird golden glow, the impossible attack and defense stats. The only explanation was a unique skill. After all, if even Reaver's Requiem had several, what was to say others hadn't it also? Of course, Nautilus was also a holder of a unique skill, and he wasn't going down easy. But Heathcliff's health seemed to have stopped falling just above the yellow barrier which would end the duel, while Nautilus was fast approaching that marker without any signs of halting. In hindsight, it was inevitable. Heathcliff was as skilled as any frontliner, and he had let go of his arrogance fast enough that it didn't land him into an insurmountable disadvantage. Meanwhile, with Heathcliff wisely, Drifter would begrudgingly admit, keeping his unique skill a secret, Nautilus had already started this fight on the back foot, even if he didn't know it. Nautilus' indomitable might was common knowledge, and even if the details weren't widespread amongst anyone but the Reavers, observing the boss raids would give enough clues that Heathcliff could come up with a strategy against it, that strategy being pick Nautilus instead of one of the other titled Reavers, since his unique skill appeared to counter the shield bearers. It was a slightly underhanded method to win the duel, but no one, at least no frontliner, would complain, not in public. They, Drifter included, advocated for using any means necessary to defeat the enemy and escape, so they couldn't very well be hypocrites and call Heathcliff out on that. The COD players cheered wildly for their leader, and for their first and only victory of the day. The frontliners frowned. It wasn't like they were angry with the loss. Heathcliff had clearly shown his capabilities, and the unique skill only made him a more valuable asset. But there was still a certain sense of dissatisfaction that they couldn't help but feel. Nautilus' face was especially sour. It was bad enough that he was the only one who lost. But he couldn't even make sense of why he lost. It wasn't Heathcliff's unique skill. That had been a surprise, but he could have dealt with it. There was something else, something he couldn't quite put his finger on. He felt like attacks that should have connected didn't, and blows that should have been dodged weren't. It was like just for a few fractions of a second, Heathcliff was playing the game at twice the speed while Nautilus was still stuck in the normal velocity. Drifter's hand fell on Nautilus' shoulder, startling him from his thoughts. The Spearmaster sent his friend a proud look that somehow conveyed everything the shield-bearer needed to hear. Suddenly Nautilus wasn't feeling was heavy anymore. Well done. To all of you. Especially to you, Heathcliff. I always knew you were good. A unique skill though. Drifter didn't complete his sentence, but he shot Heathcliff a look of begrudging acknowledgement that the other guild leader graciously accepted with a nod of his head. Team battles are next. For a party. Group up. When the COD players started joining in their usual teams, Drifter cleared his throat and smirked. 2 COD, 2 frontliners. Let's see how you adapt on the fly. Chapter 170 Welcome to the Frontlines. Turns out, the COD didn't adapt very well on the fly. While a few tried to work together with the frontliners in their parties, most just got in the way of each other. The frontliners, on the other hand, managed to fit right into whatever group they were put, creating multiple openings for the COD players, who failed to utilize them. It was somewhat of a letdown, Drifter would admit, but then again, maybe it was he who had set too high of a threshold for newbies. Gods knew him and the other Reavers worked just about as well as this mess when they first started out. The sun, or what passed by it in Aincrad, was already high in the sky when the testing ended. After the excitement of individual duels passed, a lot of the spectators had left, something Drifter was grateful for. The final decision, however, was made away from prying eyes, much to the disappointment of the players watching. Drifter, Lind, Klein, Orlando, and the other guild leaders pulled Heathcliff into a private room for that. It was a lengthy discussion. The Knights of the Blood Oath had made a good showing, and would undoubtedly be a valuable addition to the assault team. But not all of them were frontliner material, and getting that through Heathcliff's head had taken time. On one hand, Drifter could understand the older man. He had raised his guild from nothing, and nearly on his own, and was rightfully proud of it. Drifter certainly knew he wouldn't be happy if one day Orlando and the others came up to him and said they were cutting people from Reaver's Requiem out of the assault team. But on the other hand, being a frontliner required both a certain level of skill and a specific mentality and force of will. Both. Just one or the other didn't suffice. Skill without the right mentality got others killed. The correct mindset but not enough skill to back it up got you killed. A frontliner needed both. On that, Drifter and the others wouldn't budge, no matter what Heathcliff said. It took some time, and at one point Heathcliff even got close to yelling at Lind, which was more emotion than anyone had ever seen him show. But eventually, the Cobb commander relented. He could see the frontliners wouldn't give in, and his guild couldn't take on floor bosses by their lonesome. In the end, 24 Cobb players followed their leader to join the assault team, bringing their numbers back to just barely above 100. Still not ideal, but better than before. In the following days, nearly all the frontliners did was training, leading the exploration of the floor and the labyrinth in the capable hands of the clearers. For the Knights of the Blood Oath, who had only ever fought alongside each other, fitting into the assault team was a challenge. And so it was for the frontliners, who had to adapt to an entirely new group of players who was vastly different from the ALS they were used to. It took time, and a lot of work and curses, and more than a few fights that had to be broken up. On that, Drifter was glad Reaver's Requiem was made up of mostly calm members. But eventually, they managed to make it work. The assault team was used to making do with what they had and adapting fast, while the Cobb struggled a bit more, but they were enthusiastic. A lot of it would only really click once they went through a boss raid, as was the way of things in SAO, but any preparation was better than just jumping straight into the deep end. They had to do that eventually, though. Jump into the deep end, that is. And that's how the assault team found themselves in front of the 27th floor boss room doors. The new frontliners, with the notable but not surprising exception of Heathcliff, were fidgeting, clearly nervous. Drifter didn't blame them. This was his 27th boss raid, and he was still scared every time. It's just the 27th floor. It's not even a round floor. Everything will be okay. You got this, frontliners, it's gonna be easy. The normal players said those phrases so carelessly. As if they really believed them. Drifter could only envy their naivety. There was no such thing as an easy boss raid. Much less a safe one. And thinking like that was what caused the 25th massacre to happen. At least the Cobb players didn't seem to believe those words, if their pale faces and jumpy behavior was anything to go by. Drifter wasn't sure whether that was better or worse than overconfidence. Better, he decided, faces flashing through his mind. Not great, never, but probably safer overall. How many do you think we'll lose? Drifter wanted to slap Orlando for asking such a question. But the blank expression on the other guild leader's face, as he stood with his arms crossed over his chest, watching the newbies, was so far removed from his usual smile that Drifter couldn't help but consider his words. He didn't know. 0 was what he wanted to say. But he didn't know. He couldn't know. So he scowled at the closed doors. No one if I can help it. Ha! I wish we had that much say on what happens. Shut up. Orlando grinned wryly and held his arm out for Drifter. The Spearmaster didn't hesitate to take the offered limb, staring at the Brave straight into the eyes. The guild leader of the Legend Braves was boisterous and loud. He made crass jokes, pulled pranks, had no concept of personal space. He was a jokester through and through. Too many people forgot he was also a frontliner. And a title player no less. Hero Orlando. His title came as much from his guild name and his personality as it came from his actions. His past. Orlando had made mistakes. But he didn't let himself be held back by them, for better or worse. He was a frontliner. Always had been, always would be. And if he was feeling like this? Drifter trusted him. We will watch out for your Braves. You keep an eye on our backs. Orlando's grin widened some. It's too beautiful of a day to die. Let's fuck up this boss. There was the old Orlando. Drifter rolled his eyes, even if he knew part of it was bravado for the sake of their guildmates listening in. Cracking his neck, Drifter walked until he was right in front of the doors, then turned around. His weapon transformed into the heavy halberd Liz crafted for him what seemed like a lifetime ago, and he slammed the butt of the weapon on the ground, the sound echoing through the tower and silencing everyone as they turned to look at him. I won't say much. You all saw the scouting raid, and know the plan. Stick to it for as long as it's feasible. When shit hits the fan, as it always does, go to the contingency plans. Cobb, you know this already, but I'll say it again, you are to focus on support this time around. Don't get arrogant or greedy for glory. Drifter tapped the ground with his weapon again to stay the objections he could already see coming. We've all been where you are, and we know what's like wanting to prove ourselves. Especially you, since you are under the pressure of replacing the ALS just as much from normal players as from yourselves. But take it from people who have been doing this a lot longer than you, it's the moment when everything is seemingly going perfect that you get tempted to break the plan, and that's always when it goes wrong, and people die. Don't let it be you. If afterwards you feel like I'm wrong and overbearing, then I will apologize. I have no qualms with that, as long as it keeps everyone alive. So follow the plan. Consider it a favor, if you want. It was Heathcliff who stepped forward, after a long second of staring at Drifter, and placed his sword over his shield, bowing slightly. We will take your warnings to heart, Broken Spear. The Spearmaster nodded gratefully, and stepped closer so only Heathcliff could hear him. Thank you, Heathcliff. I mean it. I know we haven't always seemed eye to eye, but none of that matters now. All that's important is surviving, and escaping this hell. We can't do it without you and your guild. The faintest glimmer of surprise appeared behind Heathcliff's gaze, and he searched Drifter's expression for any signs of mocking and sarcasm. He found nothing but genuine concern and gratefulness. We will honor the assault team and the Aincrad Liberation Squad, Broken Spear. I know you will. And I'm glad you stepped forward when you did. Now, as Orlando says, let's fuck up this boss. Heathcliff nodded, his expression going back to its neutral blankness. Drifter gave one last glance to the gathered frontliners, and pushed open the boss room doors. Drifter knew SAO had changed him. It had changed everyone. But the Spearmaster thought. Yes, he had changed more than most. Which was why, when he saw the sullen faces of the Cobb frontliners as they climbed the stairs to the 28th floor, that he wasn't surprised by his callousness. Or by his lack of anything, really, when thinking back to the sole casualty of the boss raid. He had warned them repeatedly. He had told them what it was like to be a frontliner before and after the test to join the assault team. He had delivered another speech about following the plan and not getting greedy for glory just before starting the raid. He had always known there would be someone who didn't listen. And honestly, Drifter was glad it was just a single player who thought that just because the boss was on its death throes, it was any less dangerous. That was a lesson that had taken the original assault team several lives to learn. Of course, the Spearmaster would never verbalize any of those thoughts. Regardless of the reason, a person was still dead. But from a clinically cold perspective, this was an overall victory for the assault team. Because now the remaining 24 Cobb frontliners would never underestimate a floor boss again, and that would save lives in the long run. I guess you were right. Drifter walked over to Orlando and the Legend Braves. The other guild leader looked at him and shook his head. I didn't want to be. But I'm not surprised I was. Yeah, me neither. I don't even know. They have to be ready, I guess. There's another round floor coming soon. Might not be a sure death like the 25th, but dash. Trust me, I know. We will see how it goes. Orlando clapped Drifter on the shoulder, and the other frontliner nodded. Just as they reached the top of the stairs and walked into the 28th floor, Drifter passed by Heathcliff, whose expression was indestructible. Welcome to the front lines. The 28th, 29th floor, they were a blur. Another month of their lives spent in their digital prison, but one the frontliners barely noticed. All their efforts were pulled towards preparing for what might very well come to be another deadly raid. The 30th floor. Another round floor, which the frontliners already knew, by unfortunate personal experience, could be extremely deadly. At the very least, they had yet to make it through a round floor without suffering casualties. 6 on the 10th, 2 on the 20th. Not quite on the same league as the 25th floor, but horrifying in its own way. Drifter didn't know what to expect of the floor boss. The mobs on the floor had been a confusing mix. Draconi, snake women again, but this time with armor and weapons, punishment hounds, pitch-black Rottweilers the size of a car, and wandering satyrs, half-man, half-goat monsters that were neutral until attacked, but screamed like a bag of cats. Someone had said those were all monsters present in Greek mythology, kind of, or at least variations of them. Drifter couldn't comment, he didn't know the first thing about Greek myths. It was a clue to the floor boss, however. The field boss, Seaborn Cyclops, also seemed to follow the theme, so there was a good chance the floor boss would be some even worse Greek monster. The thing was, they didn't have any experts in Greek mythology, and even if they did, there were so many things that the boss could be. And, other than the mobs itself, there didn't seem to be a lot of lore laying around. Argo and Fumaningum were working overtime on finding what everything they possibly could about the 30th floor, even to the point of putting the Laughing Coffin investigation on the back burner. It didn't help a whole lot. The largest break the assault team had came from a small clearer guild on the 11th day of exploring the floor, and all they got was a mural depicting a giant in chains with flaming, literally, hair, and a name, Prometheus. Chapter 171, Prometheus. For the next 4 days until they found the entrance to the boss room, clearers and frontliners ran themselves haggard trying to find everything they could about the floor boss, Prometheus. This was the 30th floor. A round floor. Until now, every time they went up against one of those, people died. So the frontliners were willing to push back the raid, even if they hated staying stagnant, for the sake of security. But with each passing day, it became clearer that there was nothing else to be found. No hidden quest, no overlooked piece of lore. Just what they already had. A giant in chains and flames for hair. That's it, I'm spent. I swear when we get out I'm studying every damn myth in the world so I ain't ever getting caught blind again. Drifter snorted at Argo's antics. For the unyielding info broker to give up, it must really mean there was nothing else to be found. If you say so. I know I would rather spend our newfound freedom relaxing, but you do you, little rat. Bleh. The whiskered girl blew a raspberry at him, and Drifter chuckled. Since you are tired, what do you say to a little break? Today is the day I go down with Yuna to the first floor to see Sasha and the kids. Wanna come? You will finally have some playmates your age. She glared at him and punched his shoulder hard enough that he would have taken a few points of damage if they weren't in a safe zone. I deserve that. But honestly, you should come. It will take your mind off of things. You and Akari have been working too hard lately. I always work hard. That's why I am the brains of this operation and you are just the guy with a pointy stick. Drifter stared at Argo unimpressed. Then he grabbed her by the waist and threw her over his shoulder. Overruled. Hey, let me down. Dri boo. I'm gonna food dash. Shush, we're going to see kids. None of that language. Drifter. It was a really good thing SAO didn't reproduce pain, Drifter reflected. Otherwise his shoulders and back would be very sore from all the punches Argo threw at them while he carried her. It was worth it. While he teased Argo all the time, it wasn't very often that Drifter got to see his little rat blush like she did when everyone in the town of beginnings watched him carry her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. He knew he was going to pay for that later, but it was so worth it. Argo needed to know how to let go and act her age sometimes. All the kids in Reaver's Requiem did. They were still just 15, some even younger. Oh. Someone is going to be in a lot of trouble later. Ha ha ha. Yuna's soft giggling reached their ears. AMD Argo started trying to escape from Drifter's clutches even harder. The Spearmaster, on the other hand, just grinned unrepentant before finally pitting their younger friend down. Argo immediately scurried away and hid behind Yuna, glaring at Drifter. The Spearmaster laughed and winked at her. I know. Totally worth it though. Good morning, Songbird. Good morning, dummy. Drifter gave Yuna a short kiss in greeting, ignoring Argo gagging. If they were alone, He would spend a lot more time greeting his songstress, but he could see several curious little heads peeking out of the gap on the front door of the church. Drifter and Yuna separated, and he waved. Immediately, a bunch of kids burst out of the church, running towards them while laughing and talking all at once. Sasha was behind them, trying to corral all the excitable young ones. Drifter, Yuna. Ah, and Argo the rat. I thought with all the furor about the 30th floor, you wouldn't come today. And you even brought company. Sasha stopped in front of them with her hands on her knees. Meanwhile, several kids were already climbing over Drifter or pleading for Yuna to sing for them. Carefully steering the children back to the church and to the back courtyard, the Spearmaster laughed. We wouldn't miss it for anything in the world, Sasha. Coming down here to unwind is even better for us than it is for the kids. Plus, you need a break every once in a while. He said it jokingly, but Drifter had boundless respect for Sasha. Nobody had asked her to gather Aincrad's children and take care of them. She did it all on her own, and out of the goodness of her heart. She was simply a kind person. As far as he was concerned, she deserved more applause than all the frontliners. But Sasha liked her hectic yet quiet lifestyle, so other than a handful of the Reavers, and Shivada and Litton on occasion, Drifter and Yuna rarely brought anyone else with them. Argo didn't really count. First, she was still a kid in Sasha's eyes. Regardless of the forced maturity Sao brought, the info broker was still just 15. Second, she was Argo the rat. Others may fail to grasp what that meant, but as a close friend of Yuna and Drifter, Sasha was fully aware of just how pivotal to the clearing effort the hooded girl was. And lastly, it was Drifter who brought her here. And anyone the Spearmaster considered a good person was a friend of Sasha's. Serenely listening to Yuna's music, and watching amused as Argo was pulled into a game by some of the kids, much to her despair, Drifter and Sasha reclined on a bench in the church's backyard. The Spearmaster always enjoyed his time here. It was a release from the stressful front lines and all the burdens he carried. But it was only when he sat back like this, silently observing, that he felt like his battle was worth fighting. So the rat can make that face too, hum? Sasha breathed softly, and Drifter smiled just as kindly. Argo wasn't smiling. She was panicking, overwhelmed by all the little ones vying for her attention. But he had never seen her so free. So she can. Sasha turned her head to look at him, her eyes twinkling behind her glasses. You love her. It wasn't a question. Nor was it an accusation. There were many different kinds of love, after all. She's the little sister I never had. I care for everyone in Reaver's Requiem. I love them all. But Argo the most of all. Hee hee. Doesn't Yuna get jealous? Drifter rolled his eyes. Sasha took a while to open up beyond her public facade, but once she did, you would find out she had a terrible habit of teasing you. And Drifter and Yuna happen to be her favorite targets. She tries. But she knows it's different. We are all one big family, Sasha. A messy, noisy, don't ask too much family. And we wouldn't have it any other way. Family, huh? I wonder. The woman trailed off, and Drifter glanced at her. Sasha's gaze was staring past the walls surrounding them. At what, Drifter didn't know, but he had a suspicion. How was your life before? It was the kind of question you just didn't ask. Sao's biggest taboo. Drifter hadn't made that question to most of the Reavers, and he would die for them. But Sasha didn't mind, not at this moment. She just continued staring, the only sign she heard him being the way she bit her lower lip. Unfulfilled. Eventually she spoke, barely a whisper. Drifter nodded, and put an arm around her shoulders. Yuna's hand came to rest on her forearm, and Sasha looked up, not having noticed the songstress join them. And now? The hesitant smile that took Sasha's face, seemingly to her own surprise, turned brighter than any Drifter had ever seen. I'm happy. Drifter's hold on her tightened, and Yuna shuffled to add her own arm to their three-way hug. The couple exchanged glances over Sasha's head, and smiled. THRY stayed silent for a while, until eventually the kids got bored of Argo and went to play by themselves. A thoroughly exhausted infobroker joined them at the bench, glaring at Drifter's amused smirk. "You okay, little rat? Too much for you? Fuck off, Driboo. Argo! Language!" Yuna hissed, and Argo shrunk back a little before mumbling an apology. Everyone knew you didn't anger Yuna. She had a mean streak a kilometer long behind that kind face of hers. "We brought you here to relax, little rat. Did it work?" The infobroker huffed as she plopped down next to Drifter, who readily pulled her over in a one-armed hug. Kinda. Still got freaking Prometheus on my mind, but nothing I can do about it really so." She shrugged, and Drifter and Yuna nodded in acquiescence. "Prometheus? Like the Titan? Huh?" Three heads snapped to Sasha, who was looking at them with a mildly curious expression. "What did you say? Titan?" Argo perked up and scooted over until she was almost pushing Drifter off the bench. Sasha nodded slowly. "Well, yeah. It's an old Greek myth. Prometheus, Titan of prophecy or something like that. He stole fire from the gods Zeus, Poseidon, those ones, and gave it to humans. Because that was forbidden, the gods chained him up to a rock and cursed him to have a vulture eat something. His liver, I think. It's been a while since I brushed up on Greek mythology." By now the trio of Drifter, Yuna, and Argo were staring at Sasha dumbfounded. They had spent days, over a week, trying to find anything they could on the floor boss and the lore behind it, and in just a few sentences, Sasha revealed more than they uncovered in all that time. Fire, check. Chains, check. I'm sure Kaiba took some creative liberty, but that's our guy all right. Yuna shook her head, bemused. Drifter turned the other way, covering his mouth to muffle a snort of laughter. Evidently he wasn't as quiet as he thought, because Argo fixed him with a glare. "Not funny, Driboo. I've been trying to crack this bullshit for days." The Spearmaster lost it and started cackling. Argo pushed him, and he fell off the bench and was immediately assaulted by several kids jumping on top of him. "Oof! Tell me everything." It was a Sunday 2 days later. Outside, most people were relaxing in their day off, enjoying the weekend, spending some time with their families. In Aincrad, the assault team was preparing themselves for another life-or-death struggle. "I don't like this." "You never like anything. It's a wonder you even have fangirls, Lind." The scathing gaze the DKB leader through his second-in-command had Drifter and the others nearby snorting in poorly concealed laughter. No doubt as the player intended, to break the tension. Moving on, I don't like this. It's a death floor with close to zero verifiable intel. I hear you, Lind. We can't be sure what Sasha told us about Prometheus legend translates to here. But we gotta make do with what we have. Agreed. Let's kill the boss and move on. The floor after a round is always easier, so we'll get some respite. Yeah, wouldn't count on that. Kaiba is a bastard, and SAO's his brainchild. Nobody asked you, damn pessimistic old man. As the guild leader grumbled and joked, Lind rolled his eyes. He knew they would be completely focused the moment they stepped inside the boss room, but he wished they would take preparation a bit more seriously. Nothing to be done about that. Striking his shield with his sword to catch everyone's attention, he stepped towards the doors. Alright, let's get this done and over with. Move! And don't die. You'll lose dessert privileges if you do. Glaring at his vice leader, Lind pushed open the doors. Drifter smirked and clapped Shivada on the back for the joke, before shaking his body and putting his game face on. With nary a signal from him, Reaver's Requiem took their positions. As SAO bosses were prone to, Prometheus had to have a dramatic entrance. Torches lit up across the circular room, revealing the figure of a man, just about 5 meters tall, chained a big boulder in the middle of the room. Just like the lore pieces the clearers had found, Prometheus' hair was made of flame. His torso was bare, revealing a mess of scars that could only come from the myth of the cursed bird. No sooner than the last frontliner stepped into the room, Prometheus' previously closed eyes snapped open, revealing burning flames and empty sockets. With a grunt, he flexed his upper body, and the thick chains snapped like strings. Pitiful mortals. All shall die. Fingers curved and sharp like claws raked through his flaming hair, and Prometheus' hands came back covered in fire. With a roar, the boss launched himself at the players. Chapter 172 The First Time. As far as bosses went, Prometheus wasn't all that intimidating. Sure, the flaming hair, and eyes, and hands were a little scary. But considering all the nightmarish creatures and mobs and bosses Cardinal had thrown at the players in the last 30 floors, just fire wasn't enough to rank even in the top 20. But there was something about Prometheus. Maybe it was the thought of it being a round floor. The promise of a hard battle. The looming certainty that someone would die, like they always did. Whatever it was, every frontliner could feel the pressure when the floor boss charged at them. It was like an invisible mountain was crushing them, making it hard to even move. The newer COB players especially were struggling in the face of their first round floor boss. But the assault team wouldn't be what they were if simple fear was enough to paralyze them. Drifter met Prometheus in the middle of the room, Infinite Spear changing his weapon to a halberd that clashed with a fiery fist and a deafening impact. The first skill was a basic vertical, meant to halt Prometheus' charge, and that it did. But the blue glow that followed as Drifter's beloved bident reappeared was anything but simple. Nautilus, Liz. Go! Shield and Warhammer smacked the boss back, and Drifter rushed right through the open arms, throwing his entire weight behind an upward slash that looked like vertical, but most definitely wasn't it. A straight line was carved from Prometheus' crotch to his collarbone, an angry red gash that wiped away a visible chunk of his first health bar. For a long second, Prometheus stood completely still in the aftermath of Infinite Spear's second sub-skill, Split Stream. A single vertical slash, meant to bisect everything. Filthy mortal. Flaming fists fell down on Drifter when Prometheus recoiled, and the Spearmaster deftly ducked under them, changing his weapon into a staff for edge vaulting. 5 floors ago, when he first acquired Infinite Spear, learning how to properly use the endless swapping of weapons had been tough. It added not just one card, but an entire new deck of variables to Drifter's hands. More options wasn't always a good thing. In a fight for your life, aka every day in SAO, thinking too much got you killed even more consistently than thinking too little. And like a kid with a bunch of new toys, deciding which one to use was a struggle. At the beginning, Drifter would be constantly swapping his weapons, even when the situation didn't call for it. It was like an itch that wouldn't go away no matter how hard he scratched it. And always hovering what if that weapon is better question over his head. That was 5 floors ago, however. Since then, Drifter had trained hard to master his unique skill, even going so far as to journey back down to lower floors and fight all kinds of mobs to get used to the changes. Now, Drifter was able to integrate Infinite Spear seamlessly into his skill set. It wasn't perfect yet, but it was close. And it showed. The surroundings seemed to vanish as Drifter focused fully onto the enemy in front of him. Other players attacked the boss, and the Spearmaster switched with his guildmates when the need arose, but his gaze never left Prometheus. There was something soothing about falling into the rhythm of battle. That probably meant he was crazy, but they all needed to be a little insane if they wanted to survive SAO. Anyhow, Drifter easily took up his role as one of the assault team's main damage dealers, like he always had. Infinite Spear only made it easier. Vaguely, the Spearmaster noticed the other players using their own unique skills to whittle down Prometheus' HP. His was one of the flashiest ones, but as soon as Mirage Burst, Heathcliff's Holy Sword, and Klein's Batajutsu were also fairly eye-catching. For this battle, Drifter had relinquished control over Reaver's Requiem to Kismol, so that he, Kirito, and Asuna, the guild's 3 leaders, could focus on bringing the boss down as fast as possible. He hoped that was the right decision. The Spearmaster was by no means a controlling person, but the 30th floor boss raid was an incredibly harsh responsibility to throw at Kismol's hands. Still, if anyone would be up to the task, it was the Dark Elf. Now wasn't the time to dwell on those thoughts. What was done, and Drifter trusted Kismel with his everything. She was family. Up! A flaming fist tore the air as it flew directly towards him, and Drifter barely managed to slash down with his spear to parry it. Still, a small crater appeared on the ground where the punch struck, and a not insignificant portion of Drifter's health vanished just from the slight contact. Nothing to it. This wasn't a battle they expect to get through without casualties, much less without being hit. His hands became a blur as he switched his grip on his spear's shaft, unleashing a swift horizontal arc that left 2 nasty cuts on Prometheus' thighs. By now, using skills and fighting was second nature to Drifter. More than that, honestly. Oftentimes, his body reacted before his mind could catch up to it. Case in point, he dropped down on pure instinct as another wild haymaker was thrown his way. Being surrounded by dozens of highly skilled players had done a number on the boss, and Prometheus seemed to have changed attack patterns from focusing on single targets to just trying to hit as many people with his fire as he could. His weapon flashed out, still in the form of his favored twisted bident. First a fake snake bite, bending around the Haas arm, then a very real one, the duo of skill and copy puncturing 4 holes under Prometheus' armpits. Liquid fire leaked from the wounds, and Drifter paused, a grave mistake, which saw him smacked away by a backhand and sent tumbling through the ground. He got up and chugged down a potion, feeling Yuna's rest wash over him to contribute to the healing. His gaze never left the lava trailing down Prometheus' torso. Monsters didn't bleed in SAO. Nobody did, actually. The closest thing to that were the red shards that frayed from the edges of a wound before it closed. So clearly, Prometheus wasn't bleeding fire. That was something else. But what? Second phase incoming. Fall back, watch out for AoE attacks. Lin must have seen the same as he did, because the DKB guild leader yelled a command. Drifter followed it without questioning. The other player was in charge of this raid. It also helped that the Spearmaster shared his concerns. Alas, not everyone had the implicit trust on Lin's orders that the older frontliners had, at least during battle. The somewhat new Knights of the Blood Oath hesitated for a few seconds, first looking to their leader. Drifter could understand that. Certainly every Reaver would follow his commands over Lin's, no matter what. But now, with a round floor boss about to enter its second phase, wasn't the time to hesitate. Prometheus smashed his hands into the ground, setting forth a wave of fire that seared through a dozen players, sending several of them to a dangerously low health. Cursing in his mind about stupid people who refused to follow the plan, Drifter surged forward with Yuki, Ran, Valork, Agile, Wolf, and Shigeo to rescue the Cobb players before Prometheus barbecued them even more. Even as he cut through the literal wall of fire with his polearm, Drifter never forgot what had originally prompted him to fall back, the liquid fire that spilled from the boss wounds. And good thing he didn't. No sooner had the Spearmaster slashed his way past the fire curtain, he saw Prometheus clawing at his old scars, flesh tearing in a manner that was doubly unnerving for how digital it was, his fiery blood pooling and dripping around his fingers. It was one of the most horrifying scenes Drifter had ever witnessed, and he had seen a lot in his time in Aincrad. It only got worse when Prometheus gathered a handful of his own blood and blew into it. Droplets flew out, and suddenly a dozen fire minions spawned where they dropped. They looked vaguely human, except for being made entirely of fire. 2 of them immediately set upon the Spearmaster, who promptly cut them down. It was easy. One sting piercing through both with a timely twisting of his wrist. But they didn't die. Instead, they scattered in more liquid flames, before 4 fire elementals, admittedly a tad smaller, were standing before him. Oh, come on! This time he didn't bother smothering his curses. He was sure Yuna wouldn't mind it in this situation. Don't cut them! The warning came too late. In this case, the frontliners' sharp battle instincts betrayed them. By the time Drifter's shout reached everyone's ears, the fire minions had gone from 1 dozen to 2. We have to split up. Lind, attack or defense. The glare the other guild leader threw him contained 1,000 words, likely none of them nice. But he knew what to do. Knights Brigade, spread out and grab the minions' aggro. Kite them around. And for the love of everything that's sacred, stop killing them. Cobb, you are with us. A sensible decision. The Knights of the Blood Oath were good. The rest of the frontliners were better. Reavers, we are playing offense. Furinkazan, Braves, with us. Ambrose, you and your guild take the back. Everyone else, form a perimeter. Don't let any of the minions get close to us. Unique skill holders, to the front. Bring him down. Anyone with a mind for tactics watching the broadcast was impressed. The frontliners had spotted the changes in the boss patterns, realized killing the minions was a horrible idea, and came up with countermeasures, all of that in less than 10 seconds. They acted swiftly and decisively, without a moment's hesitation. It probably saved more lives than they could comprehend at that time. While Liz fell back to repair armor and weapons and grant a few buffs with her Volcano Forge, the rest of their guild followed Drifter into battle. Ran ducked under a swinging fist and slashed in an inverted V, her first cut a normal one, the second a point-blank slant. While the, very slightly, older twin didn't receive a unique skill like her sister, she was every bit as deadly. And, unlike Yuki, who matched Kirito's reckless fighting style, case in point, the two charging at Prometheus and using dual blades to parry instead of dodging and blocking like a normal, sane person, Ran was much more collected. She approached each battle with an almost clinical perspective. Drifter had heard a few whispers about the purple-haired girl. And her sister too, come of it. But it was Ran whose name was starting to be accompanied by a title. Precise Blade Ran, for her analytical and level-headed fighting style. On this topic, Sanad had brought up during dinner not long ago that someone was calling Yuki the Untamed Storm, and he was kind of hoping it stuck. It fit the girl to a T. Not all frontliners got a title, of course. But enough did that when they joined hands to deal with the boss, it was a mighty impressive sight. The only title players who weren't there were Argo the Rat, the Info Broker, and Shadow Blossom Akari, the elusive ninja whose face nobody knew. And, of course, Kibu the Challenger, who nobody had seen in a long time. Merchant Warrior Agile, Arrow Huntress Sinan, Songstress Yuna, Indomitable Knight Nautilus, Dragon Tamer Silica, Dark Elf Kismol, Hero Orlando, Redblade Klein, Lightning Flash Asuna, Black Swordsman Kirito, Broken Spear Drifter, and the newly dubbed Precise Blade Ran and her sister, Untamed Storm Yuki. Even Dragon Knight Lind, Litten the Fortress, and Holy Sword Heathcliff, dealing with the fire minions in the background. With a lineup like that, not to mention all the other dozens of frontliners who were just as skilled, even if untitled, it was only a matter of time before Prometheus fell. The question was, how many would the boss drag down with him? The boss seemed determined to set a high number, because he roared again, uttering more of his filthy mortal spiel, and slammed another wave of fire that sent them all stumbling back in panic. Prometheus reached for the broken chains still hanging around his waist, tangling them in his hands. Almost instantly, the metal became red-hot and started smoking. Twack! The sound of Prometheus snapping the chains like some sort of hell whips rang loudly throughout the room. Faster than the players could react, the boss swung his new weapons. The chains darted past Drifter and through Griselda and Wolf, and wrapped around Valork. The tank grunted as he was forced to let go of his shield, one chain coiling around his right arm, the other constricting his waist. Valork! Shigeo and Agile struck the chains, trying to break them apart, to no avail. Drifter, Asuna, and Nautilus went after the boss himself, but it was also useless. Prometheus yanked the chains back, pulling Valork towards him. The one coiled around his waist eventually let go, leaving behind an ugly red streak that wrapped around his entire torso. The chain restricting his arm didn't let go. It pressed tighter and tighter, until it sheared through the limb with another loud snap. No! In a way, it was good that the boss chose Valork of all people as his target. The Reavers watched their friend's HP drop from full green all the way to red, and stopped there, far too slowly. Anyone else but maybe Litten the Fortress would have died. Kill it! Before he does it again. Drifter was one of the first to advance, his spear lashing out skill after skill. Snake Bite, Pinpoint Star, horizontal, double tap, cobalt slice. Nearly everything he had in his arsenal. Of course, such a frantic attack couldn't go unpunished. Prometheus whirled his chair around his body, and Drifter was smacked way together with Silica, Yuki, Dale, Chuchelane, Beowulf, and half a dozen other players. It hurt. Just the slightest of touches from the chains was enough to erase a sizable portion of their health bars. But the players held strong. Drifter performed a backwards roll and shot back to his feet. When Prometheus' chains came for him again, sweeping low at his legs this time, he willed his weapon to change into a trident, and stabbed down with edge vaulting, nailing the chain to the ground through 2 links. Another loud snap rang out, and the force behind the chain ripped Drifter's trident off the ground, and the Spearmaster with it. But the unexpected resistance, however shortly it lasted, was enough to halt Prometheus' momentum. The boss staggered, and never saw Kirito coming. One of the black swordsman's swords pierced the boss' chest from the back, while the other fell on his neck, separating Prometheus' head from his body. Congratulations! Drifter ignored the message. Along with Prometheus dying, the fire minions had also vanished. The Spearmaster looked around. Call out! Reaver's Requiem all accounted for. Minus a few limbs. They'll grow back. Furinkazan is all here. Legend Braves. Same. We are all still kicking. Knights of the Blood Oath suffered no casualties. Dragon Knights Brigade. We are alive. Drifter followed the head count, his heart soaring with each guild that reported no casualties. He started laughing. We did it. We fucking did it. Everyone is alive. Everyone is alive. Chapter 173 of Victory Parties. Laughter was not an usual reaction to finishing a boss raid, especially that of a round floor. Relief, tiredness, exhaustion, sadness, pain, despair, all of the above. And some happiness too, sometimes. But not laughter. Never laughter. And yet, that was exactly the sound that echoed throughout the boss room. Broken, hesitant at first, but gaining strength as the frontliners counted again, and then a third time, and the numbers matched. They had done it. They had conquered the 30th floor, or round floor, one of SAO's most deadly challenges. Without losing anyone. It wasn't a miracle. The assault team had worked themselves to the bone preparing for this fight. And they had their strongest lineup in probably all of SAO history, with just about a dozen titled players and nearly half as many unique skill holders. And still, many of them had very nearly died. Valork was still staring at the stump of his right arm, torn at the shoulder by Prometheus. But they had done it. Despite everything, miracle or not. They won. They survived. Yuna kissed Drifter without a care in the world for all the eyes watching them. Asuna dragged Kirito into a shorter, but no less passionate, kiss. Ran was more discreet when she grabbed Nautilus, but Yuki jumped on Sinan with a squeal, peppering her cheeks and lips with kisses alternatively. There was a trend ongoing there which Drifter didn't mind at all. Wolf had hoisted Silica onto his shoulders, and Pina nested on Agile's head as the big man clapped Shigeo and Griselda on the back. Klein had an arm around Kismel's shoulder and was probably flirting with her. He was a lost cause. But everyone deserves a little cheer right now, and the Dark Elf seemed happy enough to entertain the red-haired player and his guild, even if Ferder kept growling and trying to get in between them. Shivada was clapping hands with Ambrose and his guildmates. Lind and Lytton were making the rounds with the DKB. The Braves surrounded Heathcliff and his Knights of the Blood Oath and congratulated them on a battle well fought. This was the raid that cemented the Cobs' position as a frontliner guild, and they were too happy to complain about being sidelined during the battle. It was a party. Or it would be, once they got to the 31st floor and found an inn. Hopefully by then Valork's arm would have regrown, and that was still a strange sentence to think even if it was an unusual, but not uncommon, occurrence for frontliners. Holding Yuna, Drifter thought of going over to the tank to impart some wisdom about missing limbs, tease him with dark humor, but someone beat him to the punch. Liz had put her anvil and portable stove away. Volcano Forge would never not be a lifesaver, and approached Valork. The Spearmaster raised an eyebrow and hummed. That was not an expression he was used to seeing on Liz's face. Nor Valork's, although he hid it better. Filling that tidbit of information for later, the Reaver just pulled his wife closer to him. Today was a good day. And it was only going to get better. The 31st floor was pretty in an ephemeral kind of way. The ground was bare rock, spires rising and twisting into the shape of trees. Glowing red lines ran through all of it, like veins of magma coursing through the rock. Here and there, natural vents spouted mist, like miniature volcanoes. The mist never rose above their waist, and it pulsated faintly with the light of the ground beneath it. Pretty, and potentially dangerous due to the low visibility. But nothing attacked them until they reached the main settlement, a sprawling city named Reitergast, so the assault team was only too happy to put it out of their minds for a while. Right now, they were only focused on one thing. Celebrating. And it was a proper party. For once, the frontliners allowed themselves to let go. The inn they chose was full to bursting as the entire assault team crammed into it. The revelry spilled out of the door as the clearer divisions and normal players of the larger guilds, like DKB and Cobb, joined. And then it grew to encompass all of Reitergast as other players teleported to the newest floor to explore, and unknowingly or willingly got drawn in. Drifter could swear he even saw some of Akari's shadows around. Not wearing their, sometimes ridiculous, cosplay clothes, and skulking in the darkness, but with their faces out in the open, talking and laughing like any other player. Keita and Tetsu and Sachi were there, obviously. As was Neza, chatting with the legend Braves and Argo. Sasha and the kids had come up to see what all the fuss was about, and congratulate the frontliners. Kismal and Silica were keeping them distracted with Pina and Ferder to make sure they didn't get lost or somehow left the safe zone. It was a party. A huge one. Throughout all of Aincrad, people got into the mood and celebrated, even the ones who had stopped caring. Because, just maybe, they saw a little bit of it in the assault team's victory. It was a party. Completely blown out of proportion. A waste of time and feelings. A surefire way to lower their guards and get killed later. It should never have happened. Not like this. A few drinks and swapping stories? Sure. Taking the rest of the day off to visit the hot springs and go out on a dare with their partners? No problem. But not this. Drifter and Kirito and Lind and Shivada and Argo and all the other frontliners should have put a stop to it. But they didn't. Instead, they enjoyed a party like Aincrad had never seen before, unknowing and uncaring of the disbelief of the outside world at how overly exaggerated it was. Because they felt it. That same thing that made Sasha and the kids laugh. That got Shadow Blossom Akari and Fumaningam to let go some. That had Argo the Rat for once stopping and enjoying, instead of running around. That thing that had broken Spear Drifter and Dragon Knight Lyn beckoning Holy Sword Heathcliff for a drink. That pulled, against their will, the recluses who refused to leave their rooms since SAO's first day. That little, kindling flame that the frontliners hadn't felt in months, now starting to burn again. Real, this time. Not the show they put on to soothe the rest of the players. Hope. What a dangerous emotion to have. Necessary, no doubt, because if you had no hope, were you truly living? But oh, so dangerous. Nothing killed more than hope. Hope in a better future. Hope in escaping. Hope in surviving just another floor. You always died with hope on your lips. Drifter knew that. How many times had he seen that line crossed, almost stepped over it himself? Of course he knew. But he let it happen, let the party go on, let the players cheer and boast and brag and hope. Now, as the sun disappeared under the lower floors of Aincrad, the Spearmaster sat on the edge of the 31st floor, feet dangling over the abyss. Like always, the sunset was beautiful, no matter where in Aincrad you were. The party was winding down. Or, rather, it had broken up, each guild and group going their separate ways. To inns to rest and prepare for another day, for frontliners never stopped, or to lower floors, to their own homes or restaurants, bars, parks, or plazas to continue the night. Drifter stayed on the 31st floor. Reaver's Requiem still didn't have a headquarters, although they would have to find one soon. And he wasn't drunk nor trying, like many of his friends. He was just watching the sunset. Until he felt her presence behind him and allowed himself to melt into his lover's arms. You let everyone have fun, so why won't you give yourself a break too? I am? He really thought he was. He had laughed and joked with Reaver's Requiem and Furinkazan had drunk with Heathcliff of all people. He felt pretty relaxed. But Yuna breathed on the back of his neck in a sigh that was both exasperation and pity. You can lie to yourself, dummy, but not to me. He still wasn't fully sure what she meant, but Drifter knew himself well enough to take a guess. I'm brooding? He worded it like a question, but it wasn't really. The Spearmaster knew he was likely to brood, or fall into deep thought, whatever you wanted to call it. It happened whenever he thought about the future and the floors to come, which was pretty much all the time. I wouldn't say brooding. But you definitely have your I'm thinking, don't bother me face on. And I can't even see your face. Drifter rolled his eyes, even if, reiterating, Yuna couldn't see it. Then he turned around in her embrace, his back to the edge now, and put his forehead to hers. Better now? Much. She smiled, and he kissed her. Because he loved her, because she knew what he worried about, and she feared the same. Because she was a frontliner too, his songbird. I guess I'll only really relax when we are out. But for tonight dash. Drifter heaved, hauling Yuna up by her hips and turning his body at the same time. It would have sent both of them tumbling over the edge if his stats weren't so much higher than a normal human's. As it was, Drifter was steady as a rock despite their position. And it wasn't really a free fall, he wasn't that stupid. There was a small ledge beneath them that you only saw if you got really close. But ledge or not, the view was astounding. From there, nearly a third of the way up Aincrad, it was like the sun was sinking into an ocean of clouds right underneath their feet. Yuna sighed, and leaned into his side. One of Drifter's arms automatically came around her back to secure her. 70 more floors to go. 30 down already. Think positive. I am. Only 70 more floors to go. It isn't close, not yet. But we are getting there. And nobody died this time. Don't get cocky. That's how we die. Never. Not anymore. But for the first time, it feels like I can see it. The top. The end. Drifter gently tilted her head with his fingers and looked up himself. The ceiling, or the bottom of the next floor, whatever, was in the way. But he knew what Yuna meant. He could almost see it too. We'll get there. Not now, not soon. But we will. He said it with the kind of confidence that shook Seijiro and Ogawa and Kinji to their cores, for different reasons. Because Drifter wasn't promising anything. He wasn't saying everyone would live starting now. He just believed. And that was enough. Truly, Sword Art Online brought forth the worst and the best of people. Because there obviously was something wrong with Drifter for him to be waking everyone up at 7 a.m. the morning after the largest party Aincrad had ever seen. Ugh. What the hell? Who hurt you, Drifter? I'll hurt him if he doesn't stop smiling in the next 5 seconds. Asshole. His reavers were not happy with getting roused that early. Not because of the time itself, although that certainly played a part, but mainly because they had gone to bed just shy of 3 a.m. The Spearmaster had no sympathy towards them. A new day, a new floor trying to kill them. That's how it went. Dunno what ya talking about, Sinan. We wake up at this time every day. And you should be happy. Argo got a few people out last night, and they found a whole heap of flying mobs for you to shoot down. We're gonna have a field day. Now get up before I get Ferder over here to lick your face. As far as turrets go, that was a pretty bad one. The archer gave Drifter the finger and buried her head on the crook of Yuki's neck when her girlfriend plopped down in bed again after opening the door for their guild leader. Drifter grinned widely as he skipped his way to the room Shigeo and Valork shared. This was still payback for that hellish week of teasing his dear guildmates put him through after Kirito transferred Reavers Requiem's leadership to him. You know Sin's gonna get revenge for that, right? Not everyone hated mornings, and a few were psychopaths like Drifter. Griselda walked together with the Spearmaster, having happened on the scene of him knocking on people's doors when she came out of her room. She had very helpfully closed the door behind her before Drifter could think of waking poor Sachi. Course. I can't wait for it. You are going to get stabbed. I realize that's not that harsh of a threat in SAO, but you are going to get stabbed. Heh. Shigeo and Valork don't have knives. I'm sure they'll find something. Griselda drawled, and Drifter laughed. But the woman also agreed it was time to get back in the swing of things. The party had been fun, but until they got out of SAO, it was bound to be a one-time thing. Half an hour later, everyone was more or less awake and had finished breakfast. With a few last glares towards Drifter, the Reavers split up into parties to explore the floor. There were a lot of flying mobs in this floor, and the Spearmaster was having fun shooting them all down with Serpent Quill and Pale. And down below, several floors underneath the Reavers, another group was still celebrating the assault team clearing the 30th floor with no casualties. Cloaked figures laughed as they crouched around a sorry player crawling away from them, his legs cut off below the knees. The only sign of his party were the flickering shards quickly vanishing into nothing. And no. Please don't. Please. No arg. The player sobbed and begged, but all the figures did was laugh. Then an oversized meat cleaver fell down and severed his head. Laughing Coffins celebrated the successful raid of the 30th floor too. Why wouldn't they? When also would they get all those hopeful idiots thinking they actually amounted to something and leaving the safety of the cities? Such delicious prey. Chapter 174, Scorched Earth. You would think the novelty would wear off after a while, but each time the frontliners conquered a new floor and opened up the next, they were always astounded by what they encountered. The 31st floor was no different. The black rocky ground, glowing red lines, and mist didn't look like much at first, but they had a kind of beauty that got more accentuated the more time you spent there. There was something to be said about Sword Art Online set design. Drifter didn't know if it was Kaiba or Cardinal, or both of them, who had come up with the floor plans, but they always did an amazing job, which left Drifter conflicted. On one hand, he abhorred praising Kaiba on anything. On the other, it would be horribly depressing if they had to fight for their lives and the scenario was ugly. The kind of things you got used to with time. In his first weeks in Aincrad, Drifter never imagined he would one day worry that the scenario wasn't pretty enough as a towering, fallen angel-like creature tried to skewer him with its hellish nails. The Scorched Seraphim cut quite the impressive figure for a field boss. At least 5 meters tall, with charred and cracked skin that looked like mud left to bake on the sun for too long and then thrown into a fire pit. It had 3 wings on its back in a weirdly asymmetrical arrangement. The wings, once made of golden feathers, now seemed to be permanently on fire, clouding the field boss in a reddish halo from hell. More annoying than the field boss itself, who kept trying to kill the Reavers with its unbelievably long and sharp nails, were the mobs it called out to help it in the fight. The 31st floor mobs were nothing to scoff at. Burned wraiths, vanehounds, and wailing owls covered ground and sky as they surrounded the players, being held back by the combined efforts of Reavers Requiem, Furinkazan, and the Legend Braves while the main Reavers party tried to finish off the field boss. Like always, floor bosses were to be tackled by the assault team as a whole, but field bosses were fair game. It had been the party led by Kismal that discovered the Scorched Seraphim, and the Reavers had chosen to ask for the other 2 guilds' backup as insurance. Nails raked across his chest plate, and Drifter cut the tip of a wing with his halberd. But still, the Scorched Seraphim continued to swing its hands widely, finally managing to pierce through his left leg. The Spearmaster groaned as he felt his leg give away. Instead of fighting to stay up, he let himself fall, rolling back just in time to avoid getting skewered by the field boss' other hand. Then Nautilus was there, using Indomitable Might's no knockback effect to bar the path of the Scorched Seraphim. But even the titled player grunted from the continued onslaught. Ugh! I hate bosses like this. Heaving, Nautilus used his unique skill to push the field boss away and gain the Reavers a moment to catch their breath. Mobs and bosses that just attacked without thinking were easier to outsmart and to kill generally, but they were still a pain to deal with because they simply didn't back down. Focus! Switch! Asuna jumped over the shield bearer, and she looked like she had 3 rapiers and 6 hands when she used Mirage Burst. Drifter dove back in, a lance in his hands that he drove through the Scorched Seraphim's midsection with all his might, giving Kirito an opening to slash at the back of the boss' knees and force it to kneel. The Scorched Seraphim opened its mouth to shriek, and 2 arrows sunk into its throat. The frantic tunes of Amahenta's notes empowered Drifter's spear as he plunged it deep into the field boss' chest, finally wiping away that resilient last bit of HP. The battle wasn't over yet. Hyper-aware of his surroundings, Drifter immediately turned around and threw a serpent coil impale at a wailing owl that was about to swoop down and grab Kunomitsu with its claws. Thanks! The Furinkazan player gave Drifter a thumbs up as the Spearmaster rushed in without bothering to recall his spear, hitting the mob with a sprinting martial arts, Heiza to the beak, before grabbing the haft of his weapon and tearing it out, spinning it, and stabbing down with a sting and a dirty play. The wailing owl burst into pieces underneath him, and Drifter dropped into a crouch, slashing the ankles of a Vanehound with a horizontal at the same time as Kunomitsu and Dynam stabbed it from above with their katanas. Kill Stealer. Dynam snarled without any bite, and Drifter gave him the finger, a smile tugging at his lips. Should have been faster. The others were quickly finishing the cleanup, and Drifter stopped, his spear casually resting on his shoulder, ready to launch a serpent coil impale the moment he saw someone in need of help. The Spearmaster didn't rush to join any other battles. No sense in surrounding a burned wraith with a dozen people when only 2 would be able to engage it at a time. Plus, nobody was in immediate danger, so that would really be kill-stealing. It didn't take too long for the last mobs to be turned into sweet experience, and Drifter started sharing the spoils. Dividing the loot was always a delicate stage, even amongst longtime friends like them. Not because of the risk of fights breaking out over unfairness that wouldn't happen to people who had been fighting together for so long, but exactly the opposite. They were all friends, so it was far more likely for someone to keep quiet even if they felt they didn't get their deserved share, which would only lead to estrangement in the long term. To make it short, suffice to know that Drifter was exceedingly careful to make sure each guild got their fair share when they split up the loot, and they each went their own way with a smile on their faces. Taking down field bosses was always profitable. Alrighty. What's next on the list, Asuna? After waving goodbye to Orlando and his braves as the guild used their return crystals to go back to Ridergas to replenish their supplies, Drifter clapped his hands and turned to one of his vice leaders. The fencer fiddled with the hilt of her rapier, biting her bottom lip as she analyzed a map only she could see. Finally, she pointed in a direction. There. North. It has the largest chunk of unmapped areas. Deeper into the floor it is. Let's split up into parties again, and I'll see y'all back in the safe zone by nightfall. Don't make me come and get you or I'll wake everyone up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. With that very horrifying threat delivered, Drifter waved his guildmates away and set out with Valork, Silica, Keita, Tetsuo, and Sachi. So far, the 31st floor was following the norm of being considerably easier since it came right after a round floor. The flying mobs like the burned wraiths and wailing owls could be a bit annoying, but nothing the Reavers couldn't deal with. But it always paid to be careful. Having defeated the Scorched Seraphim, there was a good chance there wouldn't be anything more dangerous until they found the labyrinth. Still, all it was needed was one mistake for someone to get hurt, or worse. Even so, there should have been nothing too dangerous on this floor. So why did Drifter have that prickly feeling in the back of his neck? The Spearmaster's head snapped around, scanning the horizon, but he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. And yet, eyes open, everyone. We are not alone. The former Black Cats jumped, looking around widely. Silica, despite her young age, was more contained. She drew closer to Valork, using his larger frame as cover. And the tank. Mobs? Drifter shook his head. Only if it's the stalker kind. But we've been on this floor for a week already. We would know about them. No. This is something else. Players. Valor's gaze hardened. Reaver's Requiem was famous. There were many reasons why someone might follow them. To shake their hands and get an autograph, but they wouldn't be hiding. Or it could be Fumaningdom, following them for some reason, but Akari would have contacted him directly if that was the case. So it was someone with a more nefarious purpose. Maybe an ambitious guild spying on them and hoping to follow the Reavers to better hunting grounds or a secret quest. Maybe it was that. But Drifter and Valor's minds jumped to the same conclusion. The Spearmaster squeezed his weapon before relaxing his fingers. The same way he did right before a big battle started. Laughing Coffin. Keita, Tetsuo, and Sachi started, their searching becoming more frantic. They were scared, and with reason. Laughing Coffin was something of an urban legend amongst SAO players. Most didn't believe they existed. But the three black cats knew better. While they hadn't been there for it, Keita and the other two were aware that Reaver's Requiem and Laughing Coffin had clashed before, and more than once. They knew that was how Griselda joined the guild. And they knew Drifter had killed the red player Mort. Don't jump to conclusions. Of all people, it was Silica who cautioned them. And Drifter's heart broke, because a 13-year-old had no business looking this detached at the thought of being stalked by a group of cruel murderers. But the Spearmaster nodded. Right. But we are going back. Right now. Use your crystals together. Drifter was talking on the private party chat now, so they weren't overheard. And he had already sent warnings to the rest of the guild, as well as Klein, Orlando, Shivata, Argo, and Akari. On my signal. 3, 2, 1. Now. The Spearmaster was calm. Scarily so. And he waited an extra second as the party vanished. Just enough to see a red-eyed figure stop crouching and throw him a mock salute. Or maybe it was just his imagination. Are you sure, Dr. Enough. The info broker ran her hands through her curly hair. Fuck. What are those creepy bastards doing all the way up here? Griselda looked up from where she had been staring at the table with a haunted expression. Hunting. Several people shivered. The thought that someone, real humans, was treating other players like prey. Monsters. What do you think they were doing? Sounding you out? Or was it real? Sinan stabbed the table with an arrow. The piece of furniture was already covered in scars from her need to keep her hands occupied. I don't know, Sinan. I don't think they wanted to fight right there and then. But I don't believe it's a coincidence that they found us out of everyone on this floor. They were tracking you. Us, most likely. Kismel grumbled, one hand resting on Ferder's head, patting the growling wolf, and the other holding Silica, who looked downcast despite Pina's best efforts to cheer her up. HM. And they know I saw them. I'm almost sure that was XAXA. The question is that going to make them back off, or get even more ballsy? No one had an answer to that. Drifter turned his gaze to the other people in the room. Kirito, Asuna, all the other Reavers, Akari. You've been quiet. What do you want me to say, Drifter? We already knew Laughing Coffin was out there. Kirito's voice was oddly even. Drifter furrowed his eyebrows and stared at his younger friend for a long time before realizing why that was. Kirito was worried. No, more than that, he was afraid. The Spearmaster wanted to say something, or clap Kirito on the shoulder, or just hug him. And Asuna and Yuki and everyone else. But he didn't. Instead, he breathed out, forcing his tense shoulders to relax. We'll be more careful from now on. No less than 2 parties together when you are out exploring. And don't be stingy with crystals. TP back if you think you've got trouble. The others nodded, but it was a much more subdued group that dragged their feet back to their rooms. Drifter sighed as Yuna closed the door behind them and sat on their bed beside him. He felt like throwing a tantrum. Why couldn't they have nice things? Or even just 2 weeks of not getting bad news? Yuna held his hands over her lap, resting her head on his shoulder. Drifter caressed the back of her hand with his thumb. They found themselves in this position of silently consoling each other after a bad day, far too often. Yoon. Songbird. What is it, dummy? Laughing Coffin. They are going to make us kill them all, aren't they? Not they're going to kill us, but make us kill them. That was what it would come down to. Because Drifter didn't think for a second that the red players could stand up to the frontliners in terms of levels, stats, equipment, skills, or experience. But if they were anything like Mort and XAXA, crazy beyond saving, they also wouldn't surrender. Yuna must have known all that. And she must have feared it as much as Drifter, because she didn't answer. She simply dragged him down and hugged his head to her chest. We'll think about that if it comes to it. Now, good night, Drifter. Chapter 175, Molten Revenant. Whatever Laughing Coffin was planning, Drifter and the others never found out. The murderers never showed themselves again after that day, nor did anyone but the Spearmaster see them, to the point that Drifter himself almost questioned if he was imagining things. Regardless, the Spearmaster and guild leader went through with his precautions, paranoid as they may seem. No Reaver stepped outside of a safe zone without at least 2 parties worth of companions. And the word of Broken Spear Drifter carried weight even amongst other guilds. The Legend Braves, Furinkazan, Fumaningdom, and Dragon Knights Brigade all increased their vigilance for the next several days. Heathcliff had seemed severely unconcerned when Drifter warned him. It pissed the Spearmaster off, just when he thought he was making progress with the Cobb Guild leader. The gray-haired man had no idea what kind of monsters Laughing Coffin were, worse than any mobs. Drifter had to take a deep breath and hold it in, averting his gaze before his glare burned a hole in the back of Heathcliff's head. They were about to fight another floor boss. Now wasn't the time for petty grudges. Ready? Ready. Someone pushed open the boss room doors, and the raid for the 31st floor started. Like always, the first thing to take notice was the room itself. This time it was a cavern, the ground, walls, and ceiling made of the same black rocks with glowing red veins. Columns and spires of the same material rose to the ceiling, and Drifter could already see how they might become a hazard or an advantage, depending on how the fight went. The same with the waist-high fog, really. The boss itself was also fairly easy to spot. The Molten Revenant didn't even try to hide, standing proudly in the middle of the room like only a 4 meters tall giant amalgamation of physics-defying magma and cracked obsidian could. Occasionally, under the ever-shifting pieces of its jagged exterior, portions of its charred skeleton would peek through. It didn't exactly have a head per se, but more of a lump on top of its body, where 2 particularly molten pieces of rock glowed brighter than the rest, like eyes. Drifter had to say, the boss looked badass, and I'm going to melt all of you to nothing kind of way. That last bit made the boss a lot less likable. Not that it ever was that, but even so. Spread out! Drifter's eyes widened as the first thing the boss did when the assault team entered the room was grab a handful of molten rock out of its own body and hurl it at them. The speeding projectile of lava was the size of a basketball, and Drifter dove out of the way with a dozen other frontliners. Ugh! It had been so sudden that Drifter didn't even manage to cushion his fall properly, and he grunted when his spear slipped from his hand. Thankfully the Molten Revenant chose to focus in another direction, and he recovered his weapon while a group of Cobb players scrambled for cover. Well, 2 can play this game. Getting up on one knee, Drifter raised his arm over his head and threw a serpent coil impale. By now, he could boast a 95% accuracy within a 20 meters range, and that was without the system's assistance when launching the skill. So it was no surprise when his spear flew the distance and pierced right through where its mouth would have been if the Molten Revenant had one. The boss didn't like that. Maybe it was because Drifter claimed first blood, even faster than Sinan's arrows, that the Molten Revenant seemed to hate him in particular. Those burning, coal-like eyes locked onto him, even when Nautilus crashed into its side with his shield, or Agile dug into its back with his axe. Drifter ducked another projectile and swore. The Molten Revenant wasn't a particularly dangerous boss, but it was annoying. It pelted you with lava from a distance, and, if you managed to get close, well, let's just say that even staying near the boss was a challenge. Those lumpy fists were a lot more daunting from up close, but the real problem was the heat emanating from the boss. It was actually a speed debuff, which made everything 10 times harder. Not too hard, though. It was just the 31st floor boss, after all. Not a round floor. Not a death floor either. And with Drifter somehow and unwillingly hogging all the aggro, everyone else could let loose. Which was how the 31st floor boss raid somehow ended up becoming a game of cat and mouse between the Molten Revenant boss and Broken Spear Drifter. And what a game it was. While Drifter dodged and rolled and sometimes hid behind pillars, the Molten Revenant didn't have any issues with just barreling through and demolishing everything. By the time the boss was down to its last 2 HP bars, there were barely any columns left standing in the room. Drifter eyed the ceiling suspiciously. He didn't think Kaiba would collapse it on top of the raid team, but he also wouldn't put it past the game master either. Here we go. On your toes, everyone. Yuki hit the boss with one last skill, officially causing it to enter its last phase. All the frontliners tensed up. As always, that was the start of the most dangerous portion of the raid. The Molten Revenant didn't disappoint. Finally forgetting Drifter, the boss slammed its fists on the ground, which cracked easily. Fissures extended from the impact point to cover the ground of the entire room in seconds. The frontliners sidestepped the cracks, none larger than 3 fingers, with distrustful looks. SAO was known for its dramatics, so that might just be some kind of scenario change. But instincts honed by countless battles warned them otherwise. They were right in listening to it. No sooner had the boss raised its hands again, mist started spewing out of the fissures at a high speed. No, it was better to call it vapor, exceedingly hot at that. The players recoiled, unsure of what was happening. The vapor didn't harm them yet, but it was in their nature to be suspicious. As frontliners said, if you don't know what it is, stab it. If stabbing it doesn't work, then get away. Maybe not the prettiest of sayings, but it was practical. Wraiths! Split and round him up. Broken Spear, the boss seemed to like you, so go entertain it. Normally Drifter would have given the finger and returned an insult to Lind, but he was too occupied stabbing. See how it worked? A burned wraith, newly formed out of the vapor from the cracks. Using an upturn to launch the mob towards Klein and his party, Drifter dashed towards the Molten Revenant, ducking under a set of claws and cutting another wraith before he got there. Once he did, Drifter immediately realized the boss was different. The changes had been lost amidst the chaos of minions spawning and the fog, but the Molten Revenant's physical appearance had drastically shifted. It was like the boss had gone through an extended diet in a matter of seconds. Its body was still slow-flowing magma and jagged black rocks, but it was now much slimmer and smaller, barely taller than Drifter. Its eyes burned even brighter. Speed. That was very obviously the core change the Molten Revenant went through. From the hard-hitting, slow-moving form it had before, its current build had very clearly changed focus to maximize speed. It's a whole new game, everyone. Reavers, spread out and keep the mobs away like we did with the Seraphim. Ran, Yuki, Kirito, Silica, you are DPS with me. Nautilus, Kismol, Shields. Heathcliff, we could use your holy sword too. The other guild leader nodded, while the Reavers silently assumed their positions. This time, they waited for the boss to make the first move. When it came, it was a blur. One moment the Molten Revenant was standing still, and the other it had a fist drilling into Yuki's stomach. If it wasn't for her abnormally high reaction speed letting her place her swords in an X in front of her to block, the attack may have been life-threatening. As it was, Yuki shot back like a cannonball, flying at least 10 meters before colliding with a burned wraith. The mob promptly tried to scratch her with its claws, only to have 2 arrows sprout from its face, courtesy of a very pissed-off girlfriend. Drifter's eyes widened. Note to self, the boss still hit hard, and it was really, really fast. The Spearmaster didn't have time to check if Yuki was okay, because the Molten Revenant had already moved onto Ran, who parried a fist in a shower of sparks. Nautilus, Kismol, Heathcliff, we need control. Now! We are trying. Kirito stabbed it in the back while Silica slashed at its knees, and both received a backhand for their troubles. Drifter jumped in at the last moment, using a title sequence to slow down the boss for a half-second. Thankfully, that was enough. The shield-bearers of their little group surrounded the Molten Revenant, forming a sort of triangle with the boss in the middle. That was the final nail in the coffin for the boss. Try as it might, the Molten Revenant couldn't break their encirclement. Heathcliff had his Holy Sword unique skill, which let him freely change his stats between attacking and defensive power. No matter how hard it tried, the boss couldn't break through the guild leader's perfect guard. Nautilus, on the other hand, had his indomitable might. While his methods might not be as aesthetically pleasing as Heathcliff's fluid defense, Nautilus was like a rock the boss couldn't break no matter how hard it pounded. The weak point of their formation was Kismol, AMD the Dark Elf knew it. She didn't have a unique skill, so she couldn't tank nearly as many hits as the other two. But Valork, Shigeo, Litten, Enkidu, and other pure shield users would be too heavy and slow to keep up with the boss. So Kismol did what she did best, adapt. Instead of taking the hits like Nautilus and Heathcliff were doing, she dodged and parried. It was like the curved blade in her right hand became another small shield. The Molten Revenant's punches slid off Kismol's shield and blade, the Dark Elf ducking under them or using the angle of the impact to disperse the force, somehow always managing to end up back in the same position, cutting off the boss path. It was an unbelievably dangerous fighting style, and one the Dark Elf, for all her daring, wouldn't normally attempt. She was losing HP with each attack she parried, small amounts, but they added up. And just one direct hit could spell disaster. Truth be told, Kismol only dared to fight so recklessly because Drifter had asked her. Her trust in the Spearmaster was unparalleled, and she knew he would have her back no matter what. And he did. The moment Kismol faltered, due to a blow she didn't quite manage to recover in time to deflect perfectly, the Spearmaster was there, sweeping the Molten Revenant's fists aside with his halberd. A swift kick with martial arts saw to it that Kismol was put out of danger, and Drifter took her place momentarily. Changing his weapon into a lance, he pierced right through the center of the boss' torso with a sting, before using Infinite Spear to transform it back into his bident and slash with a split stream. The attack brought the boss to a momentary halt. It was Drifter's strongest skill, the newest unlock of Infinite Spear. Even against top-tier mobs, it hurt them a lot. The one time Drifter lucked out with a critical hit, he almost one-shot a Wailing Owl. Against a floor boss, that was just enough to stop it for a half-second, but by then Kismol had already smashed a healing crystal on herself and switched back with Drifter. They followed that pattern thrice more before the Molten Revenant fell to Silica's dagger. Once the boss was dead, the fissures on the ground closed, and the burn rates vanished. Well, that was anticlimactic. Anticlimactic is good. No one dies anticlimactic. You are not making any sense. Drifter rolled his eyes. For the second time in not too long of a while, Drifter was thinking that climbing a new floor of Aincrad was always a unique experience. They had just left the 31st floor, which was dark and hot, and the moment they stepped onto the 32nd floor, they were hit in the face by a wave of cold air and snow. Huh. Isn't this something? Aincrad didn't have a lot of cold climate, winter-themed floors. Forests, plains, caves in droves, but not a pure frozen visage like the assault team was beholding now. They stood on top of what looked to be a giant glacier, the rest of the floor at least 30 meters below them. Steps carved out of pure ice led to a sprawling settlement right under where they stood. The safe zone. From their vantage point, the players could see that the floor was split into 3 main sections. To the east was a giant frozen lake, to the north were snow-covered cliffs, and to the west was what at first looked like a frozen forest, until Drifter realized the trees were actually the columns and walls of a gathering of glacial ruins. The Spearmaster exchanged glances with his guildmates. This floor was bound to be interesting. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 8. Peace.